smiling still in my bed, running scenes of last night through my head. I found myself in your home, said hello, put my name in your phone. Lost my friends, I first day walked to Pier 66. My lips, your lips, my heart beating right out my chest. When I held you, I had something that I knew I need so bad. Yeah, I need your love so bad. Your love so bad. Your love so bad. Yeah, I need your love so bad. Count on me flew to deep Mexico. For a week you and me all alone. Till forever I had something that I knew I need so bad. Yeah, I need your love so bad. Your love so bad. Your love so bad. Yeah, I need your love so bad. Get lit, should I take you home? But you said, oh babe, we got places to go. By the way that you're holding me close, I think that you know I need you so. Oh, oh, oh. Your love so bad. Your love so bad. Yeah, I need your love so bad. Your love so bad. You said, your love is so bad. I think that I need your love so bad. Baby, you know it. You're losing patience with me, but baby, don't show it. Ooh, isn't this what you wanted? But you're blowing up my phone, cause I didn't come crying to you. So come on, ask me if it hurts just as much as it did before. And honestly, the third time, the fourth time, now baby, I'm getting bored. You're keeping me awake for the last time. I put my phone in airplane mode tonight. You can waste your breath, I won't waste mine, cause it's the last time. You're keeping me awake. You're keeping me up. You're keeping my. You're keeping me up. You're keeping my. You're keeping me up. You're keeping my. You're keeping me up. You're keeping me up. You're keeping me up. You're keeping my. Keeping me up. You're keeping me up. You're keeping me up. You're keeping my. Keeping me up. You're keeping my. You know it. You let your feelings win when you could try to control it. Ooh, and I can see that you lost it. But I think you like the drama more than you like the cost of the truth. So come on, ask me, yeah, why it just doesn't hurt like it did before. And honestly, the fifth time, the sixth time, now baby, I'm getting bored. You're keeping me awake for the last time. I put my phone in airplane mode tonight. You can waste your breath, I won't waste mine, cause it's the last time. You're keeping me up. You're keeping me up. You're keeping my. 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 Keeping me up. You're keeping patience with me, but baby, don't show it. Ooh.
Got an appetite, let's bake ourselves a treat. What you've been mixing, serve it up the way you please. I love the way you shake, you stir, you heat, you squeeze. So thick, push up and butter me. So poke that, push that, shake that, smack that, mix that, help that, marinate that. We don't need a recipe. Whip that cream, baby. Pour that sweet on me, baby. Shade up, we can cook up, we can stir up when we hook up, just you and me. Whip that cream, whip that. Preheat this oven up like 5,000 degrees. It's almost ready, we've been craving this all week. Baby, you want it, I got it. I'm hooked on you like phonics. Gotta be honest, you're on it, and this ain't no time to be modest. missing? Were you missing all along? Alone. I'm just begging you to listen. Can you listen to me at all? Oh, I'm sorry, I just don't get why you're caught up in this mess. But I'm not trying to guess no more. And I'm sorry, I don't know why you're pushing me to the side. I just can't handle your pride no more. It's like an evolution in your brain, burning like a fever that you can't contain. Grow into your soul, of it's cold as stone, but nobody will notice 'cause you're always on your own. Maybe it's somebody that you don't like. Will you keep letting them control your life? Don't you say you know you're gonna be alone? Why don't you take a moment to get off your throne and show me what you got? Instead of thinking that nobody cares and pushing everyone away. What you got? Instead of trying to convince yourself that nothing's gonna be okay. What you got? Instead of blaming somebody else, think you got a little more say. What you got? Won't you show me what you got? Can you show me what you got? I don't know what I envisioned, but the vision could have been wrong. Wrong, wrong.
Stunt is definitely going to be good for him as Reckless Assault comes right off the bat. Absolutely well played by second base. Kill Diana before Lulu gets a turn.
And there's a Reckless Assault.
Doesn't go for Diana first though, so he goes for the Annabelle. Very smart. I love it, OSSERU. There's a Reckless Assault.
To the Okeano.
The skill 2, it has a chance to freeze, and he gets it!
Oh my God! And Revenge from the Vertihile strikes back yet again.
You look at the sustain from Rigel and the damage. Barbara with the damage takes out Vanessa.
Vanessa down once again, so that passive not available. The Hellfire does come out against the Fran, and that will be the death.
For OSSERU. Now, Hellfire, this needs to connect. The defense break is there. The crit
Oh my gosh, the
for Hong KFC. And now look at him. Hong KFC has the turn. He's got the bomb, and it connects, and boom goes Okeano. For Futa getting the strip on 1 unit, which is more than enough for Sierra to set up the bomb and go for the detonate.
Oh wow, there we go, and it's actually
Sierra, the bomb. This is where everything got so better.
Oh my God! The bomb's not sticking there.
And look at them,
my God!
Third carbine grabs the card. Here's the attack bomb,
my
and
God.
the accurate fire. Look.
Up for Juan.
Oh no, Gianna, why are you so strong? Of course, stage to kick in as we get into the match. Here we have Gianna grabbing the first turn. She is going to be able to have a field that she can try to stun up. Of course, Patter is there. Now, looking for a potential Giant's net, push back the attack bar, and also apply that. Of course, now Poseidon can finish off the Fran, but that doesn't change the core strategy of Mr. Chung. He's still got...
Who's next? Hand the controller, it's game over. Ready for war. This is my battle, war. Please don't talk to me. Bring the sword on, no. It comes with the fee. Challenge the whole world. Deal the cards like the G. Poker face is the key. Ruins and the breeze. Take down my enemies. Deal the cards like the G. Poker face is the key. I'm next, I'm set this place on fire. I'm next, to battle through the line. Next up and rise. From the top to pay the price. From the top. Shine armor around my waist. Ay. Blood drop, another time been waste. Ay. Chop it up for me, it's a startup. Put in work in the world arena. Go, your skill is so. Ay. Big no, I'm ready to go solo. Hey, I pull up, please no photo. Hey, when I pull up, don't lose your control. Deal the cards like the G, poker face is the key. Ruins and the breeze, take down my enemies. Deal the cards like the G, poker face is the key. I'm next, I'm set this place on fire. I'm next to battle through the line. Next up and rise. From the top to pay the price. From the top.
Do you feel it? Do you see it? You have a long way to go. March down, heart pumping out of chest. March down, yeah, we need to move fast. March down, put your sword up high. March down, I was born for this fight.
서머너즈워 전 세계 최강 소환사를 가리는 SWC 2021 아시아 전역의 최강자들이 오늘 이곳에서 결전을 펼치게 됩니다. 정말 다양한 이야기와 치열한 접전이 있었던 여러 예선, 아마도 그중에 최고의 스토리를 보여줄 SWC 2021 아시아 퍼시픽 컵. 레전드 선수들의 귀환, 그리고 신흥 강자들의 약진. 과연 오늘은 어떤 이야기가 펼쳐질까요? SWC는 단 한 번도 2년 연속 우승의 기회를 누구에게도 준 적이 없습니다. 이 징크스를 깨고 5년째 끊임없이 도전하고 있는 작년 우승자 미스터 청이 다시 한번 아시아 퍼시픽컵 무대에서 도전을 시작합니다. 그리고 세대 교체를 원하는 수많은 강자들이 또 다른 아시아 퍼시픽컵 강자로 등극하기 위해 오늘 도전합니다. 이 흥미진진한 대회를 끝까지 시청해 주시길 기대하면서 챌린지 더 월드 SWC 2021 아시아 퍼시픽컵 지금 시작합니다.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the SWC 2021 APAC Cup. It's been a long road for many of these players through the preliminaries, through all years, last year's heartbreaks, and here we have 8 competitors for 3 slots in the World Championship. Hi, everyone. I'm Daniel Degon Gonzalez. Welcome, everyone. 808 channel. I see all you gadget man. Yeah. I see you being hype in there. I'm hyped too because we've got some of the best players in the most hype, successful region vying for those spots. I'm not alone. I've got my analysts here with me, as we always do here in the English broadcast. It's Stoic and Once in Love. Guys, how's it going? Stoic.
Great to be here for the APAC tournament. Very excited today.
Yeah, it's super exciting. We got some absolutely incredible players here today, and I'm just really looking forward to some top tier and very unique gameplay.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. We've got to see how the America's Cup changed the meta and shaped the meta of the world stage so far. But now we're getting to the region where they found the most success at Worlds, where the past couple of champs have been coming from. The current reigning champion still in the tournament, MR.CHUNG here, but he might not be the best player in the tournament. So it's going to be a lot of fun. So we wanted to remind everyone here, while the event is happening at the Afrika Stadium, the event is happening remote due to COVID-19 protocols. So everyone will be playing remote. It is safe. It is making sure that we will be able to have the event while preventing the spread of this darn disease. So again, it is still a magical moment, a magical tournament as we get ourselves ready. Man, it's going to be a lot of fun. Here's the overview of the tournament itself. In July 24th, that's when things kicked off. That was such a long time ago. That's when these players started attempting to qualify for the Asia Pacific Cup, which is happening tonight, or today for them. $20,000 total prize pool here, $10,000 plus the title of APAC Cup champion, $5,000 for second place, and third and fourth with the $2,500 bag, taking that one home. Here's your contenders, and this is a stacked lineup. If you would be able to handpick some of the best, almost all of them are there. SECONDBABY, MATSU is back again. Frank, one of the favorites. Jack, the reigning champion, MR.CHUNG. Diligent, who's always a favorite. Hung KFC, who's been popping up with a bunch of different styles. And OSSERU, the young gun who made his way on in, the first-time player. Guys, if we take a look at that row of players, who makes you the most excited, Once in Love?
Oh, it's got to be SECONDBABY. Youngest player ever to be an SWC, one of the highest consistent top contenders in all of the ladders. Honestly, an incredible drafter and a very good player, and has his dad 4Baby to back him up.
Stoic, how about you, man?
I mean, we've got Diligent and we've got Matsu. We've seen these two in SWC many times before, even in a world final. So it's always exciting we can bring in a couple names like that. We're definitely up for some very, very great matches today.
Yeah, every time that we get to this stage where it's like, wow, look at all these names. We had to do it in America's Cup as well. We had 4 returning America's Cup champions. It's like, man, I cannot believe it's going to get whittled down here. As we take a look at some of the data that has been coming on through from the APAC region, heavy emphasis on Lulu there on the first pick. Sierra, not a surprise. After that, Oki. Okay, so we're kind of used to seeing those picks. But what's been winning here? What do you see when you take a look at this board here, Once in Love, of the data coming out of the region?
I see a lot of aggression for the units that clean sweep. So most likely people getting, a solid first turn, clean sweep, no chance for the enemy to take any turns otherwise. But I also see a lot of Lulu first pick, which means that a lot of people are trying to play really safe, really trying to take that safety turn 2 with the HP league kind of comps.
Yeah, surprising to me here is Sierra with a under 50% win rate here. Sierra going back to the old just dropping the damage over time and not really putting any of the bombs on anyone, and it's been failing on out. As we take a look at the pre-bans and bans, Gianna being the one that's taken out the most here.
Yeah, definitely. Gianna is a very common pre-ban in this region. We know that almost every one of these players actually has a Gianna. So it's a very contested pick for that turn 1 contention. Some of these units having the upwards of 325 speed Swift sets, some of them even pushing close to 300 speed Violent sets. It's a very scary unit to give your opponent in these kind of matchups.
And here we go, the breakdown of our players and their specific matchups. So what you're seeing here are the matchups that will be happening today. SECONDBABY, obviously the youngest contestant in SWC 2021, 4Baby's second son. We've highlighted that over the last several years here. Using a lot of speed to get to the right place at the right time, and using Pontos as the attack speed leader. So something to keep his opponents on his toes. MATSU, 4 years in a row to SWC, the MATSUster of Masters. There you go. They pay me to say that. Fran with a high win rate, which is surprising because we've seen a lot of Lulu. Fran gets put on the back burner, but Fran still in the cards here for MATSU, using a lot of Younghong, Molong, and the Onimusha, which, again, for you at home not staying up to date, that changes in a couple of days. So make sure you get your arena wins now with Kinky, Kaki, and Blue Kinky. All right, let's see. Frank is next up. It's Frank and Jack in this one here. King of killing with hard damage play. And after using his Endure decks at the early stage, he switched it on up, going with the speed, using the Ryu in the center. Nikki and Annabelle, the Occult Girls, something that he loves to use. And Frank, one of the favorites maybe of some of our casters going into this tournament. We've got Jack, his opponent here, made it to the APAC Cup in his first attempt at the SWC. His two finals were all 5-set games. Lost to SECONDBABY, but then beat 4Baby. So a little bit of revenge on the family there as he was able to get himself into the APAC Cup. Next up, this great matchup. I cannot believe this is a first round matchup in the APAC Cup. It's reigning champion MR.CHUNG against every year powerhouse, perennial powerhouse, Diligent here. Made it all 5 years every time that MR.CHUNG has tried. His tall hair is key to victory. Well, I'm just going to agree with that one. Praha and Kitan Dasheng, part of the Endless CC deck with Diligent. Lots of speed. His rune quality is undeniable. Using Ganymede aggressively and likes to pull out the pocket picks, the weird picks. Uses the Han, Wunsa, Sima, and Tian Lang here. And then our final matchup in the first round, it's Hong KFC and OSSERU, the first time participant. Hong KFC showing a ton of improvement from last year. He made it in the day 2 preliminaries. His Gianna kept most people in check. Nails the game after he gets control of it after that first turn. Adapts in every circumstance, and a couple of exclusive picks, Elucia and Chloe. So we'll have to keep an eye on that as he goes up against the first timer. OSSERU's signature pick, Daphnis, the very first player to use first turn and eliminating combinations, as we've seen a meta shift here. And again, every region is different, so speed, the name of the game here for OSSERU, strong enough to bear Oberon's 57k damage off of the jump there. You take a look at what you all at home predicted. MR.CHUNG, I think that's a pretty secure prediction here with Jack number 2, SECONDBABY, MATSU, and Diligent all relatively close together along with Frank. Now I turn it over to my analyst, Stoic. Do you feel like this is accurate, or do we feel like this is a little too skewed here?
I mean, some of these numbers seem interesting indeed. I mean, MR.CHUNG at a 26%. If he has a 26% day, I think he can have that. Sure. But I mean, Diligent, I think, should be a little bit higher in there. Frank as well. But you know what? How can you disagree when you have last year's reigning champion here?
Right? I feel like that's tough. Once in Love, what do you think?
I tend to agree on that one. MR.CHUNG is a great player, but a lot of these guys are really sneaking up there. We gotta remember that Jack cleanly played through most of the early preliminary matches. I think Jack is a really strong one to look out for. SECONDBABY, definitely not someone to underlook. He's an incredible player, has so much support and an incredible system at just playing every game very cleanly. But I really think it's gonna be SECONDBABY with Diligent in the finals here. That's my prediction.
Ooh, there it is. Well, there you guys have it. Single elimination bracket matchup until you get to the semifinals. You got the third place game to figure out who the third qualifier is for the APAC Cup. It's tough, man. It is a brutal tournament in a single best of 5 single elimination bracket, right? Especially given the fact that everyone knows everyone, except maybe OSSERU, right? OSSERU is the new player. These are familiar names where you're constantly thinking about what's in their toolbox, what their rune quality is. We're not talking like, hey, this guy's at a 90% rune quality and this guy's at like 99. It's like 99.5, 99.6. Like, it is so close as we get ourselves ready for the first matchup here. It's gonna be a big one. Let's hop on in and follow the video of Second Baby. There it is. So Second Baby right there, our first competitor in that first matchup. He could follow along with some of the stats there that you see. There's that Pontus that we were talking about earlier. Okeanos as well. Gianna constantly getting banned out. Diana. And just, again, a great setup here for Second Baby to find success after going undefeated later on in the tournament. And you can see the word to the opponent, let's go, victory is ahead. Second Baby, again, trying to get revenge there for Baby, who's his father that got knocked out earlier still. There it is. You can see the cheering of the fan art. You love the fan art there. Once I love it. It seems like that actually looks a little bit like you. Did you make that? Is that you?
I mean, you know, you gotta say it looks good. I wish I could be as successful as Second Baby here, though.
When it comes to Second Baby, what do you want to see out of him, Stoic, out of the gates against MATSU?
I mean, what Second Baby has is he can definitely check back on the VODs for MATSU. MATSU has lots of background on him, so you could definitely do a lot of homework.
All right, well, let's take a look at MATSU with his video. Saw the hashtag there on the bottom. Perfect attendance from the Japanese representative, MATSU. You're gonna love his fan art. We got a quick peek at it. It was pretty sick. Here it is, his career standings. World Finals third place finisher. So that was the semifinals. And then the group stage in 2019. The preliminary in 2020 wasn't quite able to make it on out, but then gets on through day one, first place. 3-0, went through 7-1 in his set, only lost one set in that one. First pick, 5-0. So again, when he's the one in control, he's got great control of it. Fran, the one that sticks out mostly here. What else do you see here in this once in love?
So the thing I noticed most between both players actually is that first pick win rate is insanely strong. There it is. There's that fan art you were talking about, seeing that Mo Long spear alongside the Onimusha. MATSU is an incredible player. He is someone who manages to use so many different types of strategies and have so many different approaches as counters. He is probably one of the most formidable opponents for Second Baby here. So really interested to see whether or not MATSU whips out something we haven't seen yet in the tournament before, or, you know, sticks to his guns and goes for a lot of these Molong Onimusha comps.
Well, here we have it. The Korean representative against the Japanese representative. Can't believe that these two players are going head-to-head in the first round of the APAC Cup. Presented by Google Play. Level up your monsters and find your arena only at Google Play. Here it is, the quarterfinal matchup between Second Baby and MATSU. Match number one. The APAC Cup 2021 is underway. Stoic and Once in Love, take it away.
Here we go, guys. Let's kick this thing off. We've got MATSU. We've got Second Baby. Second Baby's gonna have the first pick here, and pre-bans are going out shortly.
Solid pre-bans here. Really like the Sierra pre-ban here from Second Baby. Knows he's not going to take it first, so he wants to take it away from MATSU. MATSU, incredibly high win rate with that unit. Very strong, scary unit.
See what Second Baby's going to be drafting here. He does like that Mo Long. He's going to be taking it away from MATSU.
Yeah, I've been seeing Second Baby play this a lot on the ladder lately. So Mo Long first pick is very strong. It's very hard to fight, you know, 70% damage on that skill 3 and a little bit more if you have the artifact for damage dealt to a specific element. Very good at sniping out units, but also provides you that defensive HP lead in there.
MATSU with a very safe draft. We're looking at a Connell, and then we have a Lulu being paired upside it. We have Second Baby hovering over a Molly.
I do like the Molly into the Cardinal. The glancing is pretty strong if he misses any of those debuffs, but it is only 15%, so I'm not sure if Second Baby actually likes this as a long-term pick. Pontos, an incredible setup here. Very aggressive first turn potential with that speed lead.
Ooh, it was interesting if he was going to go with that Icarus. He would have been telling a little bit about his draft very, very soon as well. I do like the adjust to the Ragdoll and the Pontos.
Well, the 100% win rate on that Ragdoll, though, is pretty scary looking there on Second Baby's side. We do know he's very effective at using it. Super fast units, that Ragdoll, essentially adding about probably 15 speed to his whole team. But MATSU leaning towards a Diana means most likely seeing a ban here on the Ragdoll.
Ooh, so the Diana and the Yunhong are being drafted by MATSU. Second Baby once again hovering over that Icarus. Does he choose to lock in the Icarus this time, or is he going to be changing it up again?
This Icarus is pretty good. I actually really like the concept of picking a Daphnis here, but I'm not sure if Second Baby uses him. Could also go for a Kaki. Onimushas are very strong in this situation, or just go for a secondary sustain option.
Yeah, the secondary sustain option, definitely a safe play here. He has a little bit of healing with that Icarus second skill as well. MATSU looking to wrap up his draft after finding out that Icarus and that Molly have been locked down.
Really like the Molly lock-in. I think Molly Ragdoll in the same field here is very effective against the Diana, so I think it tells that he's not planning on making that ban. Could be the Cardinal, most likely leaning towards last pick ban here actually against MATSU.
Well, MATSU's bringing it down to the wire. Are we going to see an Eladriel going through? And it is! This feels like a first.
Definitely a first in these tournaments. We do see it occasionally on ladder. Some people test it out in the noob room there when we're playing around with different things that we haven't seen before. I do like the HP lead on it. I do like the revive. I'm not actually sure what MATSU plans to ban here.
Well, it looks like the sustain units are getting banned out. Molly and Lulu are going to be banned here. HP lead for MATSU. HP lead as well for Second Baby. Let's go, guys. We're getting into round one between MATSU and Second Baby.
No will on that Eladriel. It's very low speed alongside the Diana, probably somewhere around the 200 range.
Definitely low speed indeed. Target of focus is going to be that Icarus. Icarus did handle that pretty well. We've got Pontos throwing up the invincibility and immunity up.
Could be on triple nemesis here, though. This could be actually a huge bait into this Mo Long. If he goes for it and wastes it, then... Oh, but a big stun from skill 2 takes down one of the wind units as well.
Great double snub with the additional turn, getting a death break on top of that Yunhong. Definitely handy indeed. Shields are going to be coming up, though, for MATSU.
I do like this. MATSU playing it very safe. Second Baby, not quite sure what he wants to do. Has to make sure that that's not Nemesis on that Eladriel before he goes for the snipe on it.
Cardinal trying to get a little bit of poke damage on that Mo Long. We've got Ragdoll with Yunhong in focus. Eladriel's going to be proccing out of that stun. He does have a second skill. He can place that right on top of the Yunhong.
Looking forward to seeing the buff for that skill 2 coming up soon. It's going to be great. And an extra turn for Diana. This is going to be a good amount of damage.
Extra turns are rolling in already. Diana possibly with that Mo Long in sight. Let's see who's going to be going after here.
A little bit risky, though, with all those crits on the field. Oh, but not enough attack bar.
Not enough attack bar at all. He's going to be looking for a stun on top of the Mo Long. Does not receive the stun here. Big sweep and waves coming in. Looking to get a silence on everybody. Not on the Diana, though.
You go for the snipe into the Eladriel here, could take it down, but he's on the lower HP side, so I don't know if he wants to take that risk.
I don't think he's going to be taking that risk here, but we do have a skill 3 coming to that Diana. Definitely not going to be enough to do anything there. MATSU's still looking pretty healthy.
MATSU needs to provoke here on the Pontos. Needs to deny the turns. Pontos can't get another skill 3.
More poke damage on top of the Mo Long. Diana possibly looking to transform here. He's got to be careful pushing the attack bar onto that Pontos, though.
I think he's just going to go in. He's trying to kill this Mo Long as fast as possible. He wants to play a timer game here. He's willing to lose his Diana as long as he can take out the Mo Long. Does have the revive from the Eladriel to protect him.
Ooh, Mo Long still holding on here. Pontos with no skills up. Going to see a little bit of poke damage probably going out on the Diana. Not finishing it off just yet.
No violent proc there for the Pontos. No way to protect that Molong for a free skill 3 snipe.
Eladriel still standing tall with all of those skills up here. Dot sitting on top of Diana. Diana is going to be dropping here. No provokes coming out on top of Pontos. Pontos does have that third skill primed and ready.
SECONDBABY a little panicked here. You can see it in the cam there. He's a little worried, missing that crit there with the ragdoll. Must be ruined on the 97-98 range. It's a little unfortunate for him.
Yeah, some pretty good damage coming out of that Yanhong on top of the Pontos. Ooh, that is definitely not a crit damage Eladriel at all.
Oh, but this 2-turn silence does have pretty good value. It actually does give SECONDBABY the chance to pop in here and go straight for that Eladriel. Not sure if he can deal enough damage, though. The glancing is up.
Ragdoll not be able to put out any damage at all with that glancing here. We've got a second skill healing up SECONDBABY's team just a little bit. We've got that third skill, and he is going to be going for it. Holy ground.
We see SECONDBABY here going for the Yanhong instead of going for the Eladriel, but the Eladriel has multi-revive, AoE revive, essentially.
I know he really has to worry about this Eladriel. Keeping the silences on him is going to be key, but we have Eladriel proccing out of those silences. He has all skills available. Building skill 2 going into that Yanhong.
Not quite sure what the strategy is here. Maybe he's hoping for the violent proc into the silence, and he gets the violent proc. Does the silence land? But it doesn't land. Eladriel's free reign.
No silence. No silence on top of the Eladriel. He's free to use that third skill, getting a big heal on top of that Diana. We do have the third skill up with that Icarus, though.
Doesn't actually need to go for the third skills, though. Can wait a turn, keeps his Yanhong alive. If Yanhong goes down here, he revives both instead. Very, very safe play from MATSU. Well calculated.
Definitely a safe play indeed. Ooh, Yanhong looking a little low. Yanhong violent proc. Yanhong's going to be falling here.
And hit the ragdoll, reflect damage. Has to play really safe. Oh, tries to go for the reflect damage self-kill to actually revive afterwards. Interesting play from MATSU here.
Definitely interesting play indeed. Dots do kill. Eladriel is going to be all set here. Does he go for the big third skill? Chooses not to. Just a little bit of poke damage. We're going to see the double revive coming out.
Double revive with the soul protections. Pretty strong here. But Diana could go down.
Ooh, Diana's holding on right now.
Needs the crit. No crit. Diana's going to be big back with HP and the attack bar. The Yanhong with the skill 3.
Yeah, beautiful charge vitality. Now Diana can go for some cycling here. Is going to be pushing that Icarus and choose to go for the shields instead.
Now wants to play safe. Knows the Icarus has skill 3. Wants to deny the one shot, even with the soul protect there.
Yeah, there's that big strip on top of the Icarus. Looking for a attack bar pushback. Cardinal's getting another additional turn here. Looking for the provoke. Does land that provoke.
Not looking very good for SECONDBABY here. A little frustrated by the violent proc. Diana's going to have a lot of value here, but the extra turn, this is pretty strong. It's not going to hit for that much.
No, not going to hit for that much at all. Diana's still standing tall. Not going down just yet. MATSU looking for some stuns here. Not really receiving anything. Glancing does not get applied either.
Cardinal skill 3. Here comes the big Psycho Cutter and the extra turn to deny the Pontos.
Cardinal with those additional turns coming out here. We've got a big skill 2 that could possibly go on top of this Icarus. Would not be good. He chooses to go for the Pontos instead.
MATSU playing this incredibly safe, slow, well calculated. I really like this Eladriel pick. It was very strong against the Molong and Karis. Really denied a lot of that turn 1 potential. And even now, we still don't know if that Eladriel's on Nemesis. So in the future game, SECONDBABY might have to take that gamble.
Yeah, quite possibly. If he's going to be transforming here, you will die to that dot, but no additional turns coming out there, hoping for a stun. Charge vitality just in time, and SECONDBABY's going to concede. MATSU taking round 1 away.
Yeah, that was really, really well played. MATSU definitely knew exactly what he was going up against. Was completely prepared to lose the first pick Molong and just had everything possible ready to fight it. That Eladriel pick was incredible. Seeing it was off Will was really scary. He couldn't go for the first turn snipe. Just really had to play around it.
It was a very good war of attrition there. A lot of sustain for both players. We needed those silences to hold off, and I don't think SECONDBABY had enough of those silences to keep that Eladriel down.
Hard to rely on that one setup as the only thing that can really hold you back, especially when the Diana doesn't need to live in these situations, right? She can rotate, deal damage, die, and come back. There's so much protection and so much healing involved that it's just really hard for SECONDBABY to gain a lot of traction in a match like that.
Well, we've got match number 2 here with MATSU and SECONDBABY. Pre-bans are out now. Yanhong and the Nephthys are getting pre-banned.
So Interested to see what the first pick is here. It could be the Molong, could be Sierra as well.
And it is going to be CR being taken by MATSU. Second Baby looking to respond.
Yeah, MATSU has incredibly tanky Sierra, and also knows that Second Baby has the, or sorry, MATSU has an incredibly tanky Sierra. Knows that Second Baby has the Gianna, so wants to break up that combo right off the bat.
Lulu being such a priority unit here. Lulu being taken by Second Baby.
Yeah, we saw that incredibly high pick rate in the stats at the beginning of the tournament, and it does show true. There it is again, the Molong Molly. A lot of sustain for both of these players. Really good comp so far.
I have a feeling we're going to see a lot of back and forth, that Lulu and Molly. Diana looks like it's coming to Second Baby side of the team with a Chung Pong as well. Does he choose to lock it in?
Oh, I don't like this from Second Baby. This is screaming for an Antares pick in here. Antares is incredibly strong into a composition like this.
Definitely a lot of options that MATSU can go with here, especially with the depth of his box as well.
Yeah, that's a lot of different things he could pick here. Cardinal's actually not bad into this either. A secondary cleanser would be good too. Something like maybe even a Veligil, something unique that we don't see super often.
Potentially going to be seeing a Juno coming up for MATSU. Going down to a couple seconds here to lock in this last pick.
Juno, Fran. So it goes for a safety Fran. Fran is probably one of his best ruined units, so it's a pretty safe pick regardless of how well it fits the actual draft. I think that MATSU still has the advantage here. That Juno Molly combination is very scary here for Second Baby. Doesn't really have a lot of damage outside of the Diana, and if the Molly stays on the field, then it's a bit of a risk.
Ooh, Second Baby locks in a Ganymede to wrap up his draft here. A lot of sustain for MATSU's side of the field.
The Ganny's actually really strong here. So Second Baby has a lot of first turn potential strength against MATSU. We don't know how fast this Molong is or this Fran is yet, so we'll have to see whether or not he actually takes first turn with that.
Gianna and Molly getting banned out. Accuracy lead for Second Baby. Speed lead for MATSU. Let's go, guys. We're getting into round 2 with MATSU and Second Baby. And we have that Fran, that very well-ruined Fran, going first for MATSU.
What an incredibly fast Molong here. Actually moving in front of this Chung Pong Ganny. I think both of these units could be on Swifts or possibly just the fastest violent sets.
Ooh, going for a skill too. Does get a couple strips there on the Lulu and the Chung Pong. Diana probably popping up some shields.
Yeah, wants to play really safe here. Wants to get that stun potential in. Wants to make the Diana move first and get out of the immunity, actually.
Diana with additional turn, a little bit of poke damage onto that CR. Dealing a good amount of damage, honestly.
With the strip. Oh, speed tuned as well. Here it is. The Sierra does move before Chung Pong and Ganny. Has a lot of potential deny here.
That bomb is coming out on top of that Chung Pong as well. Does explode and eliminates that Chung Pong.
That was a 24,000 damage bomb. Wow, MATSU with an incredibly high damage Sierra at that speed. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe it isn't the super tanky Sierra that I'm used to seeing, but that was an incredible amount of damage.
That looked like the high damage CR in this case. And we've got Second Baby looking to get rid of that very unit, maybe finding out it's not as tanky as he thought.
Has to be careful though. The Molong does still have the Reckless Assault. It could come in on the Diana. 2 units moving in front with additional damage on skill 1 will be enough to kill it.
Yeah, he's got to use it before it gets reset by that Ganymede. Aims right after that Diana. Is that going to be enough additional damage to drop the Diana? Not just yet. We do have the reset right on top of the CR. W the attack bar is not on top of the Juno though.
Not quite enough to get there, but ripping through it, that's a lot of damage. Second Baby's taking a lot of damage, doesn't have a lot of turns. MATSU is going to get a good amount of rotations here with this double Oracle composition.
Yeah, if Matsu's able to drop this Diana, it is going to be over. There's just not much Second Baby can do without having these damage dealers.
And even that Fran, 1.6k per hit, that's a lot of additional damage. You know these artifacts are prime. And there it is. Diana's going to go down.
There it is. I'm not too sure Second Baby can win here, and he knows that. MATSU taking round 2 away from Second Baby.
Yeah, MATSU had an incredibly good showing there. All right, let's see if Second Baby can pick it back, though. He has one more opportunity here. Doesn't want to lose the 3-0 to MATSU. Has a lot on his shoulders here.
Definitely has a lot indeed. You can see the pre-bands coming out right here, Ciara and Gianna. I definitely want to see a change of pace coming out of Second Baby here. Try not to be predictable. MATSU with a lot of sustain. He brought a very safe team for his first 2 matches. Let's see Second Baby possibly change it up here.
I want to see Second Baby play really aggressively here. Even though he doesn't have the Ciara Gianna combination, I think he can go in with the Nefties. He's got the Ragdoll and the Pontos. He has a lot of first-turn aggression if he's willing to use it.
And it looks like he's going to be prioritizing the Lulu in this case.
The Lulu's not so bad, though. When you got Lulu on those incredibly fast runes, like a 280 set, suddenly that could become anywhere in the draft. That could be your first turn unit. That could be your second turn unit. It really doesn't show too much.
Well, Carnal Molong is what Matsu's going to be taking here. I'm curious if Second Baby is going to go with the Molly and Okeanos here. I don't know if he's going to be taking that away or not. Those two have been really hogging those units.
I do like the Ganny Oki, but it leaves him in a kind of a weird spot because he's gonna need to pick either like a really heavy stripper or a double strip combination here. Matsu has the double HP lead, could just go for sustains, could pick, you know, his Molly. He could pick something else along the lines of that, like an Annabelle or a Yunhong. There it is. We see the Molly Yunhong again. It's a lot of sustain here for Matsu. Very, very defensive composition.
Most definitely. I can't help but favor Matsu's draft already, even though Second Baby does have the double reset, the Rika, and now he's showing the Neftis and does lock in the Neftis.
I see. So Second Baby, you gamble in the fact that Matsu wasn't going to pick any immunity. You know, the Lulu is gone. The last pick, France, still could come in, but Second Baby does have the potential to actually protect against it. This composition, any 3 of these units together are really strong. Ganny is really what links all these units together, but having your Nefties on the field with that Rika is quite scary.
Definitely scary indeed. That last pick that Matsu's going to be bringing is that Juno. That actually is a signal that he's letting that Rika through.
I don't know if he's actually going to let the Rika through. I think he understands the force ban. He needs to pick the last ban. I think we're going to see a Ganny ban here, most likely. But if not the Ganny, then I think it's going to be the Lulu for the sustain. I think Matsu might try to out-sustain him.
Ooh, Okeanos and that Juno are getting banned.
All right, so he's going for this. I think Second Baby's actually favored in this matchup. Matsu needs an extra turn early on or just enough chip damage from his Yunhong to kill a unit on the first turn.
Well, Second Baby has that speed lead for the first turn. We're going to find out if that's going to be enough. Second Baby needs to take a win to stay into this match, or can Matsu get the 3-0 on Second Baby? Let's find out. We have Yunhong taking first turn for Matsu.
Oh, into the Nefties. This is enough damage. Molong's going to get the turn, snipe the Nefties, and she's dead.
Second Baby actually went with the speed lead, and he is not taking first turn here. Those are 2 very fast units.
All right, that's actually an okay trade if he wants to make it. That's perfectly fine there. Does get the defense break on 2. Can reset the cleanser here.
Yep, drops the Neftis. Seal of Magic coming out on top of the Molly, trying to dump attack bars here. Of course, Cardinal had the will up. We're going to see big second skill going right onto the Ganymede.
There it is. Full turn immunity. Extra turn for Lulu. Not necessarily needed yet. Needs these slow debuffs here. Doesn't quite hit anything on the Molong, though. The Molly plus the off element is really tough for him to hit into.
Additional turns rolling through with the Connell, and he has Ganymede in his target.
Molong has the potential here. Could get a big stun. Stuns the Ganny, though, but Lulu with the extra turn again. Cooldowns are up already.
All the cooldowns are up already on that Lulu. Crazy additional turns here coming out of Lulu. We see that third skill once again on top of Matsu's team. Molly trying to do any healing up if possible.
Not so bad, though, because that heal block for the Nefties landing on both the Yunhong and the Molly does deny a lot of healing. This Rika combination could be enough. It could go in Second Baby's favor here.
It just might, and he gets a nice AoE stun across Matsu's units, eliminating the Yunhong. Molly needs to get some healing onto the field.
And Molly's the slow debuff as well. I think Second Baby's actually gonna be able to rotate with Rika and Ganny enough here. Another turn for Lulu keeps everyone topped off. Lulu's in such a good place here.
Yeah, Lulu in a very good place. We're gonna see a Seal of Magic coming out onto probably that Kano to drop the attack bar of Matsu's team here.
Wants to deny the cleanse here. I think he could have went onto the Molong as well. Molong does have skill 2, skill 3, but the glancing debuff on Molong does deny him that immediate turn. He needs the extra turn.
Lulu with so many turns here. It's absolutely insane. Oh, you see the sleep into the third skill once again. Ventilate back onto the Rika. Rika's going to have skills once again coming up here.
Not enough turns here from the Molong. He's getting it, but there's not enough impact. The glancing debuff was so impactful, but Lulu keeps her topped off, cleansed, and ready to go every single turn.
Here we go. More dots are coming out here. Cardinal's definitely going to be dropping. Molly with a few dots herself, trying to push that damage on top of the Molly. Lulu with just the additional turns on top of additional turns here.
Oh, but an extra turn for Molly. This does get the cleanse. This is pretty big. Cardinal's going to have an opportunity here. Needs a big stun from Molong.
Molong needs a real big skill too here. Matsu wants to get the 3-0 on top of second baby.
Not enough. Does the Rika land? She does get the stun. No extra turn here. Second baby's back at it. Fully cleansed up with immunity. The resets are going to come out. Here it is. Fire Guardian Angel getting TOA'd again.
These dots are all over the place. Rika having the game of her life right now.
Second baby gesturing. He's confused how things are dying. This Molly's keeping everything topped off and alive just barely here. But man, this is quite the match. Matsu had a pretty good early advantage, but the landing through the Molly passive with Neptune was absolutely vital, I guess, for second baby. He wouldn't have killed the Yunhong any other way.
Yeah, not at all. We got those big skill 2 that missed on all of Matsu's units here, looking for additional turns, trying to do anything that he can. He's been hoping for a defense break sitting on top of the Rika, and he hasn't been able to get it.
Well, this could be bad, though. Here it comes. Here comes Cardinal skill 3, the Sword Rain.
Only gets one stun on top of Rika, but of course Lulu has skills up. No additional turn by very much surprise from Lulu.
He keeps trying to take him down with that Fire Guardian Angel, but it's just not enough. Barely keeping his Rika out of Molong's snipe range. It's a little scary here.
Molong finally getting a stun on top of that Ganymede. We got a big skill 2 and doesn't stun anybody up there except that Karn. A little bit of poke damage onto the Cardinal. Can't do Reckless Assault yet. He still needs more HP here.
Well, we're reaching the point that does a lot of damage now. That defense break on the first hit was hitting her for 2.5k per hit. She could die here. Rika could go down. This could be the 3-0.
Oh, does not finish it off, and Lulu's gonna be there with additional turns again.
And here's the reset to deny the Molong again. And this match just keeps going back and forth. This is incredible.
So many additional turns coming out of this Lulu. I feel like Matsu's saying, is it patch day already?
Oh man, he needs the patch day there to take down that Lulu skill 2. But Rika could do it here. The additional damage from skill 3 could be enough to kill the Molong. Just shy the damage.
Needs to drop anything with this Rika skill 3.
And you can see him there throwing his head back. Oh, the Molly took another turn. She's still alive. Oh, this is such a crazy, wild, close match. Oh, but the Lulu!
Additional turn for the kill! Lulu coming through, dropping the Molly here. Exactly what second baby needed so that he could progress into one more match up against Matsu.
Part of me wants to call this the longest match, but we know there was that Lulu and Molly draw in the prelims for APAC. What an incredibly close match there. Neck and neck for both players the entire way through.
I want to say we got to give it a hand. Give it a hand to give it a hand to Lulu, but that's a rough one in the seat of Matsu.
Oh man, Matsu played it cool though. No reactions from him at all. That through that entire match. Second baby, hands are up, head's flinging back. He is into it. He's feeling the pressure right now.
Well, we got a game 4, guys. A game 4. This is all we always want to see, the game 4 into the game 5, and second baby was able to pull it off. Here we are, guys. Matsu second baby pre-bans from last time this year on the Gianna. Those are now going to be available going into this round 4.
I'm interested to see if they swap pre-bans this time. There it is. There's the Juno pre-ban. A little bit of different setup here from second baby. Wants to rely on his TOA potential comps here with that Oki and the Rika.
I mean, I hope we don't see something that he already did. I think he has to definitely play something that Matsu's not going to be ready for. So he has to be unpredictable if he can. And CR is going to be the first thing that Matsu's going to be taking away. Let's see what second baby's going to be resorting to. And it's the Lulu Carnal.
I think he really needed to take the Molong there, to be perfectly honest. I think the Molong is more valuable to him than the Carnal. I think the Molong Lulu is a better combination, strictly because of how much damage this this Sierra does with her bombs. But Diana's a good into this. He's got a lot of potential, but he knows that that's a Swift Yin Hong, so you have to play it safe.
Well, Diana and one of the units going to be coming out for second baby, and it is going to be a Gianna here.
Gianna. I wonder what his last pick is going to be. Part of me really hopes he picks a speed lead. I think Pontos is pretty okay here, but I think he needs something more aggressive just because he already has the Lulu. Matsu has like a good balance of aggression and defensive nature just because the Yin Hong does give him the first turn. It gives him, if he strips, he gets the attack bar and then does have the skill 3 to push again for a second rotation.
Well, let's see what he's going to be bringing here. And he is going to be bringing a Daphnis. We get a Daphnis Mo long draft coming out of Matsu. Second baby looking to respond after seeing this Daphnis here.
I really like this Daphnis pick. I think Daphnis is incredible here. I think it's really, really good because it's really strong against Lulu comps. Alexandra, though, is something I would not expect, especially before the buff to her. I don't know if this is going to be enough or what's going on here. I think we're going to see a Molly ban.
I am so surprised to see this Alexandra here, but this is exciting for a game 4. Exciting that second baby is going to be changing it up here. Let's see what they ban out.
And I did ask for this. I did ask for second baby to do something a little wild, a little crazy, and hopefully it works out because, I mean, that is a unit that's going to be on people's radar soon.
Well, Carnal and that Yon Hong are going to be banned out here.
Second baby praying there in the corner. Putting his prayers out for a 4th match. I think he can make, or sorry, a 5th match. Sorry, correct me there. But we'll have to see who takes first turn here between that Sierra Daphnis combination and this Gianna.
Well, let's see. We've got round 4. Matsu, second baby. Can second baby take us to a game 5, guys? We're going to find out. Bomb sits on top of Molly. Everyone gets stunned up.
That Molly is so fast. The Molly able to cleanse immediately on first turn here. Who does he want to give it to, though? Gives it to the Daphnis.
Runs up the Daphnis, Daphnis with the prepared skill 3, possibly going into the Diana. Does get the death break. The damage is not going to be enough. No additional turns coming out of Matsu's units here.
Oh. Second baby sitting there praying for no kill. And here it is, the big damage potential here. I wonder if she's on Despair, though. And she is on Despair.
Ooh. This unit is on Despair. Double stuns out there on top of CR and that Daphnis. Definitely surprising Matsu. This is exactly what second baby needed. We might be seeing that game 5 after all.
He's rocking his head. He's having a good time. He sees his Alexandra, the pocket pick, ready to go. A lot of damage output here.
Ooh, bomb goes off, stuns up that Molly. We get the additional turn coming out of the Ciara. Attack buff bomb is going to be coming out probably onto the Diana.
Attack broken bomb, but he misses anyways. No bomb from Matsu. Matsu is in shambles this match.
Most definitely. Bomb's going to be coming out on top of that Molly. Does Molly have the skill 2 to cleanse up that bomb? Skill 1 right into the Ciara. Ciara needs a violent proc for an additional bomb coming out.
No additional turn. Here it comes. The Despair stun again potential. Another reapplication of attack break. Oh, and there goes Sierra.
Ciara's going to get dropped here. And we've got Mo Long primed ready with a second skill.
Goes for the 3rd skill. Snipe takes out the Diana, takes the trade. I don't think that Matsu can come back from this. It's not looking super strong. That Gianna's a little scary here. Oh, but there's so much damage coming out from that Alexandra. Not needing crit anymore when she's in human form. She can just rotate so much crit damage for free.
Yeah, Matsu's going to need the additional turn right here with the Molly. Does not receive it. Skill 1 finishes up the Daphnis. That's going to be it. We're getting into a game 5.
There it is. Second baby showing us he knows how to fight it. He's ready for the game 5.
There we go. That's what we needed to see. We needed to see a change of pace. Second baby brought in their huge Despair stuns. Alexandria taking him into that game 5.
Oh, I'm so happy to see a unit like that come out. Showcased even before the buff. Just shows how powerful she is. Because you know what she did in that match isn't getting buffed or changed for the future. Just her defensive nature in pony form.
Very exciting. We've got game 5 with second baby and Matsu. Let's hope they stay the course and we see more creative drafting from both of them. Last round pre-bans, we've got that Juno and the Nephthys. Probably going to be seeing that Ciara and Gianna once again in the pre-ban list.
Oh, Yin Hong changes up the pre-ban this time. Could take the CR first, actually, here. Maybe that could be the play. I do like that he pre-banned the Juno, though. I feel like he immediately knew he wanted to pick that Alexandra right then and there.
Well, here comes the first pick from second baby. Does he choose to take that Ciara away from Matsu? Matsu will definitely have to make an adjustment here. Ooh, and no, he goes with the Lulu.
I do like the Yinhong ban, even if he doesn't take the Sierra, though, because he banned the Yinhong in the last match, knowing that she took first turn against him because of like her speed on the Swift set, right? So I think in this situation, SECONDBABY knows that the Yinhong might be the biggest trouble that he has for anything. The Molong or the Yinhong snipe into the Molong is really hard for him to fight.
CR Molong is what Matsu is going to be drafting here. So he's sticking with that CR, taking that Molong away from SECONDBABY. SECONDBABY looking to pick up a Connell here.
The Cardinal Diana, I think. Diana's really safe in this situation. Oh, Ragdoll is good too. Ragdoll's pretty safe.
See what he locks down. Took that Ragdoll away.
I want to see Diana. He doesn't need to pick the Ragdoll until the last round. Oki is decent for aggression, but I don't think I think he really wants to play a committed safe turn 2 here.
There it is. The Diana is coming out for SECONDBABY. I think that's the better decision here.
Yeah, as they say, Cavallo OP, Cavallo OP. That Diana has done a lot of these matches. We even saw it with the Dark Pony as well. We'll have to see.
Ooh, a very similar draft to last time. CR Molong and the Molly once again coming out being paired up with these units.
Matsu really likes that Molly. Molly Daphnis again into this. He knows his Daphnis doesn't do enough damage to kill this this Diana, but also, you know, he has the HP lead opportunity there. So I'm not actually sure if Daphnis is really that great into this setup. Oh, Alexandra coming back on the field again.
Ooh, Alexandra and the CN possibly coming up for SECONDBABY. I'm almost expecting to see a Fran coming out of this Matsu.
I think this is an incredible setup. I think no matter what, though, last pick is banned here against Matsu. If it's the Antares, it's going to be banned. If it's a Fran, it's going to be banned. No matter what it is, I really like that SECONDBABY locked in 2 really strong last picks here. Having the Sion be able to deal with all these units from, you know, getting sniped out, as well as having that Alexandra there, damage reflection, so it's hard for the Daphnis to go in, but also the attack break and glancing.
And it is going to be an Antares. Antares coming out for Matsu, wrapping up his draft here. Bans are going to be coming out.
I think it has to be a Sion ban, doesn't it? He could go for the Cardinal if he wants to ban out the HP lead, but like Lulu for the sustain, or it has to be the Sion because the bombs from the bombs are so strong.
Yep, CN and Antares are going to be banned out here. Guys, we have a game 5 on our hands with SECONDBABY and Matsu. Leader skills are going to be picked in a second. I would imagine we're going with a speed lead and an HP lead for SECONDBABY.
Excited to see how this one turns out.
Definitely excited indeed. In this game 5, here we go. That very fast Molly taking first turn for Matsu.
Yeah, Matsu needs to play safe enough to live through here. Could go for the snipe right away into that Diana, but could also go for the Cardinal.
Chooses to go for the Alexandra instead as he goes for the skill 3 on the Alexandra as well. He does not get the death break. Is that going to be enough to finish it off? It is not going to be enough here. Ciara needs to go for a first skill, finish off the Alexandra there. Gets the additional turn as well.
I just want to note that after buff, that will be a totally different setup because that reflect goes on everybody. So that's going to hurt way more than it did in this matchup. I think SECONDBABY, even losing Alexandra, has pretty good setup here, is able to take out the Molong in first turn. All cooldowns are gone, and Cardinal's about to go ham.
Yep, they're just swapped units here, but the advantage that SECONDBABY has is that Cardinal getting the stun on top of the Ciara and the slows on that Molly and the Daphnis.
Yeah, I think SECONDBABY wants to go all in on the Sierra, take it down, and then maybe try to play safe around the Daphnis. But it is a little bit risky with Daphnis being on the field in the way that he is.
Yeah, he definitely wants to get rid of that Daphnis here. A lot of poke damage coming out. Just going to see the shields. Oh, choosing not to go for the shields. Big skill, too. Gets stripped of the shield, and more damage is being applied to that Ciara.
Pretty lucky here, not missing a single one of his crits with a 15 glance. There's the extra turn and the stun, though. Diana's going to take it down.
SECONDBABY with the fist in the air. He knew he needed that one there. Big strip, lots of damage on top of Ciara. Looking so good for SECONDBABY. Looks like SECONDBABY's going to be taking this one, and he's going to be moving forward. SECONDBABY takes down Matsu.
SECONDBABY with the reverse sweep.
There it is. You can see the face of emotion there that SECONDBABY had. Pushed to the back foot, losing his first matchup ever in SWC 2021 as the first pick, and it looked doom and gloom. It looked like he was outdrafted. It looked like he was outruined. It looked like the speed timings were right of MATSU, but SECONDBABY dug deep. He played both sides of the matchup, had to win on both sides of the matchup, was able to do so. A lot of the times in these best of fives, you just see people trading wins back and forth. SECONDBABY had to do it the hard way, able to do it the hard way, and moves on to the semifinals of the APAC Cup. And regardless, we'll have the opportunity to play for a world spot after a huge comeback against the Japanese representative, MATSU. Again, MATSU every year brings it, has an opportunity to make it on through, has SECONDBABY on the back foot, and we got to see what this young man was made out of here in the highlight story.
That's right. I mean, MATSU, he started off really strong. These two were both playing a war of attrition, a lot of sustain for both of them, but then SECONDBABY was able to change up that pace, and I think that's what he really needed here, was that aggressive draft. MATSU was very brilliant bringing that Eladriel there. I thought the Eladriel was phenomenal. I might even start to prepare one for myself later on going into the next season as well. But you know what? That's what we needed to see from SECONDBABY. We were asking for the change of pace, and we got that change of pace. And that's where he turned it around from a 2-0 deficit to getting that Game 5 victory over MATSU. Definitely proud of SECONDBABY here.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of occult girls popping up here. But the original one, Rika, coming up huge here as the catalyst for the turnaround. Procs after procs. I was looking at the chat, again, channel 808, be there or be square. A lot of people complaining about Lulu, as Lulu was the one that was able to get the kill there on Molly. And then just this comeback here, continuing on for SECONDBABY, catching MATSU off guard, Molly sitting by herself. Yep, thank you very much, we'll take that win. And then closing it off, the Molong not able to get it done here, as SECONDBABY realizing right here, he's got it. Good trade.
Yeah, we definitely got to give it to MATSU, though. He played incredibly clean, but SECONDBABY just managed to prevail with that sick drafting, the adjustments we were looking for. He came to the field with it.
He definitely did. Again, we take a look at how this one shook up here. And you see it, you know, MATSU up 2-0. You kind of wonder, you know, maybe there was a little bit of a choke, maybe not. We'll find out. You know, I guess based off of how the audience will take back from that one. But it's SECONDBABY, the one that is moving on here. I just want to reiterate again, guys, just a reverse sweep. What it takes mentally, what it takes from you know, your ego, what it takes from your game plan when you fall behind in a series like that, Stoic, like that takes some serious resilience.
It really does. And you could see a lot of it. He was thinking much deeper in his drafts. We watch him pop units up there, take those units back, and he would go back and forth with these, just like he was doing before when he was showing, did he want to go with the Diana? Did he want to go with an Okeanos? He kept changing it up, and he made the right decisions coming out with the Diana there, and he was just trying to think about all those previous matches. So throwing it all together like that, good on SECONDBABY. Being a newcomer into SWC, he did a great job thinking on his toes in a moment like that.
Yeah, I think, again, just when you combine that with the fact that you get an unlucky proc sometimes and just not quite able, and also realizing some of his wins came on very lucky cycles of like Lulu and Rika being able to go back and forth. You have to balance both your draft with the, you know, your rune setup, right? Not all of them were set up on violent. Sometimes we had some that were set up on despair. So again, SECONDBABY, a formidable opponent, and now possibly proving his worth as a world's contender. This could be huge here for SECONDBABY, and you can only imagine how proud 4Baby is of his second child, now moving a step closer, not only to the APAC Cup, but just the World Championship in general, right? A huge victory there for SECONDBABY. And again, one more time for MATSU for always being there, being consistent, right on the cusp of glory, on the cusp of making it out of the single elimination quarterfinal into, you know, theoretically a double elimination, right? If you make it to the semifinal and lose, you still have that third, fourth place battle for the World Championship spot, but wasn't quite able to get it done here. What is one thing that you would have wished to have seen MATSU do here, Stoic, to possibly have gotten over that hump?
I mean, I think he did all he could. They were bringing a lot of sustain. We saw a lot of back and forth between Lulu, Molly. They were swapping this everywhere, but I mean, they were both playing a sustained kind of game.
All right, here we go. We're kicking off the second match with our second pair of players. Let's take a listen to Frank. Frank highlighting the Nikki there. The Savage Damage Munchkin. Not sure what these hashtags are. You look it up. I'm sure we'll have a lot of content around that. Frank working his way on in. And Stoic, you had a lot to say about Frank as he was able to go undefeated in his APAC Cup run 3-0. Lost two sets, but still undefeated throughout.
I mean, I still think Frank's one of the stronger opponents here for all these people. I think he's got a phenomenal box. I think he's got phenomenal rune quality here. Frank has potential of taking the championship home today.
Yeah, you see the Moore, Okeanos, the Young Hong. You got the M. Bison, Connell, that's over there, and then the Nikki that is rolling there. I love that little word there that he has for him. Jack, I'm sorry that you'll be eliminated by me. And there it is. The you can't see behind the shades, but you know that's masterful through him. And look at the look at the units below as well. I think that's a Ryu and a Bison, right? And a Nikki right there.
It's a Ryu, a Bison, Shu, and a Nikki. That's adorable.
I love these fan arts. I'm sorry I couldn't see who created that one. I would give you the shout out if I could. I'll step closer to the monitor next time. But Frank, he's got a big matchup against Jack, his opponent here, as we should be hopping into his right now.
저도 꼭 3등 안에 들어서 월드 파이널에 꼭 진출하도록 하겠습니다.
I know you saw that one once in love. I love that. The Korean Harry Potter right there. That one's really good.
Yeah, for sure. You saw me laughing. Huh?
Yeah, I saw you laughing there. I got a good one right there. So Jack sliding on in, the jackpot, as they like to call him. Part of that Sierra group that wants to first pick Sierra. Not the most winningest Sierra that we've seen, but 4-3, so able to get some wins there. Lulu as well, so a bit more sustain as we saw into that first matchup there. Cardinal and Gianna as well. But again, didn't make it through unscathed. Had to do it in day number 2 after dropping one of the matches. Went 9-5, so has a couple of losses there to learn from. Cute little, again, another cute little word to opponent. Please be nice to me, Frank. Let me see this art here. Okay, Jack B, a Royal Rotor. And it's a Korean player. I can't read that. So something, 1, 2, 3, 4. But you see Jack holding the Jack of clubs. I'm not sure exactly why it's clubs instead of like spades or hearts, but Jack right there, formidable opponent. Once in love. How do you adjudicate this matchup here between these two players?
Jack literally said that I want to make it to 3rd place, so I think he's going for it. He knows he wants to get to World Finals, and honestly, I think Frank might underestimate him a little bit here. It's going to be a scary setup, but Frank has some incredible runes, and we love to see that, Nikki. We saw it in America's Cup. We'd love to see it again in APAC Cup. I really hope this goes to a Game 5. You know, we always love to see a full set. Both opponents just swapping things up.
Well, here we go. The quarterfinals match number 2 of the APAC Cup, presented by Google Play. Level up your monsters and check out the arenas only on Google Play. We're here. Jack, Frank, take it away. Stoic and Once in Love.
That's right, Jack and Frank. We have our first match between the two of them. Pre-bans are out. We have the Lulu and the Water Ryu getting pre-banned, and Jack looking to lock in that Connell already.
I do like Jack's pre-ban on the Water Ryu there. Knows that Frank has a terrifying Water Ryu comp. His Water Ryu is incredibly strong, but he takes the Cardinal first, giving an opportunity for Okigani. Frank not sure. Does he want the Sierra? Does he want the Oki? Both are very strong combinations here to set up early.
I really like that Okigani before from Frank, but he swapped it up, and now he's got Gani CR double wind.
Double win. Jack, unsure if he wants to go for a turn 1 composition here. Could take a speed lead to contend. It did lose the water wheel already. But Molong is always an option. We can always see a Molong Lulu here.
Could definitely see a Molong Lulu. Looks like we're going to be seeing a Jamire Yun Hong instead coming out of Jack.
Maybe Jack's going to take a page out of Big V's book there. Go for a last pick tableau composition. Whew, Frank slapping down a Woundsaw, though. Not afraid to take turn 1 against Jack.
Definitely not afraid to take turn 1 at all. Woundsa's coming up with an Okeanos. I do like this draft coming out of Frank. Very strong. A lot of control.
Yeah, the double reset there is really effective against a Samoth pick, so we'll deny, and a Vanessa, will deny a 33 most likely here. Could see a second speed lead out of Jack since Frank has it as a last pick option. I would really, really like to see a Verd. I know it's a little wild, but I think Jack might go for it if he doesn't commit to the turn 1.
See what Jack's going to be going for. Taking it down to the wire. Hovers a Fran and a Gianna wrapping up Jack's draft here.
Interesting. I'm a little shocked on the Fran. I think the Gianna is a really good pick because the 2 Swift contention units with the speed lead into this Woundsaw are very good, because if Frank picks the second speed lead and it's a Chiwu or something, it has to outspeed, right? Because he can ban the Woundsaw. Oh, wow. Okay, that's a bit interesting.
And we're going to be seeing a Chiwu coming out of Frank for double speed leads. I'm curious if Jack is happy with that Fran and Gianna. He had an interesting look in his eyes when he locked those units in. He went down to the wire on him, so we'll see how it's going to play out for both of them.
I think we're going to see the Jamire ban here. I think he's going to ban out the faster speed lead. We're going to see Woundsaw on the other side.
Ooh, Fran and Okeanos getting banned out.
So Jack's playing to survive past the first turn, but it has to be careful because Sierra rotates 3 turns in here with the Ganny reset pushback.
That's right. Well, speed leads for both players, Jack and Frank. We're getting into round 1 between the two of them. Here we go, guys. And we have the Woundsa taking first turn. Does not get the strip on top of that Kano, though. Chiwu's going to be ready to do so as well.
Needs this strip pretty badly, and he misses it. There's the resistance.
Massive resistance here.
Changed.
Seal of Magic's going to be coming out from this Ganymede.
Frank's plans are gone. Everything's changed. The match is completely different now.
Gets a reset on top of the Yan Hong. Bomb's going to be coming out here. Cleanse is still up with that Jamire, though. He does have his skills up still.
Yeah, really wants to blow this bomb up, though, because of the Cardinal skill 3 coming out. A bit too risky to try to rotate the skill 1 here.
Ooh, and the additional turn. That should be enough damage to drop that Yan Hong. Looking heavily favored in Frank's side of the field already.
Chooses not to go for it, though. Knows he's going to get the kill there with the Woundsaw. Wants to chip damage into the Gianna instead. There's no healing here.
There's Woundsa with the big skill 2. Does drop that Yan Hong. Big Sword of Rain coming out from the Connell onto Frank's team. Frank just has a couple slows to worry about.
Yeah, really needed to land that stun there on the Ganny. This could be bad. He could actually rotate this ventilate into the Sierra if he wants to take a risk. Drop the Sierra bomb on the Cardinal right away, take the death for it.
Well, Gianna's got bombs ready as well. All skills up on the side of Jack. Bomb does land on top of the Chiwu. We're going to see a first skill trying to rotate as much attack bar as possible. Here comes that bomb, and he's going to be chancing losing his CR here.
I think he has to do it. It just depends on if he goes for the Cardinal. And the resistance Cardinal with 1,000% resistance here. Triple resist to the... It's today's game.
That was a massive resist coming out of the Connell. That's exactly what Jack needed to stay in this game. Big skill 2 on top of the Ganymede, not looking good. Gets the additional turn as well, lands that provoke. Bomb is going to be coming out onto the wound. So first skills down that Ganymede. And this is anyone's game right now.
Well, it's not looking good. Those 2 bombs are a lot of damage. This Woundsaw will not have any sort of healing from this. It's going for Jack here.
Definitely not anyone's game anymore. Jack takes down Frank.
I really hope that going into this next match, Jack adjusts his draft. As you can see there with the Jamire lead, his Yunhong was actually still behind the Woundsaw. So I think hopefully he's going to keep that in mind going forward into the match. He's not trying to challenge that Woundsaw to equal leads again.
Well, let's see how this round 2 goes here. Frank's going to make a little bit change to his draft, hopefully. Let's see what Jack does to hold off Frank one more time.
I love how we see the Lulu Water Ryu pre-bans. You gotta respect it when these are the units that get banned compared to like a Gianna or a Yinhong. You know, there's units that really contest turn one. You know, Jack respects the win rate that Frank has with this unit, and vice versa. We respect the Lulu as Guardian players.
And we've got new pre-bans coming out. This looks a little bit better now in SWC. Gianna getting pre-banned and Ganymede.
Yeah, the Gianna pre-ban is pretty scary. You gotta take that unit out. There's too much to lose when she can get a turn here. I want to see a Sierra first pick. Oh, but no, there it is. There's the Cardinal, immediate first pick.
Yeah, very fast Fire Bison being locked in by Jack. I'm sorry, Frank.
Response could be good here. We could see something standard, Sierra Lulu. We could see an Oki. We could see Oki Lulu.
Very standard coming out of Jack. Goes with a CR Lulu. Frank covering over a Chung, Pung, and Water Ryu. That got banned out last time. Water Ryu now coming through.
Here it is. 2 seasons ago, this was super meta. Even now, it's actually still pretty good. But Frank bringing it back, showing it's going to be super, super strong and effective in a match like this.
Well, let's see how Jack's going to be reacting here. Now that Chung Pung Water Ryu is laid down, he's going to be going with a Yan Hong and Mo Long. I'm almost expecting to see a Diana coming out of Frank here.
We could definitely see a Diana last pick here for Jack. I think Frank is actually going to commit to a really aggressive comp. We know he's got that wound saw, so doesn't actually need the speed lead from this Water Ryu. He could pick just about any support CC here. Charlotte could be really effective. We could see a John if he wants the bombs.
Ooh, does he choose to lock in the Nikki? And he does. Locks in that Nikki for Frank's side of the field.
Nikki's pretty scary here. I think we most definitely wanted to see the Ganny there. He wanted to see the Ganny, but pre-ban does take it away from him. I really hope Jack takes a Diana here, but the additional damage might be too much for him to deal with.
Let's see what Jack's going to be drafting. They really are taking all their time they need in these drafts.
Oh, there it is. There's the bird I wanted to see last match. But this time, I was actually looking for a Samoth here. I wanted to see if Jack had a gamble on the Samoth with the either a Vampire build or a Despair build. Maybe ban that Chung Pung out.
Well, ban's going to be coming out here, and we have... I'm not too sure.
I think it's Bird Nikki. Bird Nikki or Bird Chung Pung. Bird's got to go.
And the Vertiheel and the Water Ryu are going to be banned out here. So no more speed leads for Jack's side of the field. He does an HP lead, but speed lead on the side of Jack.
I see. So the bird has to go. He keeps the speed lead, so he gets turn 1, and he kills a unit with the Molong here.
Big skill, too, coming out for Jack. Able to boost up his attack bars here, but not going to matter too much with this wound. So with the full team strip and attack bar reduction,
I don't know if you saw that, but Jack's face is mouth wide open when he didn't actually get to move before that wound saw.
massive damage from the Nikki, and there you have it. Frank takes a demanding round 2 away from Jack.
I said it last time, he's got to respect that wound saw speed. I know he knew he had the speed lead, but I guess he just wasn't expecting it to be that fast. Frank does have some of the best runes in all of Summoner's War. People need to be afraid of that. They need to respect the base speeds on these units.
He needs to respect that damage. Nikki just laid down the law.
Yeah, Nikki absolutely obliterated that team. Everything was gone in the blink of an eye. If you blinked or looked away, someone called you over, it was gone. The match was over, and you were like, wow, Frank won already.
I was expecting to see a Nikki pre-ban here, but it looks like Yan Hong and Water Ryu are going to be the pre-bans in this game number 3.
I think Jack's frustrated. That might be his only unit to actually contend Frank on Swift set here, because I don't know if he has anything else that can Escher or anything for that first turn push. Jack has to be really careful. He needs to really, really contend Frank.
And he's going to be taking a Lulu to contest against him.
I don't think this is going to work so well for him. Jack really needs to play more aggressively into Frank, or he needs to take away these cleave units from him.
Well, Fire Bison and Chung Peng being drafted by Frank. Jack needs to respond to the very fast ruined units by Frank.
I think Frank picks Chiwu Oki or Chiwu Gani and a Woundsaw last. Jack needs to contend whatever that is, knowing he has to ban the Chiwu or the Woundsaw and play against it.
Ooh, I'm not too sure he wanted that Mo Long. Looking at that reaction as it blinked out and came right back.
I want him to pick the Chiwu now, so he can be flexible with his last pick between the Nikki or the Gani, but it's so hard because Gani is so safe when you have a fast unit like Woundsaw. The thing is, you know his last pick has to be Chiwu in this situation. The Watery is gone.
Well, let's see what Jack's going to be drafting. Does he possibly take the Chiwu away? No, he's opting for that second turn for sure. Vertihill's coming out with the Hay Gang as well.
Hay Gang's not bad. I actually like the Hay Gang here. Notice that Jack actually ran out of time in his prior draft with that Molong. I don't think he was intending to pick that. I think you're 100% correct there. So there it is. There's the pretty aggressive standard draft we were going to see here from Frank. I think Frank might chance it into that Verd, though, this time and ban out the Hay Gang because most likely the Chi was going to go.
Let's see what these bans are going to be. I do love how animated Jack is. You can definitely see his reactions with this draft right all over his face here. And you are right. The Vertihill's actually the one getting banned out, and the Chung Peng's getting banned out on the side of Frank.
Chung Peng actually, in hindsight, makes a lot of sense, though. He's got 3 water units and a wind unit, and he can't deal with the resets.
Most definitely speed lead for both players here. We're going into round 3, guys. Here we go. We've got Frank take a first turn with that Woundsaw.
I actually really like Jack's draft here. He has the potential to safely play against a Carnal. Carnal needs a lot of value here. He needs to land a lot, and they need to basically kill a unit before that Luna gets some extra turns here.
Ooh, big skill 2 on top of that Ciara with the reset on top of Lulu. Does get full attack bar on top of everybody. You can tell Frank is really trying to get rid of that Ciara first.
I think he could have rotated that a little differently, though. Frank could have thrown the skill 2 from the Bison just to move in front, and then skill 3, and then get the full value reset here from the Gani. He didn't quite need to throw the skill 3, but I do value the slow debuff going up right away.
And there you have Frank's able to drop that Ciara there, looking for some stuns, gets a little bit of value, keeping down that Ganymede.
No ventilate here. Oh, so much additional damage, though. These units are getting absolutely ripped apart.
Oh, and it is enough. Frank's able to drop that hanging. Not looking good for Jack. He can take all the additional turns that he wants here, but he does have a Lulu and Molong. He can keep this unit alive.
He needs to take one of these out pretty quick here. If Molong sets up a proper snipe into either the Carnal or sorry, correct me, the Fire Bison or the Gani here, it's not going to be very good. And there it is. There's the big snipe on Vampire too. So there's no violent proc here from the Molong.
Goes for the big skill 2, heals up a whole lot. You're gonna see a skill 2 possibly going out. Oh, it is going out onto the Lulu here. Ventilate's going on to the Carnal.
I don't know if he's going to be able to do enough damage to actually control. I think Jack might actually survive and win out with Lulu and... Oh, maybe not. Fire Bison wants to say otherwise. The additional damage, regardless of the element, does a lot and will eventually rip these units to bits.
Yeah, there's that big skill 3. Not able to get anything on top of that Lulu. Is that going to be enough to finish off the Ganymede? No, Gani is going to be staying alive here.
Oh, and the extra turn Lulu does top
additional
himself.
turns! So many additional turns coming out of Lulu today. Able to finish off that Ganymede. Looking pretty good for Jack again.
Yeah, that's that Inhale Magic is pretty strong. Doing 20% of your max HP to the enemy is very, very good in this situation. But Frank not able to chip through that Lulu. Lulu's one turn out healing the entire Inhale Magic just on skill 1.
Yep, Jack might be able to take Frank here with all the sustain that he has on the side of his field. There's 2 fire units for Frank, and Molong's going to do fairly well here.
Yeah, Frank had a little bit of trouble there. You know, the Chiwu last pick into the Hay Gang and Bird needed to ban the Bird, which meant the Speed Lead came out.
Expecting to see some massive Lulu damage on top of the defense broken Woundsaw.
I think this is the war of attrition that I really, really don't see Frank winning this, to be honest.
Needs to land a defense break once again on top of this wound. So does get that defense break as well. Psycho Crasher's coming out once again on top of this Lulu and Mo Long. Doesn't land any of the negative effects here though.
Yeah, there's just not enough. Lulu just keeps topping him off. Mo Long's going to kill with these defense breaks in the skill 2. Skill 2 here is going to deal quite a bit of damage unless he lands a sleep from the wound saw.
Does get the
Call it a
2-turn
caster's
sleep on top of
curse.
the Mo Long. Call it a caster's curse. Does Lulu have anything prepared though?
There it is. There's the cleanse. The problem is he just doesn't have enough healing on his team to deal with this Lulu.
Yeah, there's that Reckless Assault, and that's exactly how this match is going to go. Does Frank choose to concede, or is he going to be taking his time here, thinking about the next match already?
That Reckless Assault was actually a little bit too reckless. Had the Cardinal triple crit there and then maybe a Violent Proc, it might have been just enough to kill the Mo Long. I do think that Lulu still wins the 1v1 against the Bison, but maybe not with the Bison and the Chiwu, considering how fast Frank is.
Well, if there was a lesson we learned today, that Lulu will not let its units down here. Lulu with all the sustain in the world, beautiful additional turns, able to keep up that Mo Long to full once again. Lulu just being an extremely safe pick here.
Yeah, we see it. That first pick Lulu doing a lot of value into something like Frank's draft. Frank really needed a little bit more aggression. The Ganny was strong, the Ganny was good, but maybe something a little bit more control-wise. You know, Charlotte, could have seen Savannah, could have seen the aggression from the Savannah, but that's not quite what we were
The third Psycho Crusher finally coming through, actually getting a slow now on top of the Mo Long. Lulu dropping the Chiwu, and it's just a lonely Fire Bison.
And I don't think we're going to see it tonight. I do not think we are going to see the craziest comeback in the history of all Summoners War. It's not going to happen. This Cardinal, this Fire Bison is trying his absolute best, but it's just not enough. Lulu is just really strong with that healing.
And there's the Reckless Assault. Jack taking round 3 away from Frank.
Yeah, so we're seeing a little bit more back and forth here. We got the 2-1 going on. A little bit more common to what we usually see. However, the 2 back-to-back. I don't know if any of these players can string it together, but they really need to right now, because when this goes down to a game 5, it's going to be really tough.
Let's see if Lulu is going to be that key unit for one of these players here. They're going to take the Lulu away. We'll find out. We've got the pre-bans from last time. Yanhong and Water Ryu now available going into round number 4.
I think the Lulu pre-ban is pretty safe. I also think that banning Mo Long is pretty good here if he doesn't plan on taking it. Jack relies a lot on that Mo Long.
Ooh, Gianna and Okeano is going to be the units pre-banned in this round 4.
Oh, interesting. So Frank most likely taking the M Bison first pick. Jack probably going to respond with Mo Long Lulu or Sierra Lulu.
So quick to hovering over that Fire Bison already. Frank does lock in that Fire Bison. See if that Sierra Lulu comes out or a combination of Lulus coming out for Jack.
I want to see Mo Long Lulu more than I want to see Sierra Lulu. I don't think Sierra gives Jack as much value as he puts it. Like, he does get the speed lead out of it, but no. I guess we'll have to see. We'll give it a chance against the Water Ryu here.
Yeah, there's the Water Ryu and that Chung Peng. I feel like he has to take that CR to at least show that he could possibly contest for the speed, having that speed lead.
He does have the Yanhong, so like Yanhong Mo Long is still an option, but it's basically the same draft, and he lost this draft very convincingly last time, right? The Woundsaw can come out if he bans the Water Ryu for the speed lead difference. Like, it's just a hard matchup either way.
And most definitely, Jack's got to make some sort of change here to not get a repeat of that match from before. And he's changing up a lot of units here. Let's see if he does like that Diana and Juno pick.
Well, I don't think he likes it. He's not looking super happy about it. I really wanted to see him pick a Carbine. I really wanted to see a Carbine come in after the Water Ryu is let through, because what happens is if that Water Ryu goes for the strip, your Carbine one-shots the wind unit first turn.
Frank changed it up a little bit himself with the Ganny and the Savannah as well. See if a fire unit's coming out for Jack, and it is going to be a Verdi heal here.
Yeah, we definitely see the Verd. Verd has to be last picked into something like this. I like that Frank picked more aggressively. I don't like that he doesn't really have the most effective way to deal with this Diana-Juno combination, because we're most likely going to see the Verd ban here. If he's crazy, like super crazy, he bans out the Lulu, but we're most likely seeing Water Ryu banned in this situation. Maybe Carnal.
WaterRyu is going to be banned out here, and that Vertiheal is going to be banned out here. Lulu made her way through into round at number 4. Let's see if it's going to work out for Jack here. Does have a speed lead, but an accuracy lead for Frank. Let's get into this round 4 between Jack and Frank.
An accuracy lead is very telling for me that this is extremely high damage Savannah. Oh! Frank is in pain. He missed 2 of the strips he needed here. Could get the strip in, though.
Most definitely need to get that strip on the Diana and the CR, of course. We're going to see some big defense breaks coming out there. Not on top of the CR like you wanted to see, though.
Yeah, not bad, though. Did land it on the Diana. Can rotate with skill 2 into skill 3 here, but might end up saving it and giving the ventilate to a different unit. Chungpong does have the skill 3 still available.
Skill 3 is definitely going to be landing here on Jack's side of the field with the additional turn coming out of this Chungpong as well. Looking to pound away some damage here on top of this Diana as well. Psycho Crusher coming out to take advantage of some of the defense breaks on top of that Diana as well, dealing a good amount of damage.
I think Jack's dead. That slow debuff is so impactful. He's not going to rotate turns fast enough. I think you give this again to your M Bison just so he can skill 2, skill 3 again, right? The Sierra will most likely die to the dots, and you kill the Diana here for free. Or actually, you kill the Lulu here.
Let's see if the Savannah is going to be able to apply enough damage here. Who does he choose to go for? Goes for the CR, does drop the CR, gets the additional turn, anyways, can drop that Diana. Diana is going to be dropping here with the skill 2 coming out of Chungpong.
Takes a lot of safety routes here. Frank does play it very clean, I will admit. He's very, very good at that. And the defense break on Juno means she's going down to Bison.
Exactly. Round 4 going to Frank, guys. We get to see the oh-so-lovely round 5 out of Frank and Jack.
Yeah, so we see the speed tuning there being super impactful. Having that Savannah move before the Ganny just gave so much extra potential. Obviously, the extra turn there from the Savannah right away, be able to push back is very, very strong. However, being able to strip before your Ganny is pretty big. When you miss 2 strips on your Chungpong, you can still make up the difference.
Well, let's see what this game 5 is going to look like here. We do love the game 5. With pre-bans from last time, Gianna Oki, we have the Yanhong and WaterRyu getting pre-banned once again in this game 5.
I really want to see Jack take a unit away from Frank. I think Jack has the potential to go for it if he takes the Chungpong or the Cardinal first and very early, but I really think he's just going to take Lulu again for safety.
Let's see what that pick is going to be from Jack. Does he choose to lock in that Lulu once again? No, he's going to be taking the Cardinal away from Frank.
Happy to see something different. I think that that's what Jack needs in this draft. If he wants to beat out Frank, he needs to break up that really strong early cleave composition, right?
Oh, we got a Chungpong, and it's great to see something different. We're going to be seeing a Chungpong, possibly Lulu, coming out of Frank. No, he changes it up, and he goes with an Okeanos instead.
So Jack might take the Lulu here then. He might take Sierra Lulu. Molong Lulu is an option. Molong Sierra is an option.
Yep. Slaps down the Lulu, so we can think about his next pick here.
I think Lulu's just too safe not to take into Frank. The problem is Frank is really fast. This whole team moves before the Lulu, even when Jack has a speed lead opportunity.
And Jack is going to be taking a Gianna here. Really takes up a lot of time on these picks.
I think he picked that out of safety. I don't know if he's confident in that pick being strong here because he knows that Frank has a Wunsa, and Wunsa's really good. Like Wunsa Chu opportunity here, last pick damage is really strong.
I'm not sure how many buffs that
really effective.
I'm not sure how many buffs Frank's been actually drafting here, so I'm not sure how impactful this Gianna is going to be.
We haven't seen that Oki yet, I don't think, so we don't actually know if that's unbroken or not.
There's the Vertiheal once again coming out for Jack, another reactive pick.
Right, correct that. When I said unbroken, I mean not on will.
I knew what you meant.
Yeah, I know for sure. I just, for the folks at home, it's always nice. I do like the Vert from Jack. It's very threatening. We haven't seen it gone through in a match, so we don't actually know how good it is yet.
Looks like Rika is going to be coming through, but there's double reset still on the side of Frank's field.
I think Frank still has advantage. Oh my goodness, that's a shoo-shoo. That is something else. I don't think he needs it though. I really think he can just go in with the Wunsa again. Leona is also very
interesting. Oop, maybe Frank is just flexing at this point. What does he choose to lock in? And it is going to be the Shushu for Frank, bringing a little bit of sustain to keep his team alive in case this Lulu is going to out-sustain him.
I think the Shushu is off Will. Otherwise, he wouldn't pick it. I don't think he's banning the Gianna. I think he's banning the Vert again. Or the Lulu for damage. The thing is, he can strip the Lulu reset and control. So Jack's probably banning the Ganny or the Chung Pung, right? Or the Oki for the stuns because 3 fire.
I think he has to ban one of those resets, being the Oki or Ganymede, and it is going to be the Oki this time. And Gianna is getting banned out for Jack.
I see. So he wants to rotate in. I think Jack has a pretty big advantage here. He's got 3 fire units.
I think Jack has a pretty good advantage right now, too. We'll see. It's a game 5, guys. It's a game 5, and they're making it exciting for us. Can Jack take down the Goliath that is Frank, or can Frank take down Jack here, guys? We're about to find out. Leader skills coming out shortly. Speed lead for Frank, HP lead for Jack. Let's go, guys. We got a game 5 here. Make it exciting.
This is kind of giving me flashbacks to that Molong Lulu match where Jack just whittled him down all the way to the end. And I think that's going to be what happens in this match, but hopefully we can see something a little exciting.
Ooh, Chibu not getting a full team strip here. Lulu and Cardinal still have their buffs up.
The damage from that Cardinal. 3k on skill 2 is pretty strong on the first turn. Jack does have immunity on his entire team now.
Yeah, Lulu with the additional turn there, taking down one little dot of immunity there. We see a big skill 2, does stun up the Chiwu, but another skill 2 coming out of Chung Pung. Does not get the full team strip. Lulu still has some immunity up.
Yeah, Lulu with the immunity is pretty strong here. I think he's going to want to throw this into the Arnold, but kind of hard. He needs to deal a lot of damage.
There's the immunity up on the side of Frank to stop that skill 3 from coming in, but he does go for a little bit of skill 1 damage on top of the Chiwu.
Does he go for the cleanse on the Vert here just to drop the glancing? I think it's safe and worthwhile.
No, got to cleanse himself. He wants to keep up that immunity. It would have been devastating if he had procced out of that, though.
Yeah, wants to protect.
Oh, no revenge out of that Vert heal
No
anyways,
reset.
though.
No revenge, triple glancing on the Rika, no reset. Yeah, this is not looking super good for Frank. Jack is playing it very slow, very methodical. The extra turn from the Ganny. Could give it to the Shushu for more immunity.
Yeah, beautiful glancing on top of that Cardinal as well. Shushu has that skill too.
Skill 2, not quite as useful as that Lulu skill 2 though. Probably wants to go for the skill 3. Top off your allies, give them immunity if they're max HP.
Gets the additional turn anyways.
Yeah, not too much. Just a low, slow war of attrition here. Really wants to push back and control that Lulu. Might get it. Could get a lot of damage value out of this Cardinal though.
Yep, a lot of additional turns coming out of both these players already. Got a skill 1, looking for some attack bar pushback, a little bit of damage on top of that Lulu. You can see Jack's really trying to get rid of this Chiwu first. Seal Magic's coming out on top of the Lulu, get the reset, drop the sustain, drop the attack bars on the side of Jack.
Yeah, I want to take on the Chiwu. It's the biggest damage potential into the fire units here. Could be on high attack, could be on crit. Just a slow war of attrition here. Bird standing over there looking cute. We see the Guardian Transmog Rika on the field as well. Glancing, not quite enough value though. No glancing debuff this time on the Vertihile. Vertihile will get his rotations, but a defense break on Lulu is pretty big. That could signify enough damage to kill. Needs an extra turn here on the Ganny.
Yep, choosing not to take advantage of that defense break on top of the Lulu, trying to get a glancing effect on top of the Rika, not getting it. Lulu with the skill 1 healing up just a little bit. Vertial pushing up the team, looking for a stun on top of Ganymede, not receiving that stun here.
Interesting. Wants to stun on the Shushu for no cleanse opportunity from the skill 3. Not gonna be enough damage. No violent proc from Chung Pong is not good for Frank. He really needed that pushback there.
Lulu healing itself to full. Finally, Rika's coming in with a big skill 3, getting some stuns out there on 3 units. We get the Chiwu finally dropped. Not looking so good for Frank.
Oh, Frank. Not in the greatest of positions here. Not a strong draft into this triple fire. Jack managed to take it away. Took the Cardinal, one of the best units he had an opportunity to play against.
It is the immunity coming up here. Trying to whittle down this Ganymede as much as possible. We can see this first skill come out, but Frank knows what's going on. Jack is taken down for rank, and he's going to be moving forward in this game 5.
Korean Harry
Look at him.
Potter
Geared it up.
pulls out some magic there and gets himself the victory. It's Jack moving on. And Frank, one of the strongest runed players, we got to see it. The fastest match, the fastest set we might have ever seen. The draft took 3 times as long as Nikki cleared everyone out. I'm pretty sure I was on the back. I turned around. I was like, all right, cool. I got time to go grab a drink. Came back. The match was over. I was like, oh my goodness gracious. If there was ever an example of rune quality and Jack just not knowing what his opponent was bringing, that was it, with Frank just coming on in and wiping him up. But Jack deciding to go with the slow draft, forcing Frank to also play a slow draft there. He was prepared. He took away the Cardinal, and that leads him in the decisive game number 5 victory. And it'll be young Jack moving on to the semifinals of the APAC Cup. Now a double elimination for him, and his goal of at least a 3rd place finish still alive. It's Jack moving on from the Korean region. What a match. What a match between these two guys. Again, going the whole distance. You could see how long they were taking on the drafts, being intentional, realizing what each other had as we take a look at it one more time here.
Yeah, it was great seeing that double resist there from the Cardinal. Cardinal had a really strong opportunity here to really deny Frank that first win. Really gave Jack the advantage, even though the draft just wasn't quite there. But sometimes you just gotta believe in the heart of the cards. You gotta believe in your Cardinal, and he will carry you. But Frank brings it back with that really, really aggressive Nikki match, managing to clean out Jack in probably 30 seconds flat. Jack having to figure out how to respond. By game 5, does manage to figure out it's the Cardinal. That's the biggest key for Frank's victories here.
Definitely a lot of war of attrition. We're seeing so much Lulu today. Lulu just being such an impactful unit for both Jack and Frank. A lot of back and forth with them. But Jack definitely got the better of his Lulu in these games of 5 here. Cardinal coming in clutch for Jack as well. Just a lot of back and forth drafting. I wish we saw more of those surprising matches, just like that Frank, that really quick draft, that amazing Nikki. I would have loved to see, more impactful moments like that for Jack, but we just didn't get to see that today out of him.
Yeah, definitely. I would have liked to have seen maybe a little less Shushu. I find a lot of people are picking the Shushu as a response to someone else taking the Lulu. I don't think that it's really impactful in these tournaments. We saw it happen in America's Cup. We're seeing it happen here in APAC. It seems to be a better pick when maybe the Lulu gets pre-banned and there's no other option. But when you're putting that Shushu up against the Lulu, it's just not enough because both of these teams don't do enough damage.
Yeah, and we'll have to see what that means for Mr. Chung, Diligent Hong, KFC, and OSSERU as they've been able to see the first 2 matches and how the draft has started to play out here. It's a little bit slower. And remember, the 2 drafts that we saw earlier are on their side of the bracket. So, maybe it's going to be a whole different side of the meta on the bottom side of the bracket. For the big one, it's Mr. Chung, the reigning world champion, against Diligent. Gonna be huge there in Hong KFC against the upcomer OSSERU. Guys, I am super excited for this matchup. We're gonna be taking a break, but before we do, let's set the stage for this huge one here. When we take a look at these 2 powerhouses in Mr. Chung and Diligent, again, amazing that only one of these players is going to be able to make it through here. Who do you have, and what is the key here between these 2 players once in love when they match up?
I got Diligent. I really think that Diligent is super strong, very well calculated. We've seen him play in Legend tournaments. We've seen him play in tons of SWCs. Obviously, Mr. Chung is last year's champion. We have to give him props. He played incredibly well. He still continues to play incredibly well. Diligent has a really tough wall to climb, but I firmly believe that if he manages to keep it cool and take the right counter picks in the 3rd and 4th match, it's going to make a significant difference for him.
All right, well, we'll get to find out how they do after we take a short break. The bottom side of the quarterfinals will return in just a little bit.
stun is definitely going to be good for him as Reckless Assault comes right off the bat. Absolutely well played by second base. Kill Diana before Lulu gets a turn.
And there's a Reckless Assault.
Doesn't go for Diana first though, so he goes for the Anvil. Very smart. I love it, OSSERU. There's a Reckless Assault.
To the Okeano.
The skill 2, it has a chance to freeze, and it gets it!
Oh my God! And revenge from the Vertihile strikes back yet again.
You look at the sustain from Rigel and the damage. Barbara with the damage takes out Vanessa.
Vanessa down once again, so that passive not available. The Hellfire does come out against the Fran, and that will be the death.
For OSSERU. Now, Hellfire, this needs
boy.
to connect. The defense break is there. The
Oh my gosh, the new...
for Hong KFC, and now look at him. Hong KFC has the turn. He's got the bomb, and it connects, and boom goes Okeano for Butsa, getting the strip on 1 unit, which is more than enough for Sierra to set up the bomb and go for the detonate.
Oh wow, there we go, and it's actually...
Sierra, the bomb. This is where everything got so matter.
Oh my God! The bomb's not sticking there.
And look at the damage.
My God!
Sure, Carbine grabs the card. Here's the attack bomb,
my
and the
God.
accurate fire. Look.
Up for Juan.
Oh no, Gianna, why are you so strong? Of course, staying to kick in as we get into the match. Here we have Gianna grabbing the first turn. She is going to be able to have a field that she can try to stun up. Of course, Patter is there. Now, looking for a potential Giant's net, push back the attack bar, and also apply that. Of course, now Poseidon can finish off the Fran, but that doesn't change the core strategy of Mr. Chung. He's still got...
Who's next? Ice in my vein, coast west roller coaster. Ayy, ayy. Who's next? Forgot your name, don't find you in roster. Ayy, ayy. Who's next? Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. One step closer. Ayy, ayy. Who's next? Hand the controller, it's game over. Ready for war. This my battle, war. Please don't talk to me. Bring the sword on, no. It comes with the fee. Challenge the whole world. Deal the cards like the G. Poker face is the key. Ruins and debris. Take down my enemies. Deal the cards like the G. Poker face is the key. I'm next, I'm set this place on fire. I'm next to battle through the line. Next up, big rise. From the top to pay the price. From the top. Shine armor around my waist. Ay. Blood drop, another time been waste. Ay. Chop it up for me, it's a startup. Put in work in the world arena. Go, your skill is so. Ay. Big no, I'm ready to go solo. Hey, I pull up, please no photo. Hey, when I pull up, don't lose your control. Deal the cards like the G. Poker face is the key. Ruins and debris. Take down my enemies. Deal the cards like the G. Poker face is the key. I'm next, I'm set this place on fire. I'm next to battle through the line. Next up, big rise. From the top to pay the price. From the top. Do you feel it? Do you see it? You have a long way to go. March down, heart pumping out of chest. March down, yeah, we need to move fast. March down, put your sword up high. March down, I was born for this fight.
As Hecknut said in Channel 808, it's Mr. Chung, baby. The world champion is here to defend his crown. And it starts with the biggest matchup of the APAC Cup against one of the greatest players produced out of the APAC region. It's Mr. Chung. It's Diligent for the quarterfinal matchup number 3. Mr. Crowd Control himself. Some people said he was the master of procs in SWC 2020. Mr. Chung, you see it right there, the world champion. He's done it back-to-back with the APAC Cup as well. And so here it is. He's looking to continue on. Did not get through unscathed in the preliminaries. Went 3-1. Lost one match, but was able to bounce back 8-5 in sets. Actually, one of the lowest win rates of sets, but has been able to make it on through. You take a look at the units there. A lot of what we've seen, but oh, what was that? Light Monkey King all in there. You can see the word of the opponent. Why is Diligent my first opponent? This is a conspiracy. Mr. Chung also knows the gravity and the weight of this matchup here, Stoic.
That's right. I mean, he knows who he's going up against. Diligent is not someone that he thinks is going to walk right through here. I mean, Diligent's very, very strong. Lots of units he has to worry about. Even the units that he has is going to be taken away from Mr. Chung. So it's definitely going to be a lot of trouble for him.
There it is. You can see the IGN. Sherry from the global server. Shout out to Sherry with the graphic there of Mr. Chung, the reigning world champion. But his opponent, no slouch, a huge, huge opponent. And again, crazy the way the draw works sometimes. It's Diligent, who's been here time and time again.
My opponent is, I'm going to defeat you.
Back to the global stage yet again, another APAC Cup, another SWC 2021 in his catalog of, I guess, achievements here. The world finalist in 2019, only to the preliminaries last year. And now again, trying to make his way out of the preliminaries. Went 3-0 in matches, only lost one set while he was first pick. Better on the back half, better with the counter pick there. 4-0 as we take a look at his units. Once in love, it's Diligent.
Yeah, Diligent is highest win rate here, an incredibly consistent, clean player. Like he says, the previous champion cannot stop me. He is a powerhouse. Even Mr. Chung knows. Mr. Chung's a little afraid of that first set matchup, but I gotta say, this is going to be the most exciting match of the entire tournament.
There it is, Diligent win with KV2 with the art there, throwing in the full photo. Last year's SWC jersey, I think. Was it last year? No, it was the preliminary jersey right there. Here it is, the biggest matchup of this tournament. It's huge. It's here. Presented, of course, by Google Play. Level up your monsters. Find your arenas only at Google Play. This is a matchup worthy of a championship in its own right, and it's happening early on for everyone before we get late into the night here in the West Coast. Mr. Chung and Diligent battling it out. Only one can make it through. It's tough, but the winner will have a huge, huge grapple hold on a world championship spot. Take it away.
Here we go, guys. We've all been waiting for this match, Diligent and Mr. Chung. Pre-ban's coming out here. We've got Ganny and that Light Monkey King getting pre-banned here. First pick going to the side of Mr. Chung.
And Mr. Chung, with much respect to Diligent, knows that he needs to take away that Ganny. Vice versa here. Diligent pre-banning that Light Monkey King. Knows Mr. Chung is the king of CC. That Light Monkey Praha composition. Knows he also likes to take that Ganny Hathor setup.
Looks like Diligent's going to be going with that Gianna, taking that right away from Mr. Chung. I'm sorry, Mr. Chung going with the Gianna, taking it away from Diligent.
Yeah, that's World Championship winning Gianna right there. We saw the huge Violent Proc stun last year, just enough to take it over so Mr. Chung could win that third game he was looking for.
We see a Connell and a Moore coming out for Diligent.
Mr. Chung's gonna have to play pretty defensively or just really heavily aggress Diligent here. We do know some people say Diligent is faster than Light, as you can see on his player profile there. I'd be a little afraid of this composition. It's probably pretty quick.
Definitely. Let's see what Mr. Chung's going to be drafting after seeing this Connell and Moore. He's a speed lead himself, but it looks like he's going to be looking to Lulu to save the day.
Lulu Oki, Lulu Sierra, a lot of safe picks here. Takes the Chung Pung away from Diligent, though. Saw what happened in the last matches there with Frank, with that Water Ryu, Carnal, and the Chung Pung. Doesn't want a repeat of that.
That's right. Diligent looking to draft 2 more units after seeing this Lulu and the Chung Pung coming out for Mr. Chung. We're going to be seeing a Han and a Savannah possibly being drafted by Diligent.
Diligent really aggressive turn 1 here. His Han is incredibly strong, though. It's very fast, has a lot of damage. I was kind of thinking for a Diana in this situation, but Diligent does like to play a little bit more aggressive than that kind of turn 2 unit there.
Mr. Chung looking to wrap up his draft here to go with the sustain that he has of Lulu and the control of the rest of his units that he has. And he has the Hagang, possibly taking that away from Diligent. Looking to draft that against his Gianna. Hagang coming out for Mr. Chung in one last pick going down to the wire. And it's going to be that Fran.
I like the Hagang. I think Hagang is really effective into the situation. You have to be really careful, though, because with Han on the field, you know, a single strip, even if you do get the turn, can deal a ton of damage. Brand being a pretty safe option here. He does have a small speed lead, a lot of sustained double healers in this situation. I kind of would have liked to see something like maybe a Sion in this situation. It's very good against that, but Diligent locking in the Diana. Diana very effective into this last pick draft here. Diana and Sierra both very good. And the bans come out really quickly. There's the Gianna and the Diana going almost instantly.
That's right, Gianna and Diana getting banned out immediately. Here we go, guys. We have sustained on the side of Mr. Chung. Not so much sustained on the side of Diligent, but Diligent with the speed lead that he's going to have to hopefully take advantage of Mr. Chung here. We're about to find out, guys. We're getting into round 1 between Diligent and Mr. Chung. Leader skills are now locked in. Speed leads for both teams. Diligent definitely taking that first turn.
I'm interested to see if the Savannah's on Swift to follow up. It's really fast. It might actually be on Swift. It might be just enough to push back. Needs a single pushback here onto the Hagang.
Oh, we're able to get almost a full strip, but not on top of the Fran. Fran being very quickly getting the buffs up here. Hagang with the Despair Stun on top of the Savannah.
So a tech Fran here with that Will double Nemesis. Very effective against that more. Triple resets coming out here for Mr. Chung. Mr. Chung's in a pretty advantageous position. Has a lot of sustain, but I don't know if he'll actually have enough damage to take down these units right away.
Mr. Chung trying to work down that Han as soon as possible. Diligent knows about that double Nem Fran going right after it, hoping he had enough damage to take it out, but we've got a lovely skill 2 ready to heal up that Fran.
Yeah, this double Nem Fran being very, very squishy, but super high attack means she can consistently top herself off her HP here.
Yeah, there's the attack break on top of the Han. Han's not going to be dealing much damage now.
Han's in a weaker position too. Missing, having that glancing up means no consistent chance at defense break or crits to cycle his skill 3 into skill 2.
Yeah, sustain may be the victory for Mr. Chung in this round 1. Beautiful Despair Stuns across all of Diligent's units except that Connell.
But it looks like that was a Chung Pung. I think he actually did quad stun. The Cardinal just took a natural turn. What an incredible setup from Mr. Chung. Double Despair units here, having both the Hagang and the Chung Pung on Despair.
Yeah, Chung Pung on Despair. That is right. Connell looking to deal some damage here. Does he continue slamming away on the Fran, or does he work down somebody else?
I'm not sure if he can actually deal enough damage in this situation. Lulu is managing to top it off, even without using that skill 2 there. Not enough damage. The attack break is really strong. It's a lot of CC. That quad stun was just so much value here for Mr. Chung. Diligent needed that spacing there. He needed that turn to be able to knock down this Fran before the immunity comes back up. And there it is. Immunity again from Fran.
Yeah, we have the glance and attack break on top of Han. Han's really not going to be able to do any damage here. Fran stays alive, heals herself up here. And I think this is going to be it for Han. Han does not drop just yet.
Not enough damage there from the Han. Needs the extra turn to kill the Fran, but doesn't get it. Han does manage to go down. The glancing debuff is up. Could hit it just enough damage. Maybe the stuns come out, but not quite enough to kill the Fran. She's just a little bit behind.
Colonel finally getting a skill 3 down there. Fran honestly just trying to hold on right now, but it looks like the Lulu is going to be saving the day here. Getting a nice first skill heal onto that Fran. No additional turns coming out here. Is Savannah going to have enough to drop it? Let's see if he can get rid of that Fran. Not just yet, but I think more is going to be primed and ready to get rid of that Fran.
This is actually enough. Diligent's about to turn the game around. He has the damage. Here's the defense break, and Cardinal's going to be having enough damage to take it out.
Ooh, Cardinal not just yet. Attack break sitting on top of Savannah. Savannah going to have enough to take it out, and I do believe so.
And Mr. Chung with an incredible counter strategy here to Diligent, but just not enough damage to take out both the Han and the Savannah. That Savannah having incredibly high HP, very tanky situation here. Han with the great base stats, almost like 12.5k HP base. It's just so hard to kill with only these support units.
Yeah, Chung, Mr. Chung trying to do all he can right now. Diligent staying cool, calm, and collected. Mr. Chung was looking for that Despair Stun on top of the Savannah. He needs to try and stop this Savannah, maybe dismount it to stay into this match.
Mr. Chung, I gotta give him the props though. This was an incredible strat. It worked out as intended, but he just didn't manage to outlast Diligent. Diligent's units were too tanky, too fast, too able to control.
Yeah, that's right. And Diligent taking round 1 away from last year's champion, Mr. Chung.
I think both of these players understand that the unique text they might have prepared for the others might not be enough, or in some cases, they don't want to quite show it yet. Maybe wait for that second or third match before throwing it in there. Diligent, I think he's a little worried. Knowing how fast those units were both on Despair as well. You know, that Hagang managing to move in front of the Savannah.
Well, let's see if Mr. Chung's going to change up this pace here. Maybe not bring so much sustain on the side of the field and bring in something a little bit more aggressive for Diligent. Diligent with that excellent rune quality. All of his units being runed up very, very well. Last time free bands were out, and we have new free bands coming in here. The Gianna and the Lulu. Diligent does not want to see the Lulu this time.
Mr. Chung, very safe, smart choice here, preventing the Lulu, knowing he doesn't get the first pick, so Diligent will most likely take that, so he denies it. Diligent goes for that Cardinal, wants the Cardinal. Very, very strong and effective. We saw it in Frank's matches versus Jack there. It was the decision maker. It was the one that really turned everything around for Jack. So let's see if Diligent here can do the same thing.
Let's see what Mr. Chung's going to be drafting after seeing this Cardinal coming out here. Does Mr. Chung look to the Lulu once again? Or is he going to be taking 2 different units for a different change of pace?
Oh, I bet he is looking for that Lulu, but that Prevan denies him any opportunity for that. Oh, he's not sure what to pick. Goes for the Praha. Last moment decision. I do like the Ganny to take it away, but didn't go for the Oki. A little bit surprising here, but Praha, we do know he has an incredibly well-ruined Praha. It's got that 100% win rate for him specifically, an 80% win rate in APAC as a whole so far.
That's right. Mr. Chung going for the Praha instead of this Lulu, not having this unit be able to draft in here. And we've got Diligent once again looking at that Han and more coming out for Diligent.
Yeah, I really like Praha. I think she's very effective in a lot of drafts. I don't think that she's actually strong enough in drafts where Han is available, though. The problem is this team the Diligent can pick has so much damage. I'm also really shocked to see him pick that Tech Fran again. I guess he's slamming it down as basically a, hey, do you want to take the risk against my Fran again with that more?
Well, let's see. He's got the Light Monkey King, and he has the Fran. A lot of sustain once again on the side of Mr. Chung. Diligent not having any sustain at all. Let's see if he chooses to draft possibly a sustain unit to help his team out here, or is he just going to rely on that rune quality to help win this match? Diligent wraps up a draft. Chung Pong and Wunsa.
Mr. Chung running out of time for a lot of these drafts, actually at a huge disadvantage there. Diligent managing to take the Chung Pong alongside. I was hoping to see a bearing, but he has a wound saw, so he doesn't even need the bearing. This draft is not looking good for Mr. Chung. Mr. Chung really just has the force ban Verd there, and it's just not going to be enough into what Diligent has to control him with.
Yep, there you go. The ban is on top of that Vertical. He was looking for a reactive draft, having the Nemesis Fran and the Vertical possibly revenging. Diligent bans out that Vertical. Han's getting banned out here. Resistance lead for Diligent, and of course the speed lead on the side of Diligent. Here we go, guys. Round 2 for Diligent versus Mr. Chung.
It's going to be pretty tough here because this Fran will cut regardless, and he's going to have to strip through a lot of buffs. Oh, is it going to be enough? I don't think he takes the risk.
Ooh, Fran is going to be cutting here. There's the attack weapon, the immunity coming up, and we've got that skill too. Once again coming from Chung Peng. Does he get a full team strip? He does. Is Connell going to be enough to drop this Fran here?
Is going to be enough, and the double stun is huge value. The slow debuff on the Monkey King here, even with the violent proc, the glancing is up from that Chung Peng. Chung Peng, 75% harmful effect rate, landing exactly as he needed to.
Yeah, massive value out of that for sure. Looking for a sleep on all the units, but the Moore is not going to get put to sleep here. Immunity sitting on top of the Wunsa. Wunsa, lucky that is up there.
Even with the Fran gone, this is actually a fairly even match. The slow debuff may be leaning a little bit in favor of Diligent, but there is a lot of value here. Sierra could proc out of that. There's the extra turn for Ganny. Ganny cycling his turns already pretty effectively.
Most definitely glancing finally being applied to that Ganymede. We have the Light Monkey King who is now awake.
Oh, the reset though on the Chung Peng is really good value. He needs to push back here. Praha does have the heal though, so has to play it pretty kind of 50-50.
Yeah, most definitely. Looking for a skill 2 sleep on top of Light Monkey, not receiving it here. Does have that skill 2, could take the attack bar away. He is glanced though.
Yeah, might go for it anyways. A little bit of additional damage. Saves it. Waits, gets the extra turn. Hopes to hit the provoke again. The glancing though is not a lot of value. Misses it again with the glancing debuff.
Yeah, no provokes coming out there. We're going to see a big skill 3 coming out of this Praha. Praha looking to put everybody asleep here. Let's see. Does not land on the Wunsa, of course.
Oh, but the value here. Shrugs off the slow debuff on the Light Monkey King. Could just go for a safe skill 1 here. Turns are going to come up. This Light Monkey King could actually effectively CC Diligent this entire match. No extra turn from Cardinal either.
Again, he's got that beautiful seal of magic up the attack bar across all of Diligent's units. Gets a reset on top of the Cardinal as well. It's only an attack break sitting on Light Monkey King. All or nothing. Doesn't get the stun on top of the Chung Peng.
Goes for the safety, gets attack bar from the skill 2, rotates the turns, knows it's more effective in this manner, and that's looking pretty bad for Diligent. Diligent did manage the first turn to take out that Fran, but missed the strip on Ganny. Really needed to deny Ganny resetting the Chung Peng in that first turn. This is not looking so hot for Diligent now.
Yeah, it's not completely over, though, for Diligent at all. He still has his 4 units. Ventilate back onto that Light Monkey King. Light Monkey King still has all skills available. You can see Mr. Chung really trying to work down that Cardinal first. If he can get rid of this unit, it's definitely going to be a lot of benefit for him. And he's able to remove this unit from the field with the Praha.
It's not looking good here. I think it's over for Diligent. Diligent realizes it. Mr. Chung, the king of CC, popping off with that Praha and Hyatenda Shang, the Light Monkey King. His 2 coined units does manage to take the second match away from Diligent.
Yeah, he does take that second match away from Diligent. We're getting into a round 3 with Diligent and Mr. Chung. Mr. Chung got his bread and butter off. Once he got that thing rolling, it was actually over for Diligent.
Yeah, I didn't really feel like the Praha was going to be super effective early on in this matchup, but you know, at the end of the day, when you got runes like Mr. Chung and you got that kind of faith and you're a Super Saiyan like he is, maybe it's just enough to take away a game from Diligent.
Well, the Gianna and Lulu are now available. Han and Light Monkey King going to be pre-banned going into this round 3.
Yeah, it's pretty tough in this situation. Mr. Chung has a lot of really good, effective units to CC Diligent. Even if he takes, or even if he loses turn 1, you concedes it here to Diligent. Diligent doesn't have a lot to deal with it when that Fran's on the table.
Looks like Gianna's going to be the first pick for Mr. Chung. Diligent looking to respond after seeing Gianna being taken by Mr. Chung.
Really want to see a Sierra here out of Diligent. I want Diligent to go for a little bit more of an aggressive draft here. I think the Moore is very good for him, but I don't think he necessarily needs it into this Fran. One of the biggest issues is normally when you pick a technique Fran like this, where it's the double Nem will designed for the Moore, it's usually only good for 1 match. But in this situation where, you know, Diligent relies on that Moore, that Water Ryu, it's actually a force span almost any time in the draft.
Well, it looks like Lulu's coming back to the field alongside this Okeanos for Mr. Chung. Diligent looking to respond after he has this Cardinal and more. He has a speed lead already in his team.
I do like the Oki pick here. Instead of taking the Ganny or the Chung Peng, that would give Diligent too much opportunity to take a wind unit right away. Takes the Okeanos, forces Diligent to take the Ganny away from him, and still plays it pretty safe. You know, he's got a little bit of aggression here. He's got the Lulu for heals. Diligent pops in something different. There it is. There's the Hay Gang that we were looking for.
Yeah, Ganny Hagang for Diligent. Very safe draft. I do like that. But we have the Diana coming out for MR.CHUNG.
Diligent must be careful. He doesn't have a lot of damage on this composition right now. It's mostly just the Carnal. Oh, and there it is. A Rigel might come through. Very, very effective last pick here. Could actually be a force ban in a situation like this. Diligent doesn't have the damage to deal with a unit like that.
Yeah, Rigel's coming through here alongside this Diana. Diligent needs to make a very intelligent draft here on this last pick, even though it could possibly be a unit getting banned out. And he looks like he's going to be showing a Tianlang.
Tianlang a little bit risky. Has a lot of attack bar gain on his own side, but it is very good against the Diana and Gianna Oki here. So a lot of units on the field losing attack bar. We are most definitely going to see a Rigel ban in this situation. And probably also the Tianlang on the other side. Maybe the Hagang though.
Possibly that Hagang because of Gianna on the other side of the field, but we're about to find out, guys. Bans should be coming out. These two definitely taking their time to think about what they really want to ban out here, how they want to play out this match number 3. Looks like Lulu's getting banned here and the Ganymede.
All right, call me crazy. I love to see a ban like this where it's something we don't expect. I really am interested to see how effective this Tianlang is into the Rigel. Rigel on Vampire can be really effective against this kind of draft.
Well, let's find out as we get into a round 3 with Diligent and MR.CHUNG. More coming up with a big strip across all of MR.CHUNG's units here. Massive skill 2 possibly coming out with this Tianlang. Maybe a skill 1 into the Diana.
Oh, the Despair Sun into the Gianna on the first turn. Holy, there's a bit of value.
Yeah, first turn Despair Stun right into that Gianna with the Death Break on top of it, of course, glancing and on top of the Okeanos. We got the shields coming up from the Diana. Big skill 3 possibly coming out from this Connell, and it is coming out here. Does he get any stuns here across MR.CHUNG's units? And he does. Stuns up that Diana, and of course, this Okeanos.
Here it is. Do we see the life drain? Oh, that's a lot of damage. And there it is. It is on Vampire. We do see the Vampire runes on the Rigel here. Tianlang denying a lot of the attack bar gain that he gets. Needs to take the Tianlang out early on.
Yeah, Tianlang took some massive damage from that Rigel. Defense break still sits on top of him. We have Hagang looking to possibly get a Despair Stun once again. Maybe take advantage of that defense break on top of the Gianna.
Yeah, this is a battle of who can kill who faster. Rigel on Vampire, very strong, high effective defense break damage, but needs to take out the Tianlang.
There's the additional turn coming out from that Diana, but we're going to see possibly a Provoke on the Diana, holding it back from going after this Tianlang. Let's find out what he's going to do with the second skill. He could drop that Gianna as well, though.
I think this draft still favors Diligent, though. All he has to do is keep hitting a unit that's not the Diana, and this Tianlang will just continue to get attack bar. Defense breaks can come out into this Rigel. Rigel doesn't have a defense break opportunity here, so it's not going to be a lot of damage. We know it's on Vampire, so it can't actually proc out of this defense break.
No, it cannot. I think Diligent has to take advantage of this defense break sitting on top of the Rigel right now. Choose to go for the Okeanos instead, though.
Yeah, every time he hits anything, it's really just extra attack bar. Forces the Diana to move, or forces the Rigel to move. It's a very good opportunity. Needs to take the gamble to try to kill the Tianlang, and it's not enough. Tianlang does get the skill too.
Not enough at all, but the revenge comes out for the Rigel. Almost finishing up that Tianlang. Big skill, too, into the Diana. Diana in a very vulnerable state. Water Ryu Moore trying to finish off, drops it. And we see Diligent trying to do all he can to get rid of these 2 units. And there we have it. Diligent is taking that round 3 away from MR.CHUNG.
MR.CHUNG has some incredibly cool counter picks. He's got a wild roster of units that people don't generally see. We saw the Tech Fran build in the first match, saw it again in the second match. This one's the Vampire Rigel. Incredible damage output, managed to hit 17.5k into that Tianlang on the first turn. But overall, it just wasn't enough. Needed the control. Tianlang was too effective against both the Diana and the Rigel. It just denied too much. Diligent on top of his game right now. His drafting is clean. It's incredible. He's doing everything he needs to do to beat MR.CHUNG.
Yeah, Diligent staying very calm and collected here as he progresses through these matches. Good on him, but that's experience showing with Diligent.
I really want to see more from MR.CHUNG. We know he's an incredible player. He has the ability to do this. We've seen the unique counter picks. I just want to see him pick something a little bit more aggressive. I know he can do it. He is the kind of player that can really take a match off Diligent by catching him off guard.
He's been early picking a lot of Lulu, though. If we don't see this Lulu coming out of Mr. Chung, it gives him that opportunity to be a little bit more aggressive. I don't like seeing this Lulu in his draft because it just shows that he's more than willing to receive the damage.
Yeah, I do like the and pre-ban here. Knows that the Kitenda Shang, the Light Monkey King, is going through on Mr. Chung's side. Wants to play around it, so bans the Fran out so that his Moore has an opportunity to go in for turn 1.
Very smart ban coming out of Diligent. He took that Cardinal away from Mr. Chung. Here we go. Mr. Chung, does he choose to change it up and help us get into a game 4? And it looks like he's going to take that Moore away from Diligent.
This is what I'm talking about. This is what I want to see from Mr. Chung. I want to see that aggression. I want to see that first turn control. I want to see him take things away from Diligent, force him to play a different draft. The only downside here really is that Diligent has the Tian Lang. He has the unit that can go into this, the force ban.
Diligent looking to respond here, really taking up all the time. Ooh, flashes the Pontos, takes that Pontos away. Does he choose to bring it back? We'll find out. He needs 2 picks here, and it's going to be the Hey Gang and the Wunsa. I don't really see much reactions out of him, so I think he's happy with it.
I do like Hey Yang Wunsa here, but I don't feel like he needs to take the Wunsa earlier. I'm pretty sure Mr. Chung doesn't have one, so taking away a Chung Pung or a Ganny here seems really, really safe.
Well, I'm definitely sensing a Ganny possibly coming out of Mr. Chung. Mr. Chung going back to that Lulu draft, though.
I like the Lulu here. I feel like a Praha alongside this this Ganny is what he needs. Has a lot of sustain in there, extra damage into into all 3 of these units, actually. Has a lot of rotations. Tian Lang does become another issue at that point, though, but Diligent going in for a draft we saw earlier with a slight tweak to it.
Yeah, Savannah and Han coming out for Diligent. After seeing those 2 units, we have Mr. Chung looking to respond to it with his last pick here. Mr. Chung needs to win this match to stay in, and Diligent could get this victory to upset him.
This match is looking pretty heavily in Diligent's favor, though. With Han, Wunsa, and a Hey Gang on the field, it's very effective against this Water Ryu. I think we're most likely going to see a Ganny ban, but we could see a speed lead ban here. I just don't think it's worth it. I think banning the Ganny for safety is really strong because Diligent has 2 strong first turn strips into him.
Definitely, I think I agree with the Ganny, but it looks like the Lulu's gonna get banned out here, and Han's getting banned out on Diligent's side of the field. Oof.
So Diligent is
24 speed lead.
Damage in his ability to control Mr. Chung here. Mr. Chung's gonna have to put a pretty incredible matchup here to beat that Hey Gang.
Well, let's see if the 24 speed lead is going to be enough, but it looks like Diligent's going to be taking that first turn with this very, very fast Wunsa.
Here it is. Here's the strip. Ideally, he wants to strip not everybody. Oh, and there it is. That's the ideal strip. Not actually stripping the Hey Gang, so no strip opportunity there. Is going to have to play a little bit of a weird matchup.
Yeah, there's that 3rd skill coming out. Does get the stun on top of this Light Monkey King, dealing a ton of damage as well. Glancing be applied on across the field of Mr. Chung. Defense breaks coming up from this Savannah as well. Big skill 2 damage coming out from this wound. So he's going to be able to drop a unit here. We're about to find out.
Oh, really? Even though he didn't get the attack bar boost from his passive, Hey Gang managed to outspeed the Savannah. The speed spinning on that was pretty incredible. Really needs a slow debuff here. Oh, and gets the stun on the Cardinal. So much value here.
Big despair stun on top of that Cardinal. Glancing really came in effect on top of that Rika, but we got that skill 3 from Ganny coming out there. Does not get the attack bar reduction on top of the Savannah, though.
Looks like Light Monkey King most likely going down here to Savannah. Draft not actually super in Diligent's favor yet. If he does manage to take out the Ganny, though, before the next rotation, it's going to be pretty big.
Let's see if he gets the attack bar pushback on top of this Ganny. Is he going to get the additional turn with this Cardinal? We're going to find out. Ventilate goes back, and there's the additional turn from Cardinal.
Cardinal, no glancing debuff, has the ability to push back this Rika, enough for the kill possibly, but goes for the Ganny.
Goes for the Ganny. Ganny does not drop here, but Savannah's going to be primed and ready to get rid of that Ganny, and there you have it. Big skill 3 could be coming out from this Rika, but the glancing effect being so strong once again.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Mr. Chung. I don't know if Mr. Chung has enough damage. He's not going to be able to sustain through this. The glancing debuff super effective there on the Rika. Wants to get the knockdown here with the Moore, but Rika's not looking very healthy here.
Definitely not looking healthy at all. He needs to get a full team stun here to save a little bit of room, but he does get a stun on top of the Cardinal. I don't think that's going to be enough. Goes for the skill 1 out of the Cardinal as well. Can Wunsa shut it down? Maybe put this Rika down, and we don't have that yet.
Actually, the slow debuffs here are pretty good so far. Rika might have the potential if she gets 1 sleep, 1 extra turn. Maybe denies the Savannah a hit here. It could be just enough.
Ooh, really needed the additional turns to stay into this one. A-Gang could shut down the Rika, and that's definitely going to be it for MR.CHUNG.
I think Diligent here is really looking for a despair stun on the water. Ryu doesn't get it, goes for the gamble, needs to take down the passive, so Savannah can go in for the damage. Not enough damage into the Savannah. Should cut, though.
There's the AoE, and we have a Lonely More. Passive's going to be up there.
It does have the potential. Slow debuff on Savannah's pretty effective, but it might not be enough. The glancing debuff comes up. Wunsa's going to get the turn.
Oh, and the 2-turn sleep from the Wunsa. There you have it. Diligent takes down last year's champion, MR.CHUNG.
There it is, the face of a man who's just taken out the world champion. We saw a lot of previous champions in the America's Cup get knocked out. This time we get to see MR.CHUNG is Super Saiyan here, the same chair, the same angle of last year's SWC 2020 camera get knocked out. It's Diligent who's making a step closer towards achieving his potential that he's been so close so many times. And what better way to kick off your 2021 campaign and a step closer to the World Championship than taking down the toughest opponent possible. Number 1, now out. Diligent will move on in the APAC Cup. As you see it there again, MR.CHUNG just thinking about what he could have done differently. We talked about it here on the broadcast, so many different types of counter picks, so many different ways to possibly play. MR.CHUNG probably, out of almost all players, has the most to think about in how he could have played differently. And the way that he did play still led to some near close results, near close wins here, Stoic.
I mean, most definitely. I can't help but put just a little bit of blame on top of that Lulu. Lulu being so strong for the previous competitors in their matches, but I don't think I really like the Lulu picks coming from MR.CHUNG. I think MR.CHUNG needed to be much more aggressive for Diligent. Diligent has that rune quality. Diligent has that experience as well. And Diligent just proved to just be too much, and Lulu was not able to sustain MR.CHUNG's units to keep him alive here. You know, unlike those previous matches that we saw before, Lulu was being drafted into units where we saw so much war of attrition between both the players. Like, Lulu became a very valuable unit, but going up against Diligent here, it wasn't that kind of situation. There was no war of attrition. There was a very aggressive Diligent and a very defensive MR.CHUNG.
We had seen a lot of the first matches just being back foot, defensive. Who was going to be the proactive one? Who was going to take that step forward? And we've known MR.CHUNG to be able to do that before. But in this matchup specifically, it was Diligent with the read on MR.CHUNG and able to pull out the victory. 3-1, our first match that did not go all best of 5 sets here. But Diligent gets the win. And again, reverberations around the world. A world champion has fallen. It's MR.CHUNG getting knocked out in the preliminary, or in the APAC Cup. Not necessarily the preliminaries, in the APAC Cup. So again, just a huge, huge victory here for Diligent, and just another step forward in this man's career. I mean, he's been so close in the past, so close. Here it is, now the opportunity hanging, dangling right in front of him if he's able to continue on. Now with a two best of 5s here with an opportunity to do that, right? Even if you lose this next match, if you're Diligent, you still have the opportunity to make it to the World Championship. All right, quarterfinals almost done. One more match left. It's Hong KFC and OSSERU from the Japanese region. Let's take a look at their scores.
จะทำผลงานออกมาให้ได้ดีที่สุดนะครับพยายามเต็มที่จะพยายามไม่ให้ผิดหวังนะครับ
He's broken the limit, the Gianna master. against Hong KFC. You saw him holding his daughter there earlier. A team effort, if you will. You could see made it to the preliminaries last year and now was able to qualify through the preliminaries into the APAC Cup. Gianna Master, but not one of the most picked units of his here. You see the more pop on up, very, very popular unit. And you move on down the line, Danny, Chung Pong, Okeano, Sierra. This seems pretty standard play for the Gianna Master. You hear what he says. Not today, as Han KFC getting that picture from Jalane from the Asia server. Again, pretty meta picks here, and I like this moving into this matchup for Hong because then he doesn't have to worry about what he's shown. He theoretically just gets to go in the clean slate showing OSSERU, hey, I know how to play meta, I know how to play base. We've seen what the 3 matches earlier brought, a lot of defensive play. So if he has anything up his sleeve, he'll be ready to go. Here's OSSERU. OSSERU, the hashtag new face, Ikeman. Someone can translate that one for me. I would love that. OSSERU rolling up here. The final Japanese representative as MATSU lost in that first best of 5 today. Fantastic matchup. Carrying the weight of the country on his shoulders right on here. Did not get through unscathed in the preliminary round. He went 3-1, 7-5 in terms of set picks. That was probably the worst out of all players that made it through the preliminaries. The lowest win rate. That was 4-2 on first pick, 3-3 on second pick here. Mo Long, Vertihile, Kaki, and Sierra and Daphnis, I believe that is the last pick there. You're my first opponent of the Regional Cup. Good luck. Go, go, OSSERU. Obviously, a picture from the Japanese region here with the Mo Long chilling on top of the stage. OSSERU, the new face. Again, 2 relatively newish comers here, as Hong KFC had experience in last year's SWC. But anytime you get a first-timer not only make it on through the preliminaries, but to the Cup, it's always a big deal. And so our final semi-final spot on the line to move from this single elimination to a double elimination. Remember, you make it on through this, you get to play for at least the 3rd place slot. It's Hong KFC, it's OSSERU in the final quarterfinal match of the APAC Cup. Brought to you by Google Play. Level up your monsters. Find new arenas only on Google Play. Guys, the last one. I hope you're excited. Take it away.
Here we go, guys. Last match of the quarterfinals. We have OSSERU and Hong KFC. We've got the pre-bans already out. Mo Long and Gianna getting pre-banned. Hong KFC with the first pick.
Sierra first pick, most definitely here for Hong KFC. Likes the aggression and the speed lead opportunity, but we do know OSSERU is the Ikeman. He is the go-go-go, probably known for his single target snipes, his aggressive comps. He is the go-man.
Sierra's that first pick for Hong KFC. Quickly responds. Hey gang, Chung Pong for OSSERU. We have Okeanos Ganymede coming out for Hong KFC. A very strong draft already for Hong KFC.
Ooh, already looks like he might be a little bit on the behind side. Sierra, Gani, Okeanos is a pretty strong combination here, but OSSERU does respond, wants to go for that turn 2, the safety kind of composition here, leans towards the Lulu. I don't really think that, I think you should go a little more aggressive here. I think that the Fire Bison or the Cardinal opportunity is good alongside the Lulu.
Ooh, we're going to be seeing a Juno as well. Definitely not a very aggressive draft coming out of OSSERU already. Hong KFC bringing in a Diana, very aggressive draft going up against OSSERU.
Interesting, the aggression on this draft. There's no strips for the Oki. The Oki's kind of expected to just control in here. There's no cleanse for the Hagang glancing. So I'm not quite sure what the last pick here is. Could be just about anything.
It really could be, and it is going to be the Yan Hong on Hong KFC side of the field.
I like the Yan Hong. I think Yan Hong is actually pretty effective in here. It's going to give some good damage. OSSERU with the last pick, Rika. We do know how strong a last pick Rika is. One of the most banned last picks in all of SWC history. I think that's a very effective draft in this situation.
And I think that's going to stay true here. Rika's going to get banned out. Yan Hong's getting banned out on the side of Hong KFC. Lead of skills coming out. Speed lead for Hong KFC. And I do believe we're going to go with possibly a crit rate lead for OSSERU.
I'm interested to see if OSSERU can outlast Hong KFC. We know the rotations in this composition is insanely fast. The additional damage is really strong. He's got the Diana in there as well.
Let's see if that sustain's going to be enough. Here we go, guys. OSSERU versus Hong KFC in match number 1. Looking for a reset on top of Chung Peng. Not receiving that reset. Ganymede looking to poke a little bit of damage out here.
Doesn't quite get the strip either for the Ganymede setups. A little bit unfortunate. Diana notably off wheel here. Could be on revenge alongside that Juno being on revenge. Hong KFC a little bit of a disadvantage here now, actually. Is going to have to deal with this Chung Peng AoE reset opportunity. One the revenge from Juno.
Yeah, revenge from Juno. Always dangerous to see there. Boosting up a lot of attack bar like that.
Wants to push down the Sierra. Will allow Hong KFC to take a turn here on his Diana. Might go for the swap, but I don't think it's really worth it. You're going to see the attack bar gain from Chung Peng, and Chung Peng skill 3 is going to be very effective.
Yeah, most definitely. Just going for some poke damage top of the Chung Peng. Chung Peng being the unit that he's choosing to get rid of first. Big skill 3 coming up from Chung Peng. Reduces the attack bar of all of Hong KFC's team here. Lulu choosing to do the 3rd skill immunity, healing up everybody. And you can see the unit of focus on Hong KFC's side of the field is that Ciara.
Yeah, a little bit risky there for OSSERU to go towards the Sierra and not really have a way to control this Diana. Diana's going to output a lot of damage. Needs the glancing debuff here on Diana. Doesn't land it, though.
Doesn't land it, but continues to get that Despair Stun, locking down that Ciara. So much damage coming out of Juwu onto Ciara here.
Really wants the extra turn. Not the extra turn he was looking for, though. Needed it afterwards to take out this Chung Peng.
Yeah, there's the stun, but as soon as stun was there, it was gone. Lulu primed and ready with that beautiful skill, too. You can see Hong KFC's really trying to get rid of that Chung Peng as soon as possible.
Reset into Lulu here could be pretty good value, but goes for the reset on the Chung Peng. Hits the reset.
Nails that reset indeed. Chung Peng might be able to drop the Ciara here. Does he choose to go after the Ganymede instead?
Uses the push back to Diana. Wants to stay alive. Needs his Lulu to top him off and keep him just barely up there. Could go for the Despair Stun here.
Yeah, chooses to go for the kill on the Ciara. Confirms that kill. Lulu healing up that Chung Peng just a little bit. Juno crossing his fingers for Despair Stun on top of Diana. Diana possibly looking to get rid of this Chung Peng right here. And we are going to get the trade here. Ciara goes down, and then the Chung Peng goes down.
Yeah, it's not looking super hot for Hong KFC, though. It's a little bit of a 50-50 here. The Ganny-Oki combo is strong, but Juno on the field here is a little bit scary still.
Yeah, trying to get some additional damage out there. Not getting the stun, of course, on top of that Lulu. Lulu usually built on max resistance. We've got that first skill heal coming out. Let's use it as skill 2 to heal up himself, and he does so.
Yeah, really valuable knowing Ganny has the reset opportunity here. Ganny will not be able to reset the Lulu.
Yeah, there's the ventilate right back onto Okeanos. Okeanos got all those skills up there. Glancing, sitting on top of Okeanos once again. Diana not getting that glancing effect built on revenge. We can see it now.
This glancing is not going to be super good. Gets the reset, though. An important reset to land. Needs all but the extra turn from Lulu. Does give the skill 2 back. So a lot of healing he's going to get out of this.
Definitely a lot of healing indeed. Diana is going to be transforming here, looking to do a little bit of cycling, possibly onto the hay game to remove this unit from the field. And he is going to go for the Lulu instead. Lulu is just too important of a unit to leave up right now.
Should have Ganny's reset available here for the pushback. Might be just enough to kill it. Needs to take down this Diana pretty quick here with the Juno.
Definitely does, but another Despair Stun coming out, locking down that Diana. I don't think there's much Hong KFC can do about that. Juno being way too powerful right now.
Yeah, this glancing debuff denying the opportunity for any stun on the water units is very, very effective here. Doesn't even need to go for the Diana. Goes for the AoE and kills her. Here's the rotation. Hong KFC just praying and hoping he can take down that Lulu, but it's just not enough for him.
Not enough. So much sustain coming out of OSSERU's team here with this Lulu. Lulu being so powerful. The revenge dropping that Okeanos. That's going to be it. OSSERU taking round 1 away from Hong KFC.
Very nicely drafted from OSSERU. Initially, I didn't quite like the way that he played so defensively with that Lulu Juno, but at the end of the day, his draft was really effective. He had a lot of potential to protect himself against what Honk KFC was throwing on the field. We know the Ganioki combo is scary. We know it's scary with Sierra, but it just wasn't enough damage for him. He wasn't able to get through the Lulu. He missed the first turn strip and just lost all potential momentum he could have built.
Definitely a lot of sustain on the side of OSSERU. Very, very safe when you have that Lulu on your side of the field. Being paired up with that Juno as well was extremely powerful. Let's see a different change of pace, possibly getting into round 2 with Honk KFC and OSSERU. Pre-bans are out. Hey Gang and Water Ryu are going to be the pre-bans.
I'm interested in if we see an aggressive pick here. So there it is. There's the aggressive first pick. Sierra takes it away from Honk KFC. We know so many players in the APAC region absolutely love their Sierras. We know they're built fast. They do tons of damage. Their artifacts are insane. These guys ruin their Sierras to the T. They're so strong in these situations.
Looks like double reset's going to be drafted by Honk KFC, going with that Chung Pong and Okeanos.
I do like the Chung Pong Okeanos. Fairly good. Denies the Chung Pong opportunity here from OSSERU. Okeanos, safe pick. Doesn't go for the Cardinal, though. Knows he wants that first turn strip reset opportunity unit.
Let's see what I think he's going to be drafting here.
Molong. It's got to be Molong, right? Lulu Molong?
Oof. Well, we're going to see a Lulu Sheer coming out of OSSERU.
Interesting. OSSERU really committing to that first turn. A lot of additional damage, plus that speed buff is pretty effective here. Would be able to contest any other opportunity here for Honk KFC to take first turn.
Honk KFC is definitely going to need a speed lead on this side of the field. Doesn't take a speed lead. He's going to go with a Gianna and Diana this time.
Oh, we're going to see a Rika. Rika Cardinal here is really strong. Rika Cardinal here is pretty good, but he'll probably play for turn 2 if he does that. The only thing he's missing there is a really big strip opportunity.
Interesting. We're going to see the Douglas coming out of OSSERU.
Oh, I do love a good Douglas match. Saw Douglas 1v5 and some 2v2s the other day with an old friend of mine. So there it is. He brings back the Juno. Juno very effective into this draft. Really good against the Gianna. There's the Sion. Last pick.
Oh, choose the lock in the Sion. I don't know if that's going to be a ban on the Juno or is that going to be a ban on top of the Lulu?
I think we're going to see a ban on the Juno. I think he expects to either get the Gianna stun into the Chung Pong or possibly the first turn reset with Okeanos. It's a little bit of a gamble here for Honk KFC. I'm not quite sure if I actually agree with this style of draft, but I think we have to see a Sion ban in this situation.
Yeah, definitely a gamble indeed. I think that ban is... Oh, the ban is going to be on top of that Lulu, and it looks like Cian's going to be the unit banned out on the side of Honk KFC.
A bit risky here. Honk KFC is really going to need to find a way to rip down this Douglas. Needs to get the bomb landing early on. That Escher does have the extra heals and the strip opportunity.
Let's find out if it's going to be enough here. We have OSSERU taking first turn with the Sheer. Very, very fast unit.
Sierra moving before the Juno. A little bit of a weird tuning, but it does work out. Does shrug off the speed buff in this situation, so the Gianna strip is kind of useless.
Just going to skill one into that Diana, not wanting to push the attack bar up on the Diana. Diana, of course, is going to be revenging.
Diana revenging again, getting the second revenge on the first turn. No despair stun here from the Juno. Most of the team here is going to go down to a stun.
Yeah, there's the stuns up from Gianna. Possible Rain of Stones or maybe a skill 2 onto that CR as well.
There it is. There's the Spear Devastation. Wants to really deny the Sierra any opportunity. Needs the pushback here on the Douglas, but most likely won't get it. There it is. No pushback on the Douglas. Douglas is still kind of a scary opponent in this situation. Gianna doesn't have a bomb ready.
Yeah, Diana's going to have to shield up, protect itself from the bombs here, and that's exactly what Honk KFC is going to be doing here. First skill, looking to cycle a little bit of attack or maybe take advantage of the defense break sitting on top of the Escher, and that's exactly what Honk KFC is going to be doing here. Big Rain of Stones coming out. Additional damage across this field. Some big numbers in there, dropping the Ciara.
The problem here is OSSERU's Juno is just not speed tuned correctly. We really, really needed the strip into bomb stun here on the well, at least the Gianna, maybe an opportunity onto the Okeanos, but having Will on your Douglas in this situation is not actually the most ideal situation.
Ooh, additional turns coming out of Honk KFC with the Chung Pong getting that skill 3. Not look good for OSSERU. Spear Devastation coming out looking to get rid of the Douglas, and does so. Honk KFC most definitely confirming this victory.
Yeah, OSSERU knows now that he can't pick the Douglas into this Okeanos. Okeanos here, most likely on crit damage and attack. We saw a lot of attack come out from that skill 2. 4.5Ks on both sides, 2K skill 3s. Might just be enough damage to take out all of the things that OSSERU has.
Most definitely. Hong KFC saying not today. Taking round 2 away from OSSERU.
OSSERU a little disappointed in his last draft. You can see it end of the match through his head back there. I think he's ready for the next match though. He knows what he can and can't bring into Hong KFC now. Had that first match opportunity and ready for game 3. Hong KFC here looking a little bit untiltable, as you can see. He is calm, cool, and collected. One of the veterans of SWC, as well as a veteran of Summoners, where we've seen him a lot in the high ranks for many, many years. A very, very scary player to match up with on the ladder.
Most definitely. Molong Gianna getting pre-banned in this round number 3. Hong KFC with the first pick, of course.
Yeah, we'll probably see the Sierra again. We see it pretty commonly against these two players, but he might lean for something else.
Ooh, double painters coming out for OSSERU.
There it is, the repeat of match 1. OSSERU knew it worked for him the first time, but it's a little risky. This is an exact repeat so far. Be mindful that Oki most likely won't miss the strip a second time.
Yep, there we go. We've got double resets coming out for Hong KFC. And the Lulu once again, and Juno coming out for OSSERU.
Hong KFC pretty confident there. You can see he's talking off screen to someone. He's ready. He's good to go. He's like, I got this draft. I'm ready. This is an easy one for me.
Yep, Moore and Diana. Hong KFC looking very confident in these picks.
Weak last pick most likely in a situation like this, but hard to choose. A lot of opportunity for different units here.
Ooh, looking at a Fran, possibly Nemesis Fran with this Moore out here.
Could be a Tech Fran. Does have the opportunity for it. 100 resist Nem Tech Fran is very strong here, but we did see world champion Mr. Chung of last year lose with this almost exactly the same comp here.
Bands should be coming out shortly. These two really taking their time here, going into a game number 3.
Yeah, I think we're most likely to see the Diana ban. Diana's really scary in a situation like this.
Yep, Diana and Chung Pong getting banned out. Speed lead for Hong KFC. Speed lead for OSSERU as well.
I don't think OSSERU has enough damage to deal with how much additional damage Hong KFC has here.
Let's see if he has the sustain to deal with it. And we have more taking first turn. Just a little bit of poke damage towards this Lulu.
There it is. Now we know it's a Nemesis Fran. Wants to save the immunity. Doesn't land the reset though. Unlucky at Fran being 100 resist setup here. No opportunity for Ganny to do anything.
Yeah, very unlucky indeed, not getting that reset, trying to pummel as much damage into this Fran as possible. Immunity is up on the side of OSSERU, looking for a Despair Stone on top of Okeanos, not receiving it unless Juno says otherwise.
Wants to play safe here, doesn't go for the AoE, doesn't want more to strip any of these attack buff opportunities. He wants his Juno to go in there. He wants his Juno to get a lot of damage to the Sierra as soon as he can.
Yeah, a lot of sustain on the side of OSSERU, no sustain on the side of Hong KFC. OSSERU really trying to get rid of that Ciara first.
Very safe choice there, though. We see OSSERU using that skill 2 on his Lulu. Wants to deny the Ganny from resetting, but takes a risk. Actually goes for the attack break on Moore in a situation like this. Not quite the safest choice if you're trying to give yourself the immunity again.
Yeah, Moore was not able to strip much on the side of OSSERU, though. We got the Rain of Stones coming out, does drop the very weak Fran there. And of course, we have the stun sitting on top of this Juno.
Hong KFC could honestly just rotate for damage here. He could rotate it into his Moore, could rotate it into his Okeanos. A lot of damage output coming regardless of the sides here. Additional damage very strong here against the Juno. Juno's really the only source of damage he has. Sierra getting one bomb opportunity could be enough to take it down.
Let's see if he goes for that bomb opportunity here. Does go to plant that bomb. He's got to detonate. Is it going to be enough?
Well, not quite. I believe that was 11, maybe 12K. Oh, it could be enough. There's the turn. He does manage to take it out. It's fast enough, and it's not looking good. I think OSSERU's lost this match. Hong KFC does have the advantage. A lot of damage here to break through all that healing.
Yeah, Hong KFC looked confident during the draft, and he looks confident right now. He's able to get that reset on top of the Lulu, looking heavily in favor of Hong KFC. OSSERU probably going to be conceding shortly.
Yeah, OSSERU needs to pay attention to what happened to Mr. Chung there. We saw this almost this exact same draft. We didn't see the Chung Pong, but we did see the Juno. Juno being arguably a little bit weaker in a situation like this, but
big
not enough to pull down Hong KFC.
Reducing the attack bar of all of OSSERU's units, and that's going to be it for the Lulu here. Rain of Stones doesn't really matter. Hong KFC taking that round 3 away through route. Beats OSSERU.
Round 3 taken by Hong KFC, manages to take it away. Very safe, methodical draft. Good into the counter pick regardless. A Tech Fran, not quite enough value here when you just don't have any damage. I personally don't like seeing the double R Masters in the situation. I think OSSERU needs to play a little more aggressive. He needs to deny Hong KFC the opportunity to take what he's comfortable with. You gotta take away the butter from his bread.
Most definitely, take that butter away.
You like that? You like that one, Stoic? I thought, I've been playing a lot of fighting games. Bread and butters are, B&Bs are important. I do think though that OSSERU, for his win condition here, I think he should just play really aggressively. We've seen an incredible aggressive draft setup from him, but he keeps giving so much room to Hong KFC. He keeps taking Lulu. He keeps playing second turn. He needs to go for the first turn. He needs to play that aggression.
Yep, that's right. He can't fall into that same trap that Mr. Chung was doing, relying on that Lulu to help keep himself alive there. It's just not what you need to do. You got to be aggressive, throw something down, and take advantage of your opponent. You have to throw him off. Hong KFC is the one with the experience here over OSSERU. OSSERU has first pick now. He should be taking something away from Hong KFC, and we're going to be seeing a CR coming out of him.
Hong KFC, classic response here. Please take away something from him. I want to see something unique from you, OSSERU. We know you're a good player. You made it through all the way through prelims. You gotta come today. Today is the day that you gotta make history.
That's right. This is SWC. Your time is now.
I want to see the Molong pick. I want to see that first turn snipe aggression. I want to see a Dapis. I want to see something that gives him aggression. I do not want to see a Juno and a Lulu. It worked for him in the first game, but I don't think it's going to keep working. Hong KFC knows how to fight that.
Yep, exactly. What he's doing, he's showing something that Hong KFC can predict now. The Juno and the Ganymede coming out for Hong KFC. He can easily just ban out a Lulu and then control him with all of these units that reduce so much attack bar. Hong KFC looking very, very strong and heavily favored in his draft already.
I want to see OSSERU pick a triple revenge bird here. I want him to pick something that gives him some sort of control aggression. There it is. There's the bird. Maybe it is triple revenge. Maybe it does work against this Gianna. Maybe an Annabelle as well. Something along the lines to fight this. And something we never get to see, not even just in SWC, but in Summoners, where a Fire Monkey King comes out. Fire Monkey King with that recent buff does have 100% resistance from the passive based on his stacks. They stack up really, really fast in this situation.
This Fire Monkey King may be exactly what he needs here. It's that little bit of damage, and we're not seeing a ton of damage, but a lot of additional damage coming out of Hong KFC. Gianna's going to be the ban, and those are very quick bans. We knew that Vertigo was going to be banned out here. Speed lead on the side of OSSERU, accuracy lead on the side of Hong KFC. Let's go, guys. We're getting into a round 4. Hong KFC could end this right here, or OSSERU could take this and continue into a game 5. Let's find out together.
They're so incredibly fast. Here comes the strip on Sierra. No strip landing, though. Needs to plan the reset carefully, most likely into the Lulu here.
Goes for that Lulu. Does get that strip and reset onto the Lulu as well. Bomb's going to be coming out possibly onto the Yon Hong. I want to lock that unit down here. Does get that bomb off. Does not have to detonate it, though.
Oh, the Fire Monkey King moving before, though. And the stun on skill 1 with the Violent Proc gets the extra turn. Possibly goes for the stun again, but lands the defense break instead. Here it is. Chung Pong does get the turn, the reset into the Lulu to push back the attack bar.
Ooh, choosing to go for that skill 2 to get the glancing effect out here on top of the CR. Stop this unit from critting. We get the Seal of Magic going out on top of CR. Dump the attack bars across all the units. Rain of Stone's going to be coming out, getting full team stuns here. Of course, not on top of that Fire Monkey King.
When the revenge from the Fire Monkey King, this is looking really good for OSSERU. OSSERU brings his game. He brings a completely different composition here. Juno and Fire Monkey King could be very effective into this, but has to be careful. Ventilate here into the Okeanos is going to be a lot of additional damage. We do see a fully reset Lulu as well.
That's right. We're definitely going to see that ventilate back onto the Okeanos. I think he needs as much damage as possible. Looks like he's going to go back to the Chung Pong for the skill 3 instead to help reduce attack bar across everybody.
Interesting choice from Hunk KFC. Hopefully it doesn't come too punished here. Maybe he wants to rotate for the skill 2. And Hong goes down to the bomb though.
That's right, no stun. There is the stun on top of the tournament, but additional turn comes out here. We've got that third skill primed and ready, looking to reduce the attack bar across all of his units, get those resets as well. Glancing already applied to that Fire Monkey. He could reapply that Glancing unless he wants to get rid of that Lulu.
He did get the triple reset here, the triple pushback here, but still not looking very good. He needs to rotate that skill 3 on the Oki pretty effectively here. Fire Monkey King could actually swap targets, maybe not take it out there.
Really needs to get a defense break on top of that Fire Monkey. Does so, but lands a lot of negative things on top of that Juno. Juno healing up that Fire Monkey King a whole lot. Hong KFC in a lot of trouble. How does he deal with this monkey?
He actually has the potential here. Goes for the Seal Magic. There is a turn here for Oki. Oki will move before. Oh, not quite. Fire Monkey King with the Sierra Speedly. That high base speed does get the turn. If he Violent procs, he'll shrug off the defense break. Could go for a stun into either of these units to deny, though.
Ooh, no stuns here, but get the Rain of Stones coming out. This is going to deal a good amount of damage on top of this Fire Monkey King, but Fire Monkey King still looking very, very healthy. Juno healing up. Lulu's going to be primed and ready to heal up as well. Ventilate goes back onto the Okeanos. This is definitely not looking good for Hong KFC.
And the Despair Stone seals the deal. OSSERU manages to take the 4th game away from Hong KFC. Hong KFC trying to figure out what he can do in the next match. A little bit frustrated there. You can see the smiles on OSSERU's face. He's happy with the counter picks. He's happy that he changed it up a little bit. And this is what we were looking to see, right, Stoic?
That's exactly what we were looking to see. You needed to change it up. You needed to do something different. Hong KFC did not fear that Fire Monkey King when he should have feared that Fire Monkey King. It was the right pick in the right time.
Yeah, one of those really, really rare picks that we don't see super often. A single target, single hit damage dealer. Managing to take it away from all of these multi-hitters. It's just something we don't see after additional damage. It becomes so strong.
Definitely like that Fire Monkey King a whole lot. I'm expecting to see some more exciting play out of OSSERU. He really needs to change it up. He wants to take down Hong KFC here. Pre-ban's coming out, and it looks like Molong and Gianna getting pre-banned here.
I really like the opportunity here for OSSERU to kind of just change it up. We've got a lot of different things. Hong KFC's been playing pretty consistently with the same stuff here. He's playing that Ganioki Sierra. He's playing that Chung Pong. We haven't seen a Carnal yet in these matches, though. Something we rarely don't see. Oh, maybe the double negative is a little weird there, though.
Ciara and double reset. Hong KFC bringing something that OSSERU's already seen. Hong KFC not looking to change his draft.
And neither with OSSERU. He's going back to the same thing. We see the double R masters right off the bat. Hopefully he has something else he can pair with these that are effective against this draft, because we saw outside of that first game, it really wasn't enough.
Well, we're seeing a Lulu that apparently pairs well with them because he's bringing it back again.
What's the pick here? Oh, Diana goes for something a little different. I'm not quite sure, though. Diana's a little risky. Hong KFC did pick the Diana against him, so maybe that's his play here. Maybe he wants to deny Hong KFC the opportunity of picking the Diana. I want to see a last pick Rika here for OSSERU. It's very strong. It's got a lot of opportunity.
Yeah, definitely. Want to take that Diana away. We're going to see Hong KFC hovering over a Yan Hong. We've seen this draft from him already. Does he choose to change it up with this last pick here? And it's going to be Verti-Heal.
I really hope this Verti-Heal is on Violent or Swift, because this thing is going to take a lot of turns. There it is. Last pick, Rico. OSSERU knows exactly what to take, but we know that's getting banned. Hong KFC, I think, actually has a pretty advantageous draft in this situation with that Oki and the Vert on the field.
Yeah, definitely. I can't help but favor Hong KFC just a little bit in this draft here. But I mean, there is a Lulu, there is a Diana on the side of OSSERU's field, and those units have the ability to do, well, a lot of things. We're about to find out as we get into a Game 5 with Hong KFC and OSSERU.
I almost wanted to see a Haging ban in the situation, but I do think that a Rika ban is the safety net situation here. Wants to go for the big strip reset, needs to knock down. Actually, could actually just go for the Haging, deny the glancing application.
Well, again, he's got that skill 3. He is free to reset this Lulu, of course.
Lulu already reset, though. That strip reset actually landing for Hong KFC for once. He's pretty happy in this situation. Does get that reset, but misses the
bomb's
Sierra
not
bomb.
landing this time.
OSSERU nodding, pretty happy about it, but the extra turn is pretty good for Sierra. She's going to get a lot of turns here.
Double despair stun on top of that Ganymede and that Verti heal as well. Glancing sitting on top of that Okeanos. We've got Diana choosing to transform right now, and it has Ciara in sight. Ciara not looking so hot after taking all that Diana damage. No additional turn coming out here.
An absolutely massive stun here from OSSERU onto that bird. Gives him the opportunity to freely throw in the Chung Pong skill 3, no risk of revenge. Didn't land the glancing debuff though. Really wanted to hit that on the bird. Needs the extra value from that. Diana might not be able to get the turns quick enough here.
Yeah, might not able indeed. We've got that second skill coming out from Chung Pong, looking to get some defense break, possibly some glance across the field, but choosing not to give that possible attack bar from Verti heal.
Doesn't want to take the risk. It's not quite worth it. Well, we do see the cleanse. Okeanos transfers the debuff, which gives the extra attack bar to OSSERU. OSSERU's Diana will move before the Sierra and take her out.
He's taking his time here. He's taking his time. He does choose to get rid of that Ciara, but the Ganny is going to be cutting again here.
They're looking pretty good for OSSERU here. Has a lot of opportunity. Will be able to reapply this glancing debuff. Oh,
there's that glancing. Verti heal's cutting in front, pushing up the team as well. Does he choose to go for the big skill too? Not yet. Pushing back the attack bar of that Ganymede, and Diana finally being able to transform.
Oh, Diana with the extra turn could go for the kill right now, actually. Could take the opportunity, but wants to play it safe. Wants to shield it up. Takes out the Sierra already, so he's okay to play safe.
Yeah, he definitely goes for the safe play. Their shields are now up. The stuns are sitting on top of Diana and that Chung Pong as well. And we've got Verti heal trying to pummel as much damage, break that shield on top of that Diana.
Situation's not looking good. We saw this in a prior match, but with different units. We saw it with the Praha and the Light Monkey King, but we're going to see it here now with the Bird and the Ganny Oki combination. A lot of damage is going to come out here. OSSERU needs to be careful. He might have celebrated a little bit too early.
That's right. I mean, Diana's starting to look very low. Han KFC doing a good job at locking down this Lulu. Lulu not getting any additional turns here. Going for the reset and the kill. Not the kill just yet on top of the Diana, but Ganny's going to be there to shut it down.
Well, it's looking pretty good. He did get the stun on the Bird, which denies the extra turn opportunity. He doesn't have any sustain here for the Oki. As long as he can take out the Oki, he won't deal with so much additional damage. Lulu and Hagang will be able to take it out and finish it off.
That is right. That is very, very correct, sir. We've got the skill 3 coming out. Seal of Magic on top of Lulu. Looking to dump the attack bars across all of OSSERU's units.
Another pushback. Here it is. The Ventilate into Rain of Stones. This might be enough. Han KFC could deal enough damage to take it out here.
Yep, there is that Ventilate. Rain of Stones coming out here. Does it drop the Chung Pong? And it does. Stun sitting on top of the Lulu. This could be enough. OSSERU definitely celebrating a little too early here, looking for Despair Stun. But the additional turn coming out of Lulu will be able to sustain just a little bit.
Oh, gets one crit. Might be enough damage. Could take out the Lulu in this opportunity. Does have additional damage here from his Ganny skill 1.
Ooh, he's looking for the AoE Despair Stun. Does get the stun and the kill on top of the Okeanos. It's not over yet. We've got Lulu with the first kill healing up. Does Lulu get the additional turn to get even more healing up here? And does not.
Oh, took a little bit too much of a risk. Really shouldn't have hit the Bird there, even with the glancing and no extra attack bar. The Revenge does hit for 2.5k. It's just enough to chip down this Lulu. Lulu's not in a good place. Han KFC in a good place, gets another counter with his Bird. It's a lot of damage coming out.
Lot of damage indeed. Ganny's going to be shutting it down here. Once again, Han KFC says, not today, OSSERU. Han KFC takes round 5.
Needs to celebrate a little bit later there. Celebrated that victory a little early and didn't quite take it away from Han KFC.
Oh, a brutal, violent proc there at the end. That Han KFC celebrated OSSERU very much. Felt every part of that percentage going right on through his bones. And you live by the Art Masters, you die by the Art Masters. I was going to say, if OSSERU got the win, he stuck to his guns, he made the adjustments necessary, he used the Diana, and all right, yeah, you feel good. I stuck to my guns, I won, right? Right, guys, right? What happened? Oh, no, OSSERU.
It was close, it was close. He definitely tried.
Yeah, I just can't believe, like, it was that close, right? Again, sticking to it when, I mean, I think everyone was there with you. Like, you're going back to the Art Masters? Like, with the Lulu? Who's going to do your damage? Well, there you go. You have it as we take a look at the series as a whole one more time here, Stoic.
I know, it's just more of this Lulu being drafted, making these matches last so long in here. And once again, I can't help but feel like it goes right back to those MR.CHUNG matches where you started playing just so defensive when your opponent is being so aggressive. Hong KFC bringing all this attack bar manipulation, all of this additional damage as well. Hong KFC was the aggressor here. He came prepared, and OSSERU made himself very predictable, and I think that's what ultimately led to OSSERU's end.
And you know, here at Once in Love, we're going to see it in this, hopefully in this highlight. There was one moment where you called it, where Diana got the proc, had the opportunity to transform yet again and go for the kill, and instead decided to stay in, I guess, the monster form and throw down the shield. It's those types of small decisions that we're starting to see here in the APAC Cup, where it seems like most of the time players are sitting back on the conservative approach. Let's see if it pops up here. It happens so fast, but it was just a quick one there where I think they could have been able to get rid of the Yoki or get rid of the Ganny there. Either one of those two decided not to.
He really needed to take out that Ganny. Had he taken the opportunity to take it down one turn earlier, he might have actually came out as the victor in this situation.
Well, nice little battle back here by Hong KFC. Our OSSERU almost had the opportunity to change it right around, but wasn't quite able to. A 3-2. Our fourth match, I guess our third match that went all 5 games. It's been such a close tournament. And again, we said it at the top of the show, you look at the names that were on this board and it's all heavy hitters. Now we're down to our top 4, SECONDBABY versus Jack, an all Korean affair. And then Diligent, who had the huge upset coming off of defeating MR.CHUNG, the world champion, against Hong KFC, who went to the brink against OSSERU. And remember, the winners into the World Championship. The losers will play in the 3rd place match for that final World Championship spot. It's going to be quite a next couple of sets here. 4 more matches still left for you. These semifinal matches, and of course, the very, very ending 3rd place match and our APAC Cup champion. All right, we're going to take a short break. But before we do, we know that all of you at home have been waiting. We know that all of you have been waiting for this one right here. Here it is, the Omatase APAC 21. Omatase, for all of you Japanese speakers out there, it means thanks for waiting in Japanese. I know Zoro over in channel 808, who helped me out. I think it was Zoro Luffy, helped me out with Ike-man. That means handsome man. That was the nickname there earlier for OSSERU. So he's the Ike-man. So anyway, Omatase APAC 21. Make sure to do that. Get yourself 50 energy and 300,000 mana stones so that you can level up your runes to where they need to be. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, our semifinals and then our championship match and our world championship qualifier match. It's been a heck of a tournament so far with all these names worthy of a championship spot, and it's just brutal. The way that the draw works, it's a random draw. We saw so many of the guys that went undefeated in the preliminaries end up being matched up against each other because it's just a random draw. It's not a seeded draw. And in this case, it led to some huge, huge matches. All right, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll be putting 2 more players into the finals, and we'll see who will be battling it out for that 3rd place spot. Don't go anywhere. You're watching SWC 2021 APAC Cup.
stun is definitely going to be good for him as Reckless Assault comes right off the bat. Absolutely well played by second base. Kill Diana before Lulu gets a turn.
And there's the Reckless Assault.
Doesn't go for Diana first though, so he goes for the Anvil. Very smart. I love it, OSSERU. There's a Reckless Assault.
To the Okeano.
The skill 2, it has a chance to freeze, and it gets it!
Oh my God! And revenge from the Vertihile strikes back yet again.
You look at the sustain from Rigel and the damage. Barbara with the damage takes out Vanessa.
Vanessa down once again, so that passive not available. The Hellfire does come out against the Fran, and that will be the death.
For OSSERU. Now, Hellfire, this needs to connect. The defense break is there. The
Oh my gosh, the new...
For Hong KFC, and now look at him. Hong KFC has the turn. He's got the bomb, and it connects, and boom goes Okeano for Musa, getting the strip on 1 unit, which is more than enough for Sierra to set up the bomb and go for the detonate.
Oh wow, there we go, and it's actually...
Sierra, the bomb. This is where everything got so matters.
Oh my God! The bomb's not sticking there.
And look at the damage.
My God.
Third carbine grabs the card. Here's the attack bomb.
My
and
God.
the accurate fire. Look.
Up for Juan.
Oh no, Gianna, why are you so strong? Of course, stage to kick in as we get into the match. Here we have Gianna grabbing the first turn. She is going to be able to have a feel that she can try to stun up. Of course, Patter is there. Now, looking for a potential giant net, push back the attack bar, and also apply that. Of course, now Poseidon can finish off the Fran, but that doesn't change the core strategy of Mr. Chung. You still got...
Who's next? Ice in my vein, coast west roller coaster. Ayy, ayy. Who's next? Forgot your name, don't find you in roster. Ayy, ayy. Who's next? Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. One step closer. Ayy, ayy. Who's next? Hand the controller, it's game over. Ready for war. This my battle. War. Please don't talk to me. Bring the sword on, no. It comes with the fee. Challenge the whole world. Deal the cards like the G. Poker face is the key. Ruins and debris. Take down my enemies. Deal the cards like the G. Poker face is the key. I'm next, I'm set this place on fire. I'm next, the battle through the line. Next up, big rise. From the top, pay the price. From the top. Shine armor around my waist. Ay. Blood drop, another time been waste. Ay. Chop it up for me, it's a startup. Put in work in the world arena. Go, your skill is so. Ay. Big no, I'm ready to go solo. Hey, I pull up, please no photo. Hey, when I pull up, don't lose your control. Deal the cards like the G. Poker face is the key. Ruins and debris. Take down my enemies. Deal the cards like the G. Poker face is the key. I'm next, I'm set this place on fire. I'm next, the battle through the line. Next up, big rise. From the top, pay the price. From the top. Do you feel it? Do you see it? You have a long way to go. March down, heart pumping out of chest. March down, yeah, we need to move fast. March down, put your sword up high. March down, I was born for this fight.
Welcome back to SWC 2021 APAC Cup. We started with 8 worthy candidates. We're now down to 4, where 3 will take the next step to the World Championship. Who will it be? Let's find out together. I'm D-Gon, as you all know, joined by Once in Love and Stoic, the analysts that have been here all day long, all SWC long. It has been so fun. What are the big takeaways here, Once in Love?
Big takeaways are that I think a lot of people are playing too defensively with their turn 2 setups. A lot of players have really good aggression, but they're not showing it in this tournament, and it's really being a big detriment to them. Too many players are feeling comfortable with something that they're losing with, thinking, oh, maybe I just got unlucky, and then continuing to play it when they really just need to change things up. When they change things up, we see them win, and I want to see more of it.
When you look at the group of players that are still in it, we've got 4 left, Stoic. Who's one that stands out to you?
Diligent, come on. Diligent stands out a whole lot right now.
Diligent, of course, taking care of business against the world champion, MR.CHUNG, in the shortest out of the 4 quarterfinals, but probably the best quarterfinals out of all of them. It was fun to watch these two go back and forth. And again, the way that the draw works out, it is cruel that one of them had to get knocked, but it was MR.CHUNG, the reigning world champion, out of SWC 2021, and Diligent taking a step closer to try and regain some of that SWC World Championship glory. Now remember, we're in the semifinal phase now. The winners of these matchups will automatically be going to SWC 2021 World Championships representing the APAC region. The losers will play in a best of 3 or a third place best of 5 match to see who will be moving on. Here's our matches here. SECONDBABY was able to win his opening match. Jack was able to win his as well. Both best of 5 series that went the distance, and we just talked about it. Diligent taking care of business over MR.CHUNG as he will face Hong KFC. Let's get into it. Our first semifinal matchup. It was the comeback kid on a reverse sweep, SECONDBABY, that was able to get himself into the semifinal matchup and now has 2 opportunities to make it on through into the World Championship. You take a look at the matchup earlier against the Japanese representative MATSU, who was no pushover, has been into every SWC event, and he was able to get through. You take a look at those picks, you take a look at the bans, you know, it seemed like that was pretty specific to that matchup there, Once in Love.
Yeah, most definitely. SECONDBABY knows that Gianna's terrifying on Matsu's side. It's one of the things that really aggresses that turn 1 and denies all these turn 2 opportunities. As you can see in this last match, he had every opportunity for really good last pick turn 2 options, right? We saw the Alexandra, we saw it on Despair 2 matches in a row. We saw the Sion, which was incredibly strong there. SECONDBABY went into that match knowing exactly what he wanted, but still, it was tough. The reverse sweep is always a very mentally draining game.
He was able to get it done. You can see the fan art there done by, who would have known? An artist named Kanye. Just straight up what the IGN was. It was Kanye in the European region. A fan of SECONDBABY dropping the I love you heart symbol with the hands. His matchup is against Korean Harry Potter, Jack, who is here with the opportunity to achieve his goal and maybe even beyond. Jack said, hey, I just want to achieve 3rd place. 3rd place to make it to the World Championship. Well, if he wins this, he's in the World Championship no matter what. He went the distance against Frank, 3-2 here, switched it up. First was banning the Lulu, then had to change it around there for the Yeon Hung. Stoic, what did you make of Jack's play in that first matchup against Frank?
Well, Jack was also on that defensive side, which is very interesting. I think the issue in the Jack and Frank matches where Frank decided to match him and started to do some defensive stuff as well, so it became a war of attrition, but it just happened to work out in Jack's favor in those matches.
Handsome, no lie. Violent, no lose. It's Jack. Bad boy ain't good, but Rez ain't fun. There was a lot. There's a lot.
Heal my heart. That was the best one.
You heal my heart. Was that the one at the top? I missed that.
Yeah, it was.
All right. Well, the fans are definitely passionate about these 2 players, rightfully so, because they're the ones that made it on through and could be the representatives. One of them will be the representatives of the APAC Cup. Both of them theoretically could, but only one can figure it out right now. The Battle of the Koreans. It's SECONDBABY. It's Jack for their first spot for the APAC region in the World Championship. It is the APAC Cup semifinals presented by Google Play. Level up your monsters, find your arenas only on Google Play. Gents, take it away. Let's crown our first World Championship player.
Here we go. We've got two guildies going at it. We've got SECONDBABY and we have Jack. I would imagine these two are going to have a whole lot of fun playing each other. Maybe I'm being a little selfish here, but I would love to see some cleaves coming out of these guys. But it looks like we're going to be seeing a Lulu first pick coming out of SECONDBABY.
I don't know if SECONDBABY was looking to ban that Hey Gang. He threw his hands up a little there after the bans came out. Maybe he's a little upset about that pre-ban Gianna, but it's going to be tough.
Well, Jack's going to be drafting that Ciara and the Connell. Of course, SECONDBABY hovering over a Molong. Possibly want to take a Diana to go with that since he has that low Lulu and Molong already being drafted. And it is going to be that Diana to help protect his team.
Look at you, Stoic. You got it all. You got the predictions down for the draft. It's like you know them so well. I really want to see Jack play a little differently than he played against Frank. I feel like Jack didn't adjust to the drafts fast enough, whereas SECONDBABY was adjusting to these drafts really quickly. He knew what he needed to pick for future matches. He planned out the next game. I think Jack's going to fall behind because of this, but at the end of the day, both these players are incredibly strong, so we can see a lot of, whoa, that's not something you see every day.
That's not something I wanted to see today, but it looks like it's going through. We've got a Ganny Hathor coming for Jack, and we've got a Rika coming out for SECONDBABY. What could possibly be this next pick coming out of SECONDBABY to possibly stop the Ganny Hathor pursue throughout this match?
That is actually not a bad choice, but I really want to see him pick the Alexandra. Oh, goes for the Belinus, the extra damage. Jack, with that, Ganny Hathor is actually pretty effective against the Lulu. Ganny Hathor is very good, denies the Lulu extra turn opportunities. Ooh, and a Tetra last pick. Tetra for the Rika here. We could see the Diana ban.
Yep, we could very well see a Diana ban. I'm just really hoping to see one of these Ganny or Hathors get banned out here.
Yeah, I don't know. It's going to be a little tough for Jack just because Jack really doesn't have a lot of first turn control, let alone a lot of damage. The SECONDBABY taking out one unit on turn one entirely destroys Jack's potential.
Well, it looks like that Rika's getting banned out and that Tetra's getting banned out. Speed lead for Jack, HP lead for SECONDBABY. We're going into 2017, guys. Welcome to Ganny Hathor. Let's go, guys. SECONDBABY versus Jack, and we have Jack taking first turn here.
I don't think this Ganny Hathor is actually going to get a full combo off. I'm pretty sure the Molong is going to get... Okay, well, there it is. There's the reset. It's kind of scary, though, because if you're going to reset the Molong, then you have this whole Belinus combo coming in.
I'm not able to get the immunity off of all these units just yet. Diana looking to get a stun on top of the Ganymede. Does get that stun as well. Bomb could come out on top of the Diana to lock it down here because Lulu is going to be cleansing those up.
Might actually need to use skill 3. I could safety a skill 2 in, but I think skill 3 for the cleanse on the provoke for the Molong is pretty effective as well here. The extra turn, a little bit more healing.
Yep, definitely a lot more healing indeed. We've got Belinus getting lots of defense breaks and some provokes out there, followed up by huge second skill. Lots of damage being applied by this Fire Druid, and we're going to see the third skill happening here, shutting down the Molong and that Daphnis as well. We don't have that skill 3 up no more, nor that second skill. Doesn't matter, the second skill is back.
And the provoke from the Druid onto the Cardinal does deny the 2-turn sleep. SECONDBABY takes the round. And Jack is a little bit upset about having to use that Ganny Hathor and not quite getting it through.
Yeah, definitely a fantastic first match there. Very quick. I love to see these. Awesome match there.
I'm not quite sure the Ganny Hathor was really that solid in a situation like this. I did like the Ganny, but I feel like Hathor really needs to be set up for a last pick on an opportunity like this. You want that Chung Pong in there. You want the Gianna or the Wound Saw, whatever helps you control more effectively.
Most definitely. There was no AoE strip to help or anything to really keep back that Lulu from getting all those immunity up. Doesn't help that the Lulu was able to proc so much to keep up those immunity to help stop that lockdown that Jack was trying to pursue with, and he did not able to get any Ganny Hathor online. We've got pre-bans from last time. Hey Gang and Gianna, the pre-bans. We've got 2 new pre-bans coming out here.
Pre-ban for SECONDBABY into Jack might actually be the Sierra if he doesn't want to deny the first. So they just swapped the pre-bans. There it is. These two laughing at it a little bit.
That's hysterical.
Well, maybe they'll swap drafts.
Gianna
SECONDBABY pop in the Ganny Hathor here now that Jack banned out there it is.
And we're swapping the Lulu. These two are just having a ball over here. We've got Connell, we've got Molong being drafted by Second Baby. Jack looking to respond with 2 other picks, possibly taking the Diana this time.
I do like the Molong and Carnal here. I like the double HP lead. It's very good. It's very telling. Second Baby has the opportunity for Ragdoll. We can see the Molly come in here as well. Pontos is a good option. Has the Ganny. He has literally so many options into this. It's so flexible.
I definitely like that Pontos. Pontos, Ragdoll coming up for Second Baby. Could definitely lock those 2 units in there, having the Okeanos and Chung Pong already confirmed on Jack's side of the field. Jack looking to draft 2 more picks here after seeing the double LD Nat 5s coming out of Second Baby.
I'd love to see Jack throw down a Nikki into this and ban all this Pontos. It could be a little too aggressive maybe, but it would be pretty wild to see either way.
Most definitely could be wild indeed, but we're going to be seeing a Juno coming in for Jack. I'm not too sure this is what we wanted to see there. It's a very defensive play coming from Jack. We've noticed the defensive plays haven't really been very successful. That's a lot of sustain. He's going to be dropping down a Water Druid to go with that Juno.
I actually really like this draft. I think this is very, very good into almost everything Second Baby can throw. That Suiki is actually very scary, though. I think outside the Suiki, he could also pick a Fuki if he wanted, but it has to be careful of the control. Suiki is pretty effective here because what you're looking to ban out is you're looking to ban out Chung Pong. There's no defense break opportunity, and Suiki's really effective into the rest of these units. Gains a lot of damage over time, which is what Jack is basically running the comp for. Pretty scary. He was looking to ban that Ragdoll, but I don't know, he might have to ban the Suiki instead.
Let's see what that ban is going to be. And it's actually going to be Molong. Molong, Chung Pong is going to be the bans going into this round 2 between Second Baby and Jack.
Interesting. Well, I'm interested to see how effective this Blue Kinky is here. He has a lot of strength, but no speed lead for Second Baby. Goes for the HP lead instead.
Goes for that HP lead. Here we go, guys. Round 2 with Jack and Second Baby. Okeanos going to be kicking it off here, looking for a reset on top of that Pontos.
Another interesting tech sometimes we see here on the Suiki is actually triple revenge. Some people go slower side triple revenge for the defense break setup so that when they get an opportunity to take a turn, he absolutely uploaded over the unit.
Yeah, Second Baby just throwing down a ton of skill ones, but looks like the Despair Stun's coming out on top of the Pontos. Not at all what Second Baby wanted to see. A lot of damage coming towards this Okeanos, but I'm sure Jack's got the sustain for it.
He most definitely does. Abelio has so much healing. Beast form, 10% healing per turn is really, really effective in a situation like this. It has to be careful. Oh, gets another Despair Stun. Juno with the value here, taking down the stuns. But he's got to be careful. That Suiki is stacking up. He's at 14 stacks already. That's a lot of stats he's going to get.
Definitely a lot of stats indeed. We got the Lulu cycling more attack, more HP, healing up the team a lot. Pontos is definitely the target Jack's trying to get rid of first.
Goes for the transform already. Doesn't get the crit though. Gets the extra turn. Stun opportunity comes up. Nothing. Doesn't get it.
Yeah, so much to stand on the side of Jack. It's looking very, very safe for Jack right now. Does get that reset on top of the Pontos.
And wants to protect the Lulu. Max stacks here though. No defense break on the early hit. Counter does cleanse it off. Second Baby might have to throw this. He might need that. And another counter from Juno. Juno's getting so many turns, so much value, a lot of Despair Stuns. Juno might be the most effective unit in this match here. Second Baby's pretty upset by it.
Yeah, it really is. There's the additional turn. Juno does not drop just yet, but Pontos is going to be there. Pontos is not going to be there to drop that Juno. We got the healing coming out here. Juno's going to be staying alive.
Oh, but Suiki with the skill 2 should be enough to take it down. The skill 2, the AoE, big life drain, and a lot of damage coming out. Here's the max stacks. There it is.
A lot of damage on that field. Exactly what Second Baby needed to see. Looking for an additional turn to drop that Okeanos, and that's not what he's going to be getting here. We got double provokes on the Suiki and on top of that Connell as well.
Man, how is Jack going to get through the Suiki? It heals for so much. It does so much damage.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming out of the Suiki, but there is just so much to stand on the side of Jack. Almost in torrent range, goes to the Wild Blow, does not finish off that Ragdoll just yet, but you know what? Lulu's going to be there, primed and ready.
Keep the defense break on the first hit, gets the defense break, not enough damage, extra turn! Suiki going to take down the Okeanos.
Second Baby trying to turn it around with all the stand inside of Jack's field right now, but this Suiki being so powerful.
Match. This is exciting. This is the gameplay we were looking for at APAC. We wanted to see that aggression. There it is, the Violent Revenge build. An extra turn, though, is going to give him the Wild Cure.
Yep, there's that healing, lots of sustain, like we talked about before. Looking to try and get as much damage on that Suiki as possible. Looking for attack bar reduction, maybe possible provoke. No provoke's going to be landing here. You're going to see that wild blow coming out of the Suiki. Suiki's still standing tall right now. Looking for that death break. Does land that death break. No additional turn coming out here. Is that the stun? No stun. The additional turn to the wild blow. It does not drop it. Lulu's going to be ready to drop that Suiki. Now it's been turned. Jack flipped it on him. Jack takes round 2 away from second baby.
I gotta say, the most exciting part of this match is watching the player counts. Both of these players are so animated. They're having the time of their life. Hands are flying up, heads are flipping, things are going on. These guys are enjoying themselves. They are passionate about what's going on. These are some wild matches. I really didn't expect Jack to take that when the Suiki was on the field there.
I know, the Suiki was so powerful. There was just so much damage coming from that unit, but once again, the sustain on the side of Jack's field. Lulu shutting it down, finishing off that Suiki. What a powerful unit.
Needed a little bit more life drain on that Suiki. Didn't quite get it from the skill 1 that he was looking for. Just needs those life drain artifacts for that Suiki.
That's right, pre-bans from last time. Gianna Hagang. Wonder if we're going to get another Gianna Hagang going into round 3.
We might get a Hagang Gianna this time instead. I don't know. It's looking like a pretty interesting set of pre-bans, but oh, we do not see the Gianna. We see the Hagang Ragdoll instead.
Yep, Hagang Ragdoll getting banned out. Second baby with the first pick. Let's see what he chooses to take away from Jack. Is it gonna be the Lulu?
Oh, takes the Gianna first, slams it down, says, you didn't pre-ban it? I'm gonna take it. He's ready. Second baby could go for a very aggressive comp here. Sierra Pontos are both opportunities for this situation.
Yep, Connell with that Ganny looking very strong for second baby already, but Jack with that Okeanos and that Lulu also pretty strong.
I'm gonna be careful though. Jack does have a really fast Yanhong, so Sierra Yanhong is an opportunity here. Mo Long Yanhong is also an opportunity.
Ooh, does he choose lock in that Yanhong? Yanhong not too bad, but it looks like Sierra Mo Long, meaning there's definitely going to be a Diana coming for second baby. Not a Diana, choosing to go for the Savannah instead of the Diana.
Ooh, I like
choosing to go for the Nephthys.
Elite comp is huge. Oh, second baby doing exactly what you wanted to see earlier, Stoic. You wanted to see that aggressive cleave, and here it is. Second baby slamming it down right in front of Jack.
Oh boy, this is what we all wanted to see at this hour.
This could be it. This could be the Yanhong last pick. Could be enough. It might actually go for a Triton if he has it ruined fast enough.
This last pick coming out of Jack to turn things around is going to be a Diana. I don't know if that's going to be the unit to turn it around, but Diana's out and locked in.
I think Jack conceded that he wasn't going to be able to take turn 1 against second baby. This is really looking bad for him. Oh, and he also let that Nephthys through. This is going to be a little scary. He doesn't want to deal with the stun from the Gianna. Knows it's most likely the fastest unit. Needs a very fast Nephthys to follow up this.
That's right. Well, here we go, guys. We have round 3 with Jack and second baby. We get the full team strip coming from that Moore. Shields are coming up here, but we've got that third skill landing across the board of Jack's field. We've got that Seal of Magic going on to CR. Double the attack bars on top of everybody. Big damage from Cardinal coming in here on top of this Diana.
Quite enough to break the shield, but here it comes. Here's the Sword Rain after the Gluttony, and it's going to be a lot of damage. There's the defense break. Extra turn as well.
Provoke does land on top of that Diana, not what Jack wanted to see here. There's the Ventilate back onto the Connell. All the defense break sitting on top of Jack's field right now, and he has that skill 3 once again. He's going to have to stun it up.
This rotation, though, does give him the opportunity to take the stun on the Cardinal. No longer has the glancing debuff. 50% chance. Does he go for it? Doesn't get it, but an additional turn. Diana's going to go again. Might be enough. Could put the shield up. Really should put the shield up here.
Does put that shield up there. Looking for the attack break, but you know what? Second baby's still going with that third skill. Breaks some shields out there, dealing some good damage as well. With that additional turn, he's trying to take down that CR as a priority right now. Gets the silence on top of, and glancing on top of that Diana.
Oh, and the provoke. There it is. The big skill 2 from Moore takes out the Okeano. Sierra's 1 HP, and she goes down. Third game going to second baby.
Great match. I would love to see another one of those.
Yeah, an incredible matchup from second baby and Jack here. Jack gave up the Gianna opportunity for SECONDBABY, and SECONDBABY saw it. He went in. He was like, I got this. Easy cleave. It's time. Let me just whip out the Nefties. And, you know, Jack just conceded turn 1 and had to play really, really defensively.
Yep, maybe we'll see the counter cleave out of Jack and bring his own version up against SECONDBABY.
I'd love to see something aggressive here from Jack. We do know he has that Yinhong fast combo turn 1, has the Molong. He likes to play it too. Why not pick the Sierra Molong Yinhong into SECONDBABY? It's got to be a little risky though, because that Ragdoll is hard to kill, hard to snipe. That damage reduction. Oh,
double Gianna.
Interesting. So Jack not actually wanting to pick the Gianna in this composition, wants to lean for a different first pick that's valuable to SECONDBABY. Most likely going to take the Lulu here first, or a Sierra. SECONDBABY denying it because obviously doesn't want to give the first pick Gianna to Jack.
Let's see what Jack's going to be taking away, and he is going to be locking in the Lulu once again, showing that he's not afraid to take a little bit of damage from SECONDBABY. SECONDBABY hovering over the Connell. He did show the Ganny in the CR before, but he's going to go with the Molong this time.
I like the Molong. I really like this double HP lead. It's very good against someone who takes the Lulu early on, right? It denies them that really safe turn 2 composition. Jack going in for that Okeana Shungpung though, wants to play like a little bit of a defensive control cleave here.
Ooh, takes away the Molly and brings out a Shushu instead.
Oh man, traditionally I haven't liked seeing this very much in the tournament so far. Same with the America's Region Cup, but with SECONDBABY's Ragdoll on the field, this might actually be effective enough. He just really needs to top up. He does have a lot more damage than Jack does right now, so in this situation, Shushu is not actually so bad.
Yeah, it's not so bad. Not very aggressive either, though. Let's see what Jack's going to be wrapping up his draft here after seeing the Ragdoll and the Shushu. And it is going to be that Water Druid coming back once again, and the Ciara. But you know what? Rika's coming out for SECONDBABY, signaling a ban on top of that Lulu.
I actually really like that Rika. It's a good pick. He's got a lot of opportunity here. He just needs a little bit of chip damage from the Carnal, and he'll be able to snipe it out with the Molong afterwards, effectively ignoring the concept of Abelio's passive.
Yep, HP lead for SECONDBABY, speed lead for Jack. Is it going to be enough? We're about to find out. Can SECONDBABY end it here? Can Jack take this into a game 5?
Needs this reset here on the Molong. Does land it. Gets the reset. Big value here into Molong.
That's some great value indeed. Does Juice go for the big skill 2? Is he going to push back the attack bar and reset for Connell and Molong? Choosing to go with that skill 3 instead, but does get the additional turn for the skill 2 anyways.
Here it comes. Here's the immunity. Immunity does go up, but sadly no cleanse on the Molong. Saves the skill 2, wants to save that cleanse. Needs to go down for the Sierra as fast as possible.
That's right, SECONDBABY trying to work down that CR immediately. That's going to be the unit of focus right now. Not able to apply a bomb. Immunity across the field of SECONDBABY. No provoke's going to be landing on top of that CR. Hoping for a death break, but not with that glancing.
Yeah, knows that he has the glancing on his Molong, so can't defense break the Sierra no matter what. Glancing debuff plus the off element means 100% chance to glance. Goes for the Oki in that situation.
Ooh, really trying to work down the Ciara still. Big skill 2. But we've got that Wild Cure coming out from this Water Druid.
Oh, and the extra turn means a little bit more healing there for Sierra. Might actually rotate back immediately. There it is. There's the Wild Blow. Rotates back. Only 2-turn cooldown there. Shushu's going to take the bomb. Sierra's getting a lot of rotations here.
We were looking for an AoE stun. Only gets that stun on top of the CR with the slows on top of the Baleo and the Chung Pung. Additional turns coming out here. Any more stuns coming out with Molong? No stuns coming out.
Well, that was huge value there for the Molong, getting stunned on the Abelio. Denies the skill 3, but the pushback from Chung Pung and another violent proc from Sierra. Sierra gets another turn to rotate.
Yep, Sierra's going to be staying alive just a little longer. We have that reset ready. Decides to put it on top of the Molong, but we get an additional turn coming out of this Connell here, looking to apply a provoke on top of the Sierra. Ooh, we do get a resist from the Shushu.
Not enough damage to kill the Shushu. Shushu in a good place. SECONDBABY actually could take the potential here to win out. The defense break does come up, but he really, really needs the value here from his Abelio. Needs an extra turn, needs the heal.
Ooh, looking to deal some serious damage to this Chung Pung. Chung Pung is definitely going to be the unit of focus right now. He's kind of hoping for some defense breaks. Chooses to go for a big second skill, not actually doing anything at all with it.
The glancing debuff. This could make or break it. He needs the crit. Does SECONDBABY get the crit? No crit. Glancing debuff into the Oki. Can't kill it. Not enough damage with the Carnal either.
Look for some attack bar pushback, trying to knock down this Ragdoll. Ragdoll's not going to be coming down here. Reckless assault onto the Baleo. It's exactly what it needed. Big skill 3. Second Baby takes round 4 and moves forward to the final.
Second Baby making it into SWC World Finals, managing to get to the finals of the APAC Cup.
Second Baby, our youngest player to make it.
Yeah, this match was a back and forth between these two young competitors where you could see how much it meant to them. They were going back and forth, throwing their hands up. As a great call here by Once in Love, things were happening between these two players. But in the end, it's Second Baby that will be the first representative of the APAC region at the World Championship here in 2021. And deservedly so. You could see how he was rifling through the different units that he was going through. You could see the bands. The bands themselves were hilarious. That last one, they both banned Gianna. As you could see, they were playing chess with each other. What do I want? What do they want? What do I want them to think I want? What do they want to think that I want? Oh, it's the same thing. All right, let's get to it. Lulu first. Thank you very much. Here we go. Let's take a look at it one more time here, Once in Love.
Yeah, it was just an incredible showing. Second Baby really managed to adjust the drafts accordingly to, his style. It's a little unfortunate he lost this with this Sawiki. I really thought he would have a lot of value with that. That's definitely a unit that people are underrating. I think it's very, very, very strong into this. Even with the Abellio for heals, just a little bit more luck on Jack's side. Managed to give Jack that match there. Overall, though, I gotta say, both of these players, they play like they know each other super well. Like, they play regularly against each other. It was incredible to watch how animated they were. They were fun. It was an enjoyable match. And the drafts didn't feel super stale. Things were different almost every time. And that is something that I really appreciate seeing in a tournament setting.
Yeah, just sitting in the different chats in the game, you could hear people start to dust off their Abellio, being like, yeah, maybe it's time to start using this unit a little bit more. Although Jack didn't win on it, you could see how it was being utilized there. But here at the end, again, a back and forth match where it could have gone either way. We're on the knife's edge. Torrent comes on through, ends the opportunity there, and sends Second Baby into the World Championship and the APAC Cup final. He could go home with the hefty share of the $20,000 prize pool, the $10,000 first place win. As once again, you see it how he did it right there. Started and ended first match, third match, and fourth match as the victor here. Second Baby now writing his name in pen in the finals. Jack still has his opportunity of his goal. He just said, hey, I want to hit third place. I want to go represent my region, and still can do that. But to do that, he's going to have to face the bottom half of Diligent and Hong KFC, which is no easy feat. Both of these guys looked damn good in their quarterfinal matchups, and I think we are so raring to see what Diligent has in store after taking down the world champion, Mr. Chung, and knowing the quality that he's had time and time again, right? The runes that he's been able to pull out, we'll get to see here as we take a look at our next match. It's Diligent, it's Hong KFC, these two competitors worthy of a spot, but only one can claim it right now. The other one will still have an opportunity to do so, but we'll find out in just a little bit as Diligent will be leading things off here as we take a look at his profile in just a little bit here in SWC 2021 APAC Cup, presented by Google Play. Make sure that you all at home are checking out Google Play, leveling up your units and finding new arenas only on Google Play. Thank you so much to our sponsors here. All right, y'all. Sounds like we are still waiting for Diligent and Hong KFC to get ready over at the Africa Arena in Korea. Obviously, everyone playing remote, as we had our topic earlier, are touching on, the COVID-19 protocols that are in place right now for all of our competitors to stay safe during this time. So everyone playing remote here. So every now and then, you got a little bit of technical hiccups, technical difficulties. So we'll be working through that over just a little bit. And I'll keep you updated for any updates that we have from our producers. So let me throw it back to our analysts here as we break down our second semifinals. It's Diligent It's Hong KFC. So, Stoic, when you take a look at this matchup, right, obviously very impressed with the way that Diligent took the win, but Hong KFC stuck it out there against an OSSERU, OSSERU, the young startup from Japan, who pulled out some great moves there.
He definitely did pull out some great moves, but I feel like this is where Hong KFC likes to shine, or has shined before. He has all that experience with being in previous SWCs as well. He's also a legendary, I think he's a legendary title holder in RTA as well, and he's also very familiar with being up there in that rank. So we're expected to see Hong KFC do fairly well against Diligent, but these two players definitely know each other very, very well. They've seen plenty of footage on one another, whether it's competing in SWC or competing in legendary tournaments as well.
Here it is, the stats from our last series with Diligent on there against MR.CHUNG. You could see his picks and bans of that last match and the pre-bans in all of his matches there, getting rid of Ganny and then switching on over to the Gianna and the Han. So Diligent not afraid to switch up his bans based off of what his opponent will have. We know that Hong KFC has played pretty standard throughout, so Diligent has to be prepared for anything that will be coming his way. Cool little photo there created by Raijin of the Asia server. Diligent, lots of fans across the world, been just the poster boy of success in the APAC region. So close multiple times to raising the cup. Here we go, another run here, but it goes up against Hong KFC, and you can see in his little quote for his opponent, "I will defeat you again." Like, that's real good mind games, being like, I've already done this before. I'm in your head rent-free. I like this. So Hong KFC. He's got KFC in his name. Diligent. You look delicious. Hopefully I did that with justice. Was that good there? What's love?
I appreciate it. I always like a good play on words or a good pun, you know?
Yeah. Well, there you go. You have the bands there. Gianna and the Moore/Water Ryu getting taken out. Hong hasn't shown a ton with his picks. His room quality's been cool, but his picks have been pretty standard so far, not really pushed.
Yeah, I think he's playing a little safe. I think he's playing really conservative. I don't actually like how conservative he's playing, mainly because I think that Hong KFC is a very driving force in this tournament. And I really want him to show it in this match set versus Diligent. Diligent is one of the hardest opponents. We've always seen him compete. Like you said, multiple successes, multiple years. This is going to be the defining moment. And if he doesn't bring it to the table right now, he might never be able to.
Well, here we have it, our second semifinal match. Who will be joining SECONDBABY at the World Championship representing the APAC region? Let's find out together. And you can also find new arenas and new ways to level up your units only on Google Play together. All right, here we go. Hong KFC, Diligent, best of 5, winner moves on to the World Championship.
Here we go. Diligent and Hong KFC looking to lock in their position in this year's SWC World Final. We've got first picks on the side of Hong KFC. Pre-bans were the Gianna and that Tian Lang.
I really like the Tian Lang pre-ban. Hong KFC knows it's a very effective setup, especially if he's going to pick Sierra early on. Diligent does have a lot of opportunities, though. Can take the Water Ryu away from Hong. Can actually just immediately lock in the Carnal and Chung Pong. It's a very good opportunity for him here.
Let's see what Diligent's going to be locking in. I do like the Carnal, and looks like he's going to go with that Moore. He really relied on that Moore a lot in his previous matches before. We're going to be seeing that Moore again.
I want to know what Hong KFC has to counter this more. If it's something unique, something tech, or if he's just going to go with a standard kind of composition here. Could take the Oki alongside it. There it is. Sierra, Oki, Lulu, the standard classic we always see as a counter pick.
Yep, definitely very standard indeed. What are we going to see from Diligent? Is he going to take advantage of this, once again, Lulu draft?
I really want to see a Ganny here. I think Ganny's really effective. Ganny, Han, and then the Winstar last pick. I think it's really good. It's very classic for Diligent, but it's also very, very effective. It's super clean. There's a lot of single target damage, and there's a lot of AoE control as well. Having the slow debuff from the Carnal, otherwise just being able to single target rotate that Han in, it just kills 2 units on the first turn, basically.
Let's see what Hong KFC wraps up his draft here. He did have the Yan Hong before. Not too sure we're going to see it again right now. And it's going to be an Annabelle.
Interesting. This does leave Diligent the opportunity for both Diana and a Chung Peng, or even a Savannah, should he wish to go a little bit more aggressive here. I think we're most likely going to see either the Lulu ban or the Okeanos ban if he's afraid of the reset. However, the Ganny does protect it, so just about anything is available for Diligent. I think I want to see a Chung Peng the most, but Savannah is always a fun unit to see.
And it's gonna be a Wunsa coming out of Diligent. Now, this is a draft we have seen many times before out of Diligent.
So Diligent does want to go for the double strip opportunity here. I think we're most likely going to see a Han ban. We currently see Karnal into triple water, so I think we'll see the Lulu ban most likely, and then deal with the Annabelle.
Yeah, but it looks like the Lulu is going to be banned out here. The Han's getting banned out here. Let's see if Diligent has enough aggression to take down Han KFC here, having no sustain on the side of his field. 24 speed lead for both sides. Here we go, guys, in the semifinal with Diligent and Han KFC. Let's find out who's going to secure their position.
I'm glad that even at 3 a.m. we still managed to do this drafting pick and ban phase. It's pretty tough, but we're making it through. Diligent does get the pushback on everyone. A lot of damage on that water Ryu, that Moore there. The reset comes in with the Karnal. This is going to be pretty big value. Needs the pushback on everybody. Doesn't land it on the Hagang. Could get the stun here. The opportunity for a lifetime.
Hagang was able to resist. I'm looking for some despair stuns coming out. Does land some glancing across the entire team of Diligent. Looking for an attack break to apply a little bit of damage. Not looking good for Han KFC with such little HP on all of his units.
Oki looks like Oki most likely going to go down here, but Sierra managing to resist both the slow debuff and the stun from the Karnal. It's not looking good. Needs to take the safety kill. Knows the Sierra will move in front of the Karnal.
Yeah, definitely had to take that safety kill. He needed to take that unit down. Huge resistance on top of that Karnal. That is a big break for Diligent. I think he's going to be able to keep pushing back these units of Han KFC. Definitely going to be taking this first round away from him.
Yeah, that was pretty good value. You know, he said, look, you resist, now I resist. And it didn't quite go in Han KFC's favor here. This first turn opportunity. Diligent, we know he's incredibly fast, has the speed lead opportunity, also has that incredibly high base speed Woundsaw. It's just not enough. No extra turn for Sierra. Needs the despair stun, no despair stun, and that's it. Han KFC's team is going down.
All that additional damage, and that's going to be it right there. Diligent taking round 1 away from Han KFC.
Diligent going with a classic draft we've seen many times. You know, we called it from the beginning. We said, hey, I think he's going to take this. The Han does enough damage. We see the Han ban. We get the Lulu out. It's just so clean. When you see Diligent on the field, you know how he's going to play. He's so meticulous. He's so careful with what he drafts. And he was ready for Han KFC. I really hope Han KFC can pick something that can really control or maybe change the way that Diligent has to play.
Yeah, I don't think Lulu's the answer. I think we need to stop seeing a Lulu in these matches here. We've got a very aggressive Diligent. Diligent has not pushed to draft a Lulu. Maybe he has in one of his matches before that he took it away from his opponent, but Diligent is very aggressive, and Han KFC needs to realize this and be more aggressive than Diligent.
Lulu is a really good general draft for a lot of these players, but the thing is, when you're playing against someone like Diligent who has a Han, it's really hard to pick Lulu. Lulu is incredibly strong at denying fluff damage, consistent fluff damage, but the problem is when you have a Han on the field, it does so much in one turn, and it rotates, right? You get 25% attack bar per crit on skill 3, you get the defense break. If you're not one-shotting the unit, you're killing it in the next hit anyways. So there it is. Diligent knows that the Han's going to get banned out, so he pre-bans the Lulu, and it's already looking to possibly be in Diligent's favor again.
Yep, great pre-ban decision here. We're not going to see a Lulu go into this match. Diligent with the first pick as well. He's going to be taking something away from Han KFC, possibly that Karnal.
Could see the Karnal, could see the Sierra. Both are very good effective picks here. Diligent, we know he has an incredibly well-run Karnal. We've seen it go ham a little bit there. Oh, Han KFC, though. Here's the aggression we were looking for.
That's the aggression exactly that we were looking for. Takes that more away, grabs that Gianna as well. Diligent probably looking to draft that Hagang with possibly a Chung Peng.
I do actually like this Ragdoll pick here. It's a little bit early, but oh, Diligent going in. This is the second baby comp right here. The Pontos and Ragdoll. He's confident in it. You can see him nodding his head there. He likes that draft.
Yep, Diligent always very confident in his drafts here. Definitely showing off his experience and staying calm and cool.
Interesting. I don't like Annabelle Tetra in this situation. I think it's way too much water wind. I think Diligent is open to pick a Fuki and a Diana, and it would be really scary for Hong right now.
It looks like the Savannah is going to be coming in for Diligent with one last pick here after seeing this Annabelle and Chung Pong. Definitely not expecting to see an Annabelle ban here at all.
The last pick could be a bit of a struggle if he goes too aggressive here. I think he needs to play a little bit more defensively. Savannah's good. Triton, interesting enough, goes for the Triton Pontus combination. A lot of pushback on this first turn.
Yeah, a lot of pushback, a lot of silence. We've seen this combination be used before. I think it was in America's Cup. I definitely enjoyed that Pontos Triton play. And it looks like the Tetra's coming up for Hong KFC. Interesting.
So that Savannah ban 100% for Hong KFC. He wants to deny the damage and try to sustain through the Carnal slow debuff. Tetra's really good here. I think Tetra might actually have to be a ban for Diligent, but he also did prepare in a situation where he'd be okay banning the last pick regardless.
Definitely taking their time here on these bans, and it's gonna be an Annabelle ban and a Savannah ban. I did not see the Annabelle coming here.
Interesting. So the Annabelle ban denies the defense break. That might be the biggest issue for him, or the full cleanse at least. I think he's planning on taking that Ragdoll and just going as hard as he can into this Tetra.
Well, speed lead for both players here. And we have Diligent taking first turn with that Triton, of course, with the AoE pushback. But of course, we have more going to be cutting in here, getting his own strip and attack bar pushback, possibly.
Yeah, interesting to see, actually. If you looked at the attack bars there, Hong KFC's units are way faster than Diligence.
We're going to see a big skill 3 coming out from Connell, looking to get some stuns, some slows here. Some value on top of Hong KFC's units.
It's too bad though. This attack break is pretty effective on the Ragdoll. Goes for the skill 1, wants the dot, knows it's going to do some pretty good damage. Does deny a little bit extra from that bomb, but Gianna misses the bomb. Oh no, Gianna letting Hong KFC down here. You can see him shaking his head.
Yeah, definitely letting him down indeed. No bomb's going to be applied there. Ooh, additional turn coming out of this Chung Pong. Pretty nice. He does have that third skill to reduce the attack bar, get some resets out there.
Chung Pong with the big value. Double resisted those AoE silences from both the Pontos and the Triton here. A little unfortunate for Diligent. Diligent really needed that, but, you know, gotta say that's the trade-off for missing the Sierra Bomb.
Yeah, reapplying that attack break onto the Ragdoll, making sure that unit's not going to be applying so much damage to Hong KFC's side of the field.
Diligent needs a lot of damage out here. This it's going to get a decent amount of healing out of the Tetra. Could actually take the risk of skill 3 to cleanse here to take the attack break off and go for the kill, but I don't think he wants to. I don't think he wants to take the risk there when he only can land this provoke into a cleanse from the Tetra.
That's right. He's trying to get a little bit more value on top of that Gianna before he throws up that holy ground here. Big skill, too, to take advantage of these defense breaks on his units, and he does go for it. No despair stuns coming out from this more.
It's going to be a little unfortunate, though. The cleanse from Diligent into the skill 2 from this Ragdoll could be a lot of damage. Could be enough chip damage here, though, from skill 1. Does have damage mitigation, but additional damage is really strong. Does take it out. Ragdoll goes down.
Ragdoll does go down here from the Gianna. Gianna has bomb and strips up here. Holy Ground has not popped out once because he's afraid of this Gianna being able to do something devastating to him. Hoping the defense break's going to be enough. Is this skill 2 going to be enough to take down the Gianna? And it is. Holy Ground's going to be safe here.
Things are still looking pretty good for Hong KFC, though. If he manages to take out this water wheel, gets the extra turn after the passive. Sword Rain's coming in.
Massive additional turn there. Moore looking a little low right now.
Stun, but good value. Does have skills back up on his Sprite in here. Skill 2 silence can come up. Wants to save that, but uses it to take off the cleanse. Did it a little too early, though. Sweeping Waves comes in. The silence on the Chung Pong.
Silence on Chung Pong and Tetra, of course, but we've got that third skill, possibly to strip and push back attack bars, maybe pushing up that Moore, but Moore's got full attack bar anyways. Does get the full team strip. Moore's going to be cutting in here.
Pretty decent damage, though. 4.2k really needs to take down this Moore if he wants a chance to win this. It's not looking very good, though. Tetra does have a lot of healing coming out. There's the extra turn from the passive. Could take out the Triton.
Definitely could take out this Triton indeed. Goes to the attack break on top of the Connell. Connell trying to deal all the damage that he can to the Moore. Does drop the Moore here.
This This Chungpung's got pretty good value, and the extra turn Chungpung with the reset, the additional damage from Serious Matter will bring it just low enough. Carnal not going down to the Tetra, but the extra turn takes out the Carnal.
Double additional turns, drops that Carnal, heavily favoring Hong KFC here. I don't believe Espantos is going to have it here. Hong KFC taking round 2 away from Diligent.
Still interesting that Diligent chose to ban the Annabelle out. I really think he would have got more value banning out the Tetra. Just not being able to have that slow debuff for more than one turn was just a little bit too much. He wasn't able to control around the Moor and around the Gianna, and they just got a lot of extra damage from the additional damage from their Still One.
And here we go, getting into round 3 with Diligent and Hong KFC. Looking to see a change of pace from both these two players.
You can see it in his eyes. Diligent's brain is working. He's ready for this next match. He's thinking about all the options. Hong KFC, though.
From last
mature,
time.
cool, collected player. Just chilling. Just playing. Doing well.
Gianna Tian Lang getting pre-banned in this game 3.
Hong KFC with the first pick. Most likely Sierra, or do you think he's going to take away the Carnal from Diligent here?
I think he should take away the Carnal for sure, but he does like that speed lead, though.
Chunk has a decent opportunity. Oh, takes away the Moor. I do like the aggression here. Counter picks with one of the most aggressive options Diligent has. Both these players have an incredibly high damage Moor, so no matter what, that is a bit of a risk to leave up. Han is available for Diligent, though, alongside the Wound Saw.
Ooh, early Ragdoll. We could actually see some Onimushas coming out of Hong KFC here.
I actually don't mind the early Ragdoll in this situation. Hong KFC traditionally goes a little defensive on this setup, but has crit damage on his Moor. So seeing those extra crits could give a little bit more turns to Diligent. I want to see Diligent take something like a Diana if Hong takes this this Lulu here.
Well, let's see what this next pick is going to be from Hong KFC. It was going to be another water unit, and it is going to be the Ganymede.
I really want to see Chungpung Gani, I think, in this situation. Or sorry, Chungpung Diana, my apologies. Gani was just picked. I think Diana's really good here, but I also think that taking away the Chungpung from Hong KFC does a lot of value, right? He doesn't get a defense break out of it. He doesn't get the second stripper. He doesn't get that reset opportunity.
Yep, I agree. Definitely. Let's see what Diligent's going to be drafting. Again, he really likes the Savannah, and he really likes this Woundsaw.
His Savannah's pretty good, though. And Woundsaw's really good. Last pick, Han, most likely. Could also option for a Chiwu if he wants a little bit more CC, but going to be another one of those situations where we're most likely going to see the Han, just because if the Savannah gets banned out, there is enough damage to kill just about anything on the field.
Ooh, is Hong trying to predict a potential Chiwu coming out of Diligent?
Ooh, I do like the Diana pick here from Hong. It's a little bit of extra safety. It's pretty good against the Savannah early turns, but man, these double units into the Ragdoll's a little bit risky. I really think Diligent can just slam down a Han again and just ban out that bird. Oh, something different.
Onimusha's Kinky's going to be coming out for Diligent. On the wrong side, I thought that was going to be on, and it's on the side of Diligent.
I do like that Kinky, though. I think that's a force ban. I don't know if Hong KFC actually has any way to kill that Kinky.
I think that's a force ban as well. It's something Hong KFC was not prepared for, and that's exactly what's going to be happening here. Kinky gets banned out, and Lulu gets banned out.
This is a really good draft for Diligent. It's a little bit risky because he has to fight into the Gani after the strip. Overall, the Ragdoll will give him some pretty good value.
Yep, most definitely. But here we go, guys. Game number 3 between Hong KFC and Diligent. We've got Hong KFC taking first turn with the Moor, looking for a full team strip.
Well, doesn't go for it. This Savannah's going to get a free turn, though, I think.
Ooh, we do have that reset. Nope, choosing to go for some glancing and not applying it to that Ragdoll, of course. AoE Death Break coming up from Savannah and does receive it, except not on top of this Diana. Shield's going to be coming up, but we do have that skill 3 primed and ready with all these defense breaks on the side of Hong KFC. Does get no stuns, though.
Big crit here into the Bird. Could take it out, though. Here it comes. Bird, 21k damage. Dies on the first turn.
Massive damage from Diligent, taking out that Vertihill. Definitely favoring Diligent now that that unit has been removed from the field. Diana getting pushed up from that AoE. No stun's going to be landing on top of Savannah.
Oh, Diligent manages to take out another unit. WaterRyu goes down, and that's going to be the third match for Diligent. Diligent with an incredibly strong draft, forcing Honk KFC into a corner again there with the wound saw.
Definitely a great match with Diligent there. Really was a quick one there. Honk KFC not prepared for all the fire, all the heat that Diligent brought to the table.
Oh, I loved that Kinky pick, though. I didn't expect him to have it. Given I should expect Diligent to have more than what we've seen so far in the tournament. He is very strong on the rune depth opportunity there. That was incredible. It was a great draft, and he really locked him into that corner immediately.
Yep, it was definitely one of those great key moments where you're able to have a unit like that, and he held on to it. It's just not something that Honk KFC was preparing for. That Kinky came out, and it changed the whole plan that he had in that match.
You know, we've said it time and time again through APAC Cup so far, but we don't like these defensive Lulu drafts. They don't tend to work enough, especially against a player that's aggressive like Diligent. Diligent has so much damage output, whether it's the Savannah, the Han, the WaterRyu, all of it just is so effective against that Lulu. I think if Honk KFC wants to run a Lulu, he really needs to run a committed turn 2 comp where he's able to protect against that first turn.
Yep, couldn't agree more there. We've got new pre-bans coming out here. They're taking their time here. Diligent really wanted to take his time. This is a very important match. He could shut it down right here, securing his position.
Back to the same pre-bans. Lulu pre-ban for Diligent here on KFC, taking away Diligent's Han. Diligent with the first pick, most likely going to see the Cardinal. Doesn't really need to change it up too much. It's very effective for him. Very, very good against Han KFC as well.
Yep, exactly. Whether he wants to play turn 1, turn 2. Cardinal is great for Diligent here. Honk KFC looking at that Gianna, taking that Mori away from him once again.
Doesn't have the Han to go along with that wound saw. Can't take the Ragdoll. Ragdoll was good into this prior to. Ooh, locks it down. Wants to commit really hard early on to that AoE CC. Doesn't take the Chung Pung right away, though.
Okay, so definitely thinking about these 2 picks here. I'm expecting Diligent to draft some defense breakers. Looks like Honk KFC is going to be taking his own. He's got Annabelle and Ganymede coming out.
The Ganymede is really safe in this situation. Annabelle... The defense break slow debuff has good value, but I'm not sure if that's the best pick in slot 4. Actually, in slot 4, it's pretty safe. In slot 5, he could pick anything else. If Diligent doesn't go for super aggressive comp, then he can pick a Rika last.
Ooh, speed lead coming up for Diligent. He does have the Pontos. There's that def break coming in the form of Savannah this time.
I like this. It's the same thing, though. This is the exact same draft as last time. Hopefully this time Diligent bans out that Tetra, goes for the value in there, might be able to take it down. There it is. There's the Tetra ban. He learned from his mistakes last time. Might actually be able to get enough value in here. Has to be careful, though. Ganny alongside this Annabelle could be pretty scary.
Yeah, Ganny alongside that Gianna is also scary as well, but here we go. Can Diligent lock out Honk KFC, securing his position here, or can Honk KFC win this match and go into a game 5? We're about to find out. Wonsa getting a full team strip here, and of course WaterRyu is going to be cutting in now, possibly going with the big second skill, or maybe getting the attack break onto the Ragdoll again, but not getting that attack break this time.
For the big silence, needs it on the Annabelle, doesn't hit the Annabelle, sadly. Maybe don't push the attack bar here, just play it safe. You don't want to give the Gianna. Skill 2 into the Annabelle would be pretty safe here.
Choosing to go for a big skill 2 into the Ganymede. We're doing that, reducing that attack bar, dealing a ton of damage, by the way.
Not bad. That's a pretty effective Cardinal. We've seen it a couple times here. 7.3k and the extra turn. Diligent is going to chip away at this Ganymede.
Gianna looking to cycle a little bit of attack bar, pushing up some attack bar on the side of Diligent as well. There's that cleanse healing up on KFC side of the field, looking a little bit more healthy with that big skill 3 comes out, stuns up the Ganny and the Gianna.
Oh, we were really, really looking for an extra turn here on Annabelle. Annabelle needed that slow debuff value. It's not going to be enough. Maybe don't take the risk of the skill 3 here. You don't need it yet. Just tap away at that Ganymede.
Yeah, I thought he was going to do it to hold off from the defense breaks coming from this Annabelle, but that's not what's going to be happening here. Looking for the attack break once again on Ragdoll, not receiving it. Big torrent damage, does not drop that Ganymede.
Yeah, I don't think he's too afraid of it, actually. He's just going to cleanse it off once it comes through.
Ooh, he was hoping for the additional turns, possibly getting a cleanse out there. Not going to be happening there. Looks like Diligent's going to be dropping that Ganymede. Starting to really favor Diligent's draft right now.
And Diligent with a really strong draft here. See, that extra turn of that slow debuff has so much value into Han KFC. It really denies this Gianna any opportunities. He goes for the holy ground a little bit early. I'm surprised. He tries to deny it out on this Gianna.
Yeah, definitely went for it early. I think he wants to get the attack bar pushback with this Cardinals. The additional turn coming out here. There's the attack bar pushback on top of the Gianna. Gianna's definitely looking low. I think Gianna's going to get dropped here because he's going to go for the strip, pushing up the attack bars, allowing Diligent to remove this Gianna from the field.
Looks like Diligent could be leading in towards the finals here, taking it 3-1 against Han KFC. Diligent using that Cardinal so effectively. The extra turn there is going to seal the deal.
The additional turn. Han KFC smiling. He knows he's going to have to fight for that third place finish.
It's not looking good for him. A lot of damage comes out. The extra turn takes down the Moore, and it's going to be an Annabelle 1v4. Can she do it?
Not at all. Diligent takes down Han KFC, locking in his spot in Worlds this year.
And there you have it. It's Diligent. Potential fulfilled. The next step in his quest towards redemption achieved. He is the second representative heading to the World Championship, representing the APAC region. Not over yet for Han KFC. He still has the opportunity in the third place match against Jack. But Diligent, deserving of this spot, has earned it the hard way, has one more to go to become the APAC Cup champion and get himself a nice chunk of change there, the $10,000 first place prize. Will he be able to do it? We'll find out in just a little bit. The semifinals did not disappoint. We saw the players have two different styles, right? The first semifinals, these two guys knew each other. Here, Han KFC and Diligent, both tense, right? Kind of feeling like, hey, we do have a world spot on the line, as Diligent was able to take that first game. Han KFC was able to pull one back, but it was Diligent in control. You could see the gambles in the draft that Han KFC was willing to try and how Diligent was able to adapt to it still.
I mean, that's right. Han KFC once again playing defensive. We saw the Lulu coming out. Diligent, you sort of paid attention to the matches before. Diligent comes in like an animal. He has these aggressive drafts, and he doesn't even care about that Lulu. He even banned the Lulu, and you saw Han KFC lose to these matches. Diligent is too strong, and you have to fight aggression with more aggression, and that's not what Han KFC was doing here. But let's find out if that's what SECONDBABY is going to do with Diligent here.
Again, both SECONDBABY and Diligent have already qualified for the World Championship. Now playing for another notch in the title, right? A great thing to have. The APAC Cup champion and an extra $5,000 for the position that they land on in, as we take a look at it to see once again how Diligent did it. Here in match number 2 of the semifinals, it was 1, 3, and 4 going his way. The draft iterations did not matter there in game number 4 for Han KFC, as we have 2 3-1 victories for our winners in the semifinals, SECONDBABY and Diligent. They'll be battling in our first place match. But first, we got to decide who will be going to Worlds. Jack and Han KFC, they faltered in that semifinals match, but they have one last shot to make their Worlds dreams come true. Who will it be? We'll find out in just a little bit, as Han KFC and Korean Harry Potter will be going up head to head. I love that nickname. That's such a great nickname. All right, we got ourselves yet another coupon code for all of you late night owls that have been up with us the whole night. Here it is, APAC Gajoa, which is let's go in Korean, kind of like slang. I've heard it was Kaja, but Gajoa is how we're going to say that one. APAC Gajoa, G-A-Z-U-A. And you can get yourself 100 energy and a win scroll. Pull yourself your much needed Chung Pung, because everyone's using that one, right? That's a pretty good one to pull. All right, y'all, we're gonna take a short break. When we come back, the third place match to see who will be going to Worlds. Who will it be? We'll find out very, very soon. Make sure that you stick around for SWC2021 APAC Cup, presented by Google Play. Level up your monsters, find new arenas only on Google Play. Thank you all so much for sticking around. We'll see you after this very, very short break for the third place match and the first place match between our competitors that won in their quarterfinals. It's going to be an absolute banger of a match. There we go, guys. See, I waited a little while to use banger for you, just a little bit. And if you guys are still chilling, trying to figure out what you want to do, head on over to the 808 channel. I've been in there all day long. That chat has been popping. We'll see you in a bit.
I've come too far to let you mess with my vision.
Stun is definitely going to be good for him as Reckless Assault comes right off the bat. Absolutely well played by second base. Kill Diana before Lulu gets a turn.
And there's a Reckless Assault.
Doesn't go for Diana first though, so he goes for the Anvil. Very smart. I love it, OSSERU. There's a Reckless Assault.
To the Okeano.
The skill 2, it has a chance to freeze, and he gets it!
Oh my God! And revenge from the Vertihile strikes back yet again.
You look at the sustain from Rigel and the damage. Barbara with the damage takes out Vanessa.
Vanessa down once again, so that passive not available. The Hellfire does come out against the Fran, and that will be the death.
For OSSERU. Now, Hellfire, this needs to connect. The defense break is there. The crit!
Oh my gosh, the
for Hong KFC, and now look at him. Hong KFC has the turn. He's got the bombs, and it connects, and boom! Goes Okeano. Getting the triple 1 unit, which is more than enough for Sierra to set up the bomb and go for the detonate.
Oh wow, there we go, and it's actually
Sierra, the bomb. This is where everything got so
better. Oh my God! The bomb's not sticking there.
And look at the damage.
My God.
Sure, Carbine grabs the turn. Here's the attack bomb
my
and
God.
the accurate fire. Look
up for Juan.
Oh no, Gianna, why are you so strong? Of course, stage to kick in as we get into the match. Here we have Gianna grabbing the first turn. She is going to be able to have a field that she can try to stun up. Of course, Patter is there. Now, looking for a potential giant net, push back the attack bar, and also apply that. Of course, now Poseidon can finish off the Fran, but that doesn't change the core strategy of Mr. Chung. He's still got.
Next, ice in my vein, coast west roller coaster, ayy, ayy. Who's next? Forgot your name, don't find you in roster, ayy, ayy. Who's next? Oh yeah, one step closer, ayy, ayy. Who's next? Hand the controller, it's game over. Or, ready for war. This my battle, roar. Please don't talk to me. Bring the sword on, no, it comes with the fee. Challenge the whole world. Deal the cards like the G. Poker face is the key. Ruins and the breeze. Take down my enemies. Deal the cards like the G. Poker face is the key. I'm next up, set this place on fire. I'm next up, battle through the line. Next up, and rise. From the top to pay the price. From the top. Shine armor around my waist. Ay. Blood drop, another time been waste. Ay. Chop it up for me, it's a startup. Put in work in the world arena. Go, your skill is so. Ay. Big no, I'm ready to go solo. Hey, I pull up, please no photo. Hey, when I pull up, don't lose your control. Deal the cards like the G, poker face is the key. Ruins and the breeze, take down my enemies. Deal the cards like the G, poker face is the key. I'm next up, set this place on fire. I'm next up, battle through the line. Next up, and rise. From the top to pay the price. From the top.
Do you feel it? Do you see it? We have a long way to go. March down, heart pumping out of chest. March down, yeah, we need to move fast. March down, put your sword up high. March down, I was born for this fight.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the APAC Cup here for SWC 2021. We got ourselves our finalists, we've got ourselves our third place match, and now we have to decide who will be that final and third player joining our finalists at the World Championships. I'm Degon, still here, going on to hour number 4, late into the night, early into the morning, depending where you're at. We appreciate all of you all English speakers here in the Americas region that have been up with us throughout the whole night. So thank you very much for locking in with us. We're still here with you. It's still with Stoic, still with What's in Love. Y'all, it has been a long night because these matches have been so close, and you can see how these guys want to tinker, just small changes between their matchups. And we find ourselves now with Jack and Hong KFC in the third place match after both falling 3-1. They got to recuperate and figure out their opponent's style after playing against very different opponents earlier in Second Baby and in Diligent, respectively. So, given the fact that they're in this spot, what is the advice that you would give to them here, Stoic, in this third place best of 5 for all the marbles?
Oh, this is great. The advice that I can give anybody right now is probably cleave, and we can be in and out of this thing in no time. Or maybe not draft Lulu. If you draft your Lulu, you're just going to drag the game out, and it's not been doing well for anybody, so stop drafting the Lulu because it really hasn't been working in your favor. But we'll see how these matches go. Sometimes Lulu is a really key unit when you're facing up against units like Carnal. I understand that, but we'll see where it goes because things are looking really good for Diligent. Diligent is a very aggressive player. We've seen this aggressive draft throughout the day, but we've got Jack and we have Han KFC, so maybe we'll see the swap here where Han KFC will turn on the Diligent attitude and maybe bring in this aggressive draft going up against Jack.
Yeah, you can see there Jack using kindness and trying to charm his way through Han KFC, saying he's a big fan of his, but also throwing some misdirection that he's the only Gianna user. As we take a look at Han KFC, Jack wears Rose.
Oh, I love it.
KFC representing for the later millennials, maybe the Gen X's. Just in case if you all youngins don't get that, that's from Titanic. Jack is the name of the guy that Leonardo DiCaprio plays. Never mind. All right, Han KFC throwing out a little bit of shade as well. Gianna also picked, also banned, so maybe a contested pick between the two here in this Worlds qualification match. So once in love, I asked Stoic this question, what's the advice you give? He gave out cleave, maybe leave Lulu. What do you give here for our opponents?
I think a big thing for these two is actually the usage of both of them having Yin Hong. So I think there's a lot of potential for, instead of cleave, actually a lot of single target snipe. I don't think Lulu will be super impactful in these drafts. I think that they're going to really be contesting each other for speed in the first two matches to really gauge how fast the other player is. We know Jack is incredibly fast already. We've seen him contest against, it was Frank earlier on with that Swift Yin Hong, but I think he could really take this away from Han KFC.
Well, we kicked off this whole tournament way back in summer. Who will be making it to the Winter Championship, the World Winter Championships? We'll find out right now. Han KFC, Jack, all their work comes down to this best of 5. Take it away, Stoic.
That's right. We're locking in that third place finish in this year's Worlds SWC, and we've got those pre-bans already locked in. That OSSERU, that Gianna, Jack locking in that Ciara, Han KFC locking in the Chung and the Connell as well. Some strong aggressive drafts coming out from Han KFC already.
Ooh, interesting. He goes for the Lulu and the Haging. I really thought I would see a Mo Long setup here. Jack with the aggro, kind of the super aggressive kind of composition into Han KFC, but wants to play it safer. Wants to play and really understand what works best for Hong. Hong responding, though, the Diana very good and very scary into this draft.
Definitely scary indeed. There's a lot of things that Diana is going to do really well against, and we have seen this Fran coming from Han KFC. We know how fast this Fran is. Jack looks like he's going to be drafting things that he has brought before. Now, this is a draft that he's looking to receive with. He has the Juno, he has that Vertical, and he's ready to take whatever Han KFC has in store for him, but is it going to be enough?
Yeah, I didn't really like the idea of this Juno Verd that Jack was drafting until Hong slapped down the Fran. Now it seems really strong because Hong's KFC doesn't have a lot of CC control and a lot of chip damage to deal with Jack. I think had that been maybe a Praha or something along those lines, it would have been a little safer, but in this situation, I'm actually leaning Jack on the better chance to win here. I do think, though, that we probably should have seen a Diana ban.
Well, we've got a Yan Hong ban in here. So we're about to find out. We're getting into our first match between Han KFC and Jack, locking in that third place finish. Let's see who's going to be taking it. Hey, gang's got first turn here, looking for a full team strip here on the team, on the side of Han KFC.
Land a triple glancing, a pretty effective setup here. Shield comes out from Diana. Chong Pong has to go for that skill too. Doesn't get the strip onto Lulu though. Not enough of an effective strip here. We do have a lot of potential for this Juno to cleanse, maybe strip after the Fran moves, but I don't know. Jack could be a little bit afraid here. He's not afraid of the Carnal at all. Puts the bomb straight down on the Diana.
Yeah, puts that bomb right on Diana, trying to lock that unit down. There's the AoE cleanse coming out from the Lulu, healing up to full. We've got first skill Despair Stuns going out on top of Diana.
Interesting. So Jack goes for the single target control and the bomb. Han KFC could go for the Purify. Does go for the Purify. Actually wants to land it in there. Skill 2 and skill 3 not being able to do anything really here. Might skill 2 into the Juno just for a little bit of attack power reduction. But the triple glance denies him any value.
Nice little revenge coming up from Diana there. We're going to see the first skill Despair Stun going onto that Diana on the side of Han KFC here.
Denies the Diana's revenge, though. We saw the counter text pop up. Not quite enough value. Honk KFC a little frustrated here. Jack getting a little lucky with that Juno skill 1.
A little bit more poke damage, not wanting to push up the attack bar of that Diana here. Bomb's going to be coming out on top of the Chung Pong this time. The shields will stand tall. We get the additional turns coming out with CR, of course. Big skill 3 looking to reduce the attack bar on top of everybody. Does a little bit of work there.
A good valued reset, but no reset onto the Juno means Juno will have the strip opportunity. Takes the glancing in for skill 3 here. Decreases the attack bar of Juno, but nothing else for value. Sierra's going to get the turn.
Yeah, there's the sustain going back onto Ciara. We have obviously the bomb going off on top of Chung Pong, not stunning him up with the immunity there. First skill, a little bit of damage coming towards Haegang right now.
Yeah, rotations of the turns here. Could go for the AoE strip. Could actually go for the AoE strip here. Any Despair Stuns would be extra value. Gets one on the Carnal. Carnal Despair Stun. Fran does have the Purify, though. Can go for the Cleanse here. Carnal doesn't have skills, though. Maybe the skill 2 could be up at this point, but it's not a lot of value.
Yeah, choosing to heal up that Chung Pong. Chung Pong was looking a little low, though, but we get the additional turn coming up from Ciara. Bomb lands on top of Diana. Detonates this bomb. This could be it for Diana here. Not looking so good for Honk KFC. Dot damage will die, but you know what? Juno says, no, you're going down to me.
You can see the frustration on Honk KFC's face. You can feel it. 3 extra turns from the Sierra. It's pretty frustrating. And then the extra turn also from the Lulu. Couple stuns here from Juno. Things are really going in Jack's favor. Jack is taking this first match away from Honk KFC very convincingly.
Yeah, most definitely. The second that Diana dropped, it was heavily favored in Jack's side of the field. And we're going to see this Fran going down very shortly. Lulu, of course, doing what Lulu does. That's additional turns. That's lots of healing. Preparing itself for whatever Carnal has in store.
Yeah, Honk KFC, I think he's probably going to concede here. Knows that there's nothing else he can do in this match. And first round does go to Jack. Jack takes it 1-0 over Honk KFC. Even with the Lulu in his draft, does manage to play that safe control, single target control setup.
That's right. We'll see what happens going into this round 2 with Jack and Honk KFC. We could be seeing a Lulu pre-ban going into this match, but we're about to find out.
Yeah, matches are getting tough at this hour, even for the competitors where the time zone is a little bit better for them. A tournament of this length is very, very hard. It's mentally draining. It's really tough to play, you know, through all of your best of 5s and then really have to play for that last best of 5. It's looking like Honk KFC might be running out of steam here. This draft seemed to be getting a little bit sloppier against Jack.
Let's see what these new pre-bans are going to be. The Water Ryu and the Gianna are now available in this round 2 between Honk KFC and Jack.
Oh, there it is. Honk KFC pre-banning the Lulu, just like you said, Stoic. Definitely a good pre-ban opportunity here. Honk KFC does have the Gianna first pick.
Interesting pre-ban on that Okeanos, though. I wasn't expecting to see an Okeanos pre-ban against Honk KFC. Honk KFC is going to be locking down that Gianna. Jack is going to be taking Ciara Haegang this time.
I do like the Sierra Haegang response. It's good. He didn't want Honk KFC to be able to take that. We're most likely going to see Juno in here as well if Honk KFC decides to take this and the Carnal, or just the Chung Pong. We could also see a Diana. That's a pretty good opportunity here.
Yeah, let's see if Jack takes that Juno. He's been really liking the Juno draft in just about all of his drafts here.
Yeah, we've seen Jack with the Juno Triple Revenge Verd as the answer to this this Gianna Chung Pong composition, and I think it's actually going to be pretty effective here. Sierra Juno with the Triple Revenge Verd is pretty effective.
I would love to see some strong water units coming out of Honk KFC if that's what's going to be happening here. Ooh.
There it is. There's the more. Interesting to see the Annabelle on Jack's side. I think he took the Annabelle because he didn't want Honk KFC to take the Annabelle against him. Jack ran out of time, though. He's only got 15 seconds for this last draft. What's it going to be? The Verd might not be enough in the situation. Might want to lead towards a Diana.
Ooh, we're going to be seeing a Leo coming out from Jack. Very interesting to see a Leo coming out.
Something we don't see super often, especially with those oracles in there. They do get the turn rotation, but it does reduce their additional damage by speed. Hopefully he has additional damage by something else in the setup.
Yeah, we'll see. Unless he's trying to bait it out as a ban, because there's a lot of additional damage on the side of Honk KFC as well, with just about all 5 of his units taking advantage of additional damage.
Ooh, Hagang Leo together is pretty effective though, because you're guaranteed to take the turn ahead of the enemy should you get stripped, right? The attack bar pushes your whole team, you guarantee to move. Hong KFC opts to ban out the Hagang though, thinks he can fight through this thinks he can fight through this Leo, so we'll have to see how fast these units are to deal with the Gani and Gianna on the field right now.
Yeah, very interesting draft indeed. Jack taking first turn with this Leo, of course. On KFC fully willed up.
Oh, that resist maybe not being the best there, resisting the Sierra, the pushback from the Moor and the strip. So now the Sierra gets stunned by the Gianna, reset from the Gani, extra turn. It's rotating that cooldown already. Things are not looking the
Seal
hottest
magic
here.
into the additional turn. Glancing not being applied to that Annabelle.
Sort of gluttony. Interesting, not going for the Juno, wants to wait it out. Has enough damage to kill the Juno, I guess, with the Moor and the Gianna skill 1 damage. Extra turn for Cardinal. Hong KFC absolutely ripping Jack's team to shreds.
Absolutely. Beautiful additional turn there. Gets provoked. Finishes up the CR there. Looking heavily favored on Hong KFC side of the field already. We have that ventilate. He can put it right back onto the Cardinal. That's exactly what he's going to be doing here. Now, even if Annabelle's able to get the additional turns, cleanse, that bomb's going to go off.
Jack with the lucky despair stun goes for the AoE, manages to land it on the Cardinal, but only really delaying the inevitable here. Another bomb comes up. Annabelle's going to go down to this bomb in her next turn. Leo's not in a great position either.
Annabelle stayed alive, but it doesn't matter there. Gianna's going to be there to finish it off. Bomb sitting on top of the Leo does detonate. Tort is going to be up here, but is the Leo going to get dropped just in time? Additional damage is going to come rolling in, and there you have it. Hong KFC quickly taking him down for that round 2 victory.
Jack slipping up a little bit in the draft there, taking that most likely unwanted Annabelle pick, running out of time and not really quite sure what he wanted to take there. He's, as you can see, he's preparing for the next match. He knows what he wants to pick. But that Leo, a little bit of a panic pick. Don't really like to see it in a setup like this, especially when there's no strips and most likely Hong KFC is on all will. There's the 1-1 trade. So far, a pretty convincing match here, though, for Hong KFC. His draft seems a little bit more consistent into what Jack had. Jack had a little bit of struggle in that first match. Hong KFC does have a lot of damage output with his units. Has the Gianna, has the Water Ryu. It's a little bit scary for Jack. Okeanos with the Gani combo can also do a lot. There's so much additional damage available.
Yeah, most definitely. Pre-bans from that first match as well. We have the Water Ryu getting pre-banned and Gianna getting pre-banned. Jack locking down that Lulu first.
I really want to see it. I really want to see this Molong and Hong combination come out here, but neither of these players are really fighting for it. Hong KFC, great response into that Lulu. I really like the Sierra Oki. It's got good additional damage, good AoE setup, but also the single target strip control.
Yep, Jack taking that Cardinal away from Hong KFC here. Looking to draft one more unit, possibly maybe a Hagang Chung Peng.
Hong KFC leaning towards a Hagang afterwards, should Jack not take it. It's very effective against the Cardinal and the Lulu, and then the Gani comes in as well. Denies Hong KFC the Gani Oki combination. Very smart choice here for Jack. Plays safe, has the HP lead, but Hong KFC can still take that Gani. It's still very effective in a draft like this.
Yep, most definitely. Hong KFC going with double painters this time. We're going to see the Chung Peng coming out with that Hagang.
I do like the Chung Peng Hagang opportunity here. Has a lot of damage to deal with the Diana, actually. Overall, very good balanced draft from Hong KFC. Jack's playing very defensively on the turn 2 here. Might want a second cleanser.
Yeah, Jack does draft a lot of double sustains. He has that first pick with the Lulu. We might see another healing sustain unit. I don't know about an Annabelle here, but it's going to be a sister. It's going to be Rika coming out.
So he goes a little bit aggressive on that turn 2 setup. It's going to be interesting, though. Hong KFC does have the potential here. Taking a Chiwu would be pretty effective. Could also go for a Belinus, a slower turn 2 unit, ban out that Lulu and play against it.
Ooh, Hong KFC bringing out the Juno, showing he's going to be letting that Rika through. I think definitely a ban on top of the Lulu on Jack's side.
Yeah, banning out the Hagang is really effective. Wants to deny the glancing debuff onto that Cardinal. I do like that the Juno's in through here, but the Cardinal can deal with the Juno, so he needs to control it early on. Otherwise, it's going to be very, very tough for him.
Well, let's see if it's going to be enough. Can Hong KFC shut it down? Or can Jack get this Rika Ganny combination online to get the victory over Han KFC?
Strip reset, lands it onto Jack. There's the big strip here from Chung Peng. Misses on Diana, but it doesn't really matter. Diana will take the turn regardless.
Yeah, Diana looking for a stun on top of the Chung Peng, not receiving it here. We're going to see Juno possibly go for a first skill despair stun on either that Diana or Ganymede. It looks like it's going to go for the Diana. Bomb's coming out on top of the Diana. There is nothing Jack can do about it. No, there is no bomb coming out this time.
On KFC, visually frustrated there. This reset's going to be a lot of value, even though he has the glancing on the Cardinal. Cardinal can rotate out of it with a little bit of that skill 2 or skill 1. Glancing debuff gone on the Ganny. Ganny will have things. Here comes the cooldowns for the Cardinal.
The Cardinal is going to be glanced up here. See what kind of value you can get out of that second skill. Doesn't really get too much value out of that anyways, but huge stuns coming out of the second skill of Rika.
No value at all, actually. Triple glance there. It's pretty unfortunate for him. Glancing debuff on the Sierra is pretty effective here. Throws the sword rain. Jack's a little bit afraid right now. He needs to be careful, though. Should he put these debuffs up, he's going to have to be able to get them off this Juno immediately because she's going to heal the team for full.
Yep, well, we've got that third skill, reducing the attack power of all of Jack's units, and Juno's going to be healing up that team to full. Once again, getting another despair stun on top of this Diana. Juno doing so much work to this Diana, shutting it down, not letting Diana take a single turn here.
And this is the tournament we've been looking for. This is what we've been waiting to see. Juno, the queen of APAC, managing to land 1 million despair stuns, where normally we only see a couple here and there. There's another one. Juno with one more stun into the Diana.
Yeah, locking down that Diana is absolutely insane. Lots of stuns, a lot of potential coming out of Cardinal's third skill there. Diana trying to go for a stun here, not receiving anything. Rika going with the first skill, no sleep. Looks like Ciara's going to be holding on due to Juno getting the heal back up.
KFC, even though he missed a bunch of those bombs and the value there from the Sierra, does manage to get an extra turn out of the stun from that Chung Peng, just enough to take down the Diana here. It's looking pretty 50-50 right now. Jack does have the potential between this Ganny and Cardinal to kill up the Juno, but it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough, especially with that Chung Peng resisting. There it is, big stun and slow on all allies, or all enemies.
Yeah, massive stuns there coming out of the Rika. Beautiful Violent Proc coming out of Ganymede, helping him get that second skill back up so he can reventilate back into the Rika or his Cardinal.
This is hard, though. Jack wants to go for the skill 3, but doesn't do it. Saves it. Here we go. Jack comes in for the skill 3 again. Doesn't want to debuff that Juno, but hits it anyways. Manages to take out the Oki. Here it is. Here's the 2v3 opportunity. It's going to be tough, though. Cardinal has to do a lot of value here into this Juno.
The Cardinal really does. The Juno is going to be very, very clutch here to choose to go with the skill 3s. He's just going to skill 1 his way through. Gets a despair stun on top of the Juno.
There's the ventilate into the skill 2. Rotate again. Juno could go down in this rotation. Oh, not enough. She actually managed to resist one. Here comes the pushback. Needs some extra damage. Turn 1's here.
This is going to be enough. He could actually go with the skill 3. Chooses to go with the skill 1. Gets asleep.
And the reset from Ganny with the pushback does kill the Juno. Jack takes it away from Han KFC for match number 3.
There we go. Jack taking Han KFC in that match number 3. Very exciting matches there.
That was a very close match. That Juno very, very good into the Cardinal and the Rika. Denied Rika the opportunity for skill 3 on multiple turns. Only got the first one off there. Had to play it safe afterwards and hold on. But Jack with the Ganymede, the extra turns and getting that ventilate was just enough to take down this Juno. Juno didn't get a despair stun in the last 3 rotations onto that Cardinal. He just couldn't hold him down.
Had some really good back and forth coming from Jack and Han KFC. Very exciting. These two really want that 3rd place finish, and they're fighting for it. Ooh, Han KFC making sure that Lulu's not making its way through, going into match number 4. Jack could actually kick Han KFC out of here if he wins this next match. Ganymede is going to be the other free man in this match here. Han KFC is first pick, and it is going to be the Gianna. Jack very quickly locking in that Cardinal and that Hay Gang as well. Han KFC taking his time now, hovering over a Ganny, and he can't do the combination with the Ganny Oki, but he is going to go with the next best thing, and that's Chung Peng.
Pung, interesting. I would have really liked to see the Sierra here, but he does have the Water Ryu opportunity. Jack not having a lot of different things he could pick here. No Lulu opportunity, no Ganny, no Chung Pung to really deny this. We could see the Water Ryu, but it's unlikely. Sierra, Mo Long opportunities available here. What does Jack need to pick? Does he want the committed turn 2, or does he go for a turn 1 contest against Honk KFC?
Juno is coming out once again for Jack. We're gonna see another sustain unit coming out of him. No, it's gonna be the Diana here, which I'm not too sure I like this this Diana right now. Honk KFC hovering over a water unit. I'm a little surprised to see the more.
I don't think Jack actually wanted to pick that Diana. I think he ran out of time again, but we'll have to see. Honk KFC does get the stripper and the John. I really like to see John in a situation like this. Very aggressive damage. Doesn't matter about the Hey Gang glancing. Oh, this is going to be interesting. Jack, only 15 seconds
gonna be
pick. Last half his time.
John. Very excited to see a John here. And Tetra's going to be coming out here to help stop that one-turn bomb placement that John has that ability to do.
This is a very good draft on both sides. I think Honk KFC actually has a little bit of an advantage having the Oki, having the Chung Pung specifically for the defense break setup for either the Oki or the Moore. But I do think that Jack has the potential to win out here. I think we're going to see a Tetra ban, and I think we're going to actually see a John ban.
We were almost going to see a Juno ban, but that Tetra really put a damper on things. And John is going to get banned out here. Speed lead for Honk KFC, HP lead for Jack. Here we go. Jack can shut it down right here, locking his position in SWC this year, taking over Honk KFC, but Honk KFC still can come back from this one. Getting full team strip here. Diana getting pushed up, possibly looking to shield.
Might not though. It's a risk into the Gianna. So doesn't go for the shield. Does cleanse it regardless though. So I'm not quite sure if it's actually a bad idea.
Bomb is out. Rain of Stones coming in here. Everybody's gonna get, not everybody's gonna get stunned up from that Rain of Stones. Glancing gets applied a nice despair stun on top of that Water Ryu.
Oh, there's quite a bit of value here. That skill 3 from the Chung Pung denying a lot of turns. Diana's going to take a lot of damage. Extra turn from Cardinal, but it doesn't matter. He's completely reset. What is he actually going to do in this situation?
Just a nice little provoke sitting on top of Gianna is all he can do. Possible despair stuns coming out from this Juno. He decides to go with an AoE, crossing his fingers, gets that despair stun on top of the Chung Pung. Chung Pung's going to be procking out anyways.
Chung Pung says, no, I want the turn. Transfer debuffs there. Does give the attack bar from Hey Gang's passive, but it's not enough. These bombs on the Diana are just not enough.
Yeah, provokes a landing once again, but the additional turn is coming out from this Cardinal. Cardinal looking to get rid of this Gianna as soon as possible.
Interesting, looking to get that damage out. Needs to kill the Diana. Just enough to tap it away. There it is. She goes down, but Sword Rain's coming up. Jack actually has the opportunity to take this back. He's going to take a lot of damage from this Moore skill 2, though. There's the counter stun from Juno.
Massive counter stun from Juno. They're able to swap units here, unit for unit. Things are looking good for either one of these players right now. Provoke does land on top of the Okeanos, looking for more despair stuns coming from Hey Gang. Juno's going to be dropping that Okeanos. Additional turns are going to be coming out of this Chung Pung.
This is a close match, though. This is a very good setup here for Jack, but it's tough. That Water Ryu has a lot of potential.
Really does. Beautiful despair stuns, though. Juno refuses to quit. Oh, a violent proc coming out of Chung Pung. That skill 3 is going to be dropping here. Not looking good for Jack. He's able to reset his units and push back all the attack bar. AoE's rolling in. And is it going to be enough? Honk KFC is still pushing away at Jack. It is not over, though. We still have these despair stuns that could happen here. But there you go. There, Honk KFC gets that round 4 victory. We're going into a game 5.
What an incredible showing. Both players extra turns here and there out of stuns. Managed to get the cooldowns back, bring it back. There is no clear victor in a match like this. It swings both ways. We see the roller coaster of emotions going on between Jack's cam and Honk KFC's cam. This is an exciting match. Third place is not going easy. Who do you think will make it? This is so neck and neck.
Both players want this victory so bad, and it shows. They're showing all their emotions. Honk KFC wants it, Jack wants it. We're gonna see who wants it more as we get into a game 5 between Honk KFC and Jack. Last pre-bans is gonna be that Lulu Ganny. They are back into this match.
I see what you did there with the Moore.
Moore's getting pre-banned.
No, Moore has been very effective though. Both Hong KFC and Diligent using it very effectively, very high damage Swift setups, even good enough into like most of these units, you know, good enough into the wind units from the additional damage, but it's going to be a stressful last match. And there it is, the Lulu first pick from Jack. Jack wants to play the safety game.
He wants a safety game, and this is where Han KFC needs to read into this. What did Diligent do? He has to find his inner Diligent to take down this Lulu on the side of Jack.
Han KFC opting for something completely different. Completely different. He takes a Sierra Hagang. The Hagang deny away from Jack. Very effective because Jack might take a Carnal alongside a Chung Pung here. Han KFC leaning probably for an Oki after that. This draft is looking a little suspicious here. I think Jack is playing from behind.
Ooh, there's the Ganny being paired up with the Connell. Han KFC, he needs to change it up. What does he have? He's not really changing it up too much. We've got an Oki and a Chung Pung coming up.
Jack, what do you pick in a draft like this? We know he wants to pick the Juno, but I don't know if it's effective enough. He does have pretty good damage output into these main four, and they really can't do that much damage to him, but it depends on how many pushbacks we get from this Hagang. Hagang is pretty good into Juno still.
What does Jack have in store for Han KFC? And it's going to be the Juno. He's sticking to his guns here.
Juno Rika, right?
And the Fire Monkey's coming back.
He's bringing it back. Fire Monkey actually not bad in here. Not bad in here. Does have the max resist. Although most of these units should be max accuracy. That factor won't matter that much.
Expecting to see a water unit coming out of Han KFC, but I do believe that unit could potentially be banned immediately, whatever this unit is.
Yeah, most likely we'd want to see a water Ryu here, but that's already pre-banned. Annabelle doesn't do too much into the Juno. Oh, but he might pick it anyways.
Yep, Annabelle's coming in here.
It could be enough damage. It could be enough damage. He could drop it into the...
I don't know if that's the water unit I wanted to see, but that's what we're going to get.
I really wanted to see a Chow or Suiki here. I think both of those units are very effective into this. Not a lot of damage.
I couldn't agree more.
Yeah, but the question is, which would you like to see more? Would you like to see the Chow, or would you like to see the Suiki?
I would have loved to see the Chow, but I think the Suiki would have been better in this situation right now. Here we go, guys. We've got round 5. Han KFC in Jack. This is it. Winners locking in their role in SWC this year. And we've got Okeanos kicking it off for Han KFC, looking for a big reset. Spear Devastation coming out on top of the Connell, and it does land true.
Ooh, an effective reset here on the Cardinal, but Ganny does move first, so Ganny will have the opportunity to skill 2 into this.
See if he's going to be cleansing up that defense break. Is he going to go for the third skill? No, he does. Oh, he gets it all. He gets it all, but he's going to get the slows across Jack's team here. Bomb's definitely going to be coming out on top of this Lulu. He wants to lock this unit down so it does not get that immunity up here.
A little risky here taking that AoE right away. I think it might have been safer to just hold the debuffs on everyone first, but here's the extra damage. The slow debuff does give 1 extra turn difference of attack bar.
That does get the stun. Ventilate goes right back onto the Connell, but the additional turn from Lulu haunting everybody's dreams.
And Han KFC visibly upset in a situation like this, needs 1 pushback. Oh, but gets the full value, stuns the Annabelle as well. Stun onto the Sierra, extra turn. Here comes the defense break. It's not looking good for Han KFC.
That's exactly what Jack needed here. He's got the skill 3, looking to get that reset on top of Chung Pung, dumping attack bars. We've got lots of healing coming from this Lulu. Looking so good for Jack right now. Pretty much dropping the CR. CR is going to be gone here. Han KFC's got that little smirk. He knows it's over. He's applauding.
And he's clapping there.
Jack is finishing this thing right here. He's going to be locking in his position in 3rd place in this year's SWC.
Congratulations to Jack, making it to 3rd place, making it to the Summoners War World Championship Finals here over Han KFC in a 3-2 victory.
Yeah, there's the Ventilate right back on. There's just so much immunity there. It's such a safe team, safe draft for Jack here. I love the Fire Monkey King. It was a nice little addition to this draft. I don't think the Annabelle was the correct unit to bring. There's the additional turns. Oh, it's so abundantly over right now. And he's just letting Jack
we'd love to see it. Han KFC clapping there for Jack, and Jack takes it.
And after a long, drawn-out battle that started way back in the summer, Jack has achieved his goal of being third place here in the APAC region and qualifying for SWC 2021 World Championship as the third place qualifier for the APAC region. Congratulations to the young man from Korea. Jack gets it done over Hong KFC in a hard-fought best of 5 that has just been a test of endurance, of mental toughness, and Jack gets it done. And even going into that draft, Once in Love, you're like, I don't know, Jack feels like he's drafting from behind. Both of y'all were wondering, what are we doing? Are we really picking the Juno into this one? But the Fire Monkey King coming in at the end was clutch, and turns out was the right decision there in the end that threw Hong off. And, you know, the Annabelle came out, wasn't the right water unit that you guys wanted to see.
Yeah, definitely. I think that it looks like Jack is really drafting from behind, but he has these opportunities to pick other units that are double force spans, where things like Hong just isn't ready for that kind of stuff, right? He isn't available with the damage to fight a Fire Monkey King, especially a violent one where stuns and defense break opportunities come up. Right? That unit is incredibly tanky. It actually outputs a decent amount of damage, and if you don't have something like a Water Ryu or a defense break into a nuke to fight it, you just won't be able to kill.
And that's what we saw over and over again as Jack took that first game, that commanding lead, and then back and forth did they go, trading out games. And, you know, it was a great battle where both players, again, obviously worthy of that spot, but only one could go through. Jack gets it done with the champ pool differences again. Do you feel like this was the drafting that you wanted to see here, Stoic, where it wasn't always just battling over the Lulu, where we got to see some proactive picks here?
Honestly, only in that last match. In that last match, we saw an Annabelle, and I think it could have been a lot of other units. Could have been the Suiki, could have been the Chow, could have been anything else. But then it comes down to, you know, Lulu. Lulu is one of those clutch units, and like I said, it really does. It haunts your dreams when you're able to get that brilliant violent proc. Lulu came in there and just flipped the match completely, and it was so abundantly in Jack's favor there. But maybe if the Lulu was something else, not the Lulu, the Annabelle was something else that possibly could have seen a different outcome, because he did not have what it takes to handle that Fire Monkey King. So it was a mix between the draft and a little bit of RNG played into the match, but you got to give it to Jack. Jack played his matches, and he took down a very strong competitor, Hong KFC.
Yeah, he did. You could see there on that win graphic, it was a trade back and forth between our competitors. Jack got the first pick. He finished with the first pick. He's able to get himself the victory there and move on to SWC 2021 World Championship. That's so exciting. Whenever you get to see someone make their dreams come true, you always feel good for that. So Jack, moving on through, and will be representing the APAC region. We've got one more game left. It's the finals. Who will be crowned the champion of the Asia Pacific region? Will it be SECONDBABY or will it be Diligent? Both these players, storied histories, storied toolboxes, great matches that took them to this point. We will find out very, very soon, as we're going to take one final break before these two tussle it out to be crowned king of the APAC region. It's a $10,000 winner first place prize pool, $5,000 for second place, but it's also the title. You get that forever. And we've been talking for a little while here. 4Baby and his kids, SECONDBABY being the one to take the crown from him. Diligent, he's been to the top of the mountain, so close to being crowned the best in the world, and just wasn't quite able to get over the hump last year, struggled to get himself out of the prelims, now finds himself on the cusp yet again of another notch on his belt, a clip of glory there if he's able to do it here, win the APAC Cup, and get himself in prime position and prime form here for SWC 2021 World Championships. Do you feel like now that they've made it here to the finals, Once in Love, they're gonna loosen up the playbook here, maybe forego, like maybe a gentleman's handshake on the Lulu, and then just, you know, play some interesting comps here? They're both in.
I don't think they necessarily need to make a gentleman's agreement on the Lulu. I don't think SECONDBABY is going to pick a Lulu into Diligent because he knows better than that. He knows not to take these really slow units. Like, he does have the opportunity to take it because he has a Ragdoll and he has a Pontos, but he doesn't need to. So most likely we're just going to see a lot of aggression from both sides.
All right, well, here we have it. Our final match of the evening. It is the finals of the APAC Cup. It's Diligent, it's Second Baby. After we take a short break, don't go anywhere. You're watching SWC 2021 APAC Cup.
Stun is definitely going to be good for him as Reckless Assault comes right off the bat. Absolutely well played by Second Baby. Kill Diana before Lulu gets a turn.
And there's the Reckless Assault.
Doesn't go for Diana first though, so he goes for the Annabelle. Very smart. I love it, OSSERU. There's a Reckless Assault.
To the Okeano.
The skill 2, it has a chance to freeze, and he gets it!
Oh my God! And Revenge from the Vertihile strikes back yet again.
You look at the sustain from Rigel and the damage. Barbara with the damage takes out Vanessa.
Vanessa down once again, so that passive not available. The Hellfire does come out against the Fran, and that will be the death
for OSSERU. Now, Hellfire, this needs to connect. The defense break is there. The
oh my gosh, the
for Hong KFC, and now look at him. Hong KFC has the turn. He's got the bomb, and it connects, and boom goes Okeano. Getting the strip on one unit, which is more than enough for Sierra to set up the bomb and go for the detonate.
Oh wow, there we go, and it's actually
Sierra, the bomb. This is where everything got so better.
Oh my God, the bomb's not sticking there.
And look at the damage.
My God.
Sure, Carbine grabs the turn. Here's the attack bomb.
My
and
God.
the accurate fire. Look
up for Juan.
Oh no, Gianna, why are you so strong? Of course, stage to kick in as we get into the match. Here we have Gianna grabbing the first turn. She is going to be able to have a field that she can try to stun up. Of course, Patter is there. Now, looking for a potential Giant's Nest, push back the attack bar, and also apply that. Of course, now Poseidon can finish off the Fran, but that doesn't change the core strategy of Mr. Chung. He's still got...
Next, ice in my vein, coast west roller coaster, ayy, ayy. Who's next? Forgot your name, don't find you in roster, ayy, ayy. Who's next? Oh yeah, one step closer, ayy, ayy. Who's next? Hand the controller, it's game over. Ready for war. This is my battle, war. Please don't talk to me. Bring the sword on, no, it comes with the fee. Challenge the whole world. Deal the cards like the G. Poker face is the key. Ruins and debris. Take down my enemies. Deal the cards like the G. Poker face is the key. some set this place on fire. I'm next up battle to the line. Next up and rise. From the tongue to pay the price. From the tongue. Shine armor around my waist. Ay. Blood drop, another time been waste. Ay. Chop it up for me, it's a startup. Put in work in the world arena. Go, your skill is so. Hey, big no, I'm ready to go solo. Hey, I pull up, please no photo. Hey, when I pull up, don't lose your control. Deal the cards like the G, poker face is the key. Ruins and debris, take down my enemies. Deal the cards like the G, poker face is the key. I'm next up, set this place on fire. I'm next up, battle through the line. Next up, and rise. From the tongue to pay the price. From the tongue.
Do you feel it? Do you see it? We have a long way to go. March down, heart pumping out of chest. March down, yeah, we need to move fast. March down, put your sword up high. March down, I was born for this fight.
Millions of players from around the world have vied to be the #1 of their region. But we now have our two competitors that are going for that title, and deservedly so. It is SECONDBABY, it is Diligent. Only one can be crowned the champion of the APAC region. Hi everyone, Degon still here with you as we have our final match of the evening. It is the APAC Cup Finals, and it'll be broken down by none other than the great Stoic and Once in Love. Guys, it's been a hell of a tournament, and we're finally here. These two have had it all. Rune quality, draft, proactivity, sometimes proc luck. It's been a heck of a tournament to watch so far, both of these players. We're going to have the opportunity to listen to them now with an interview. Let's take a look live over at the Africa Arena.
지금 너무 긴장되는데 꼭 우승해서 올라가도록 하겠습니다.
참 평소에 굉장히 친한 잭 선수를 꺾고 올라왔어요. 네, 그때 기분이 어땠어요?
한편으로는 미안한 감도 있고 한편으로는 꼭 올라가서 기분이 좋았습니다.
한편으로는 조금 미안하기도 하고 그리고 기분이 좋기도 했다. 딜리전트 선수에게 한번 묻겠습니다. 굉장히 지략가적인 스타일이에요. 결승 소감 좀 부탁드릴게요. 딜리전트 선수, 네, 굉장히 전략적인 스타일이신데 결승 소감 한 말씀 부탁드립니다.
A lot of people are saying that you're a great strategist. How do you feel about reaching the finals?
I think I make all the strategies right, and I prepared
myself all the way. So I think that's why I'm in the final now.
예. 일단은 결승전에 진출해서 매우 기쁘고요. 제가 많은 노력과 연습을 통해서 전략을 준비했습니다.
네. 상대가 세컨 베이비가 되었다라고 이제 알게 되었을 때 어떠셨나요?
How did you feel when you found out that your opponent was second baby?
Yeah, I think he get to the final is not out of expected, and he is a very strong player. But I will try my best to defeat him as well.
네, 세컨 베이비 선수의 경기들을 봤을 때 세컨 베이비 선수가 결승전에 진출한 게 놀랍지 않다고 생각하고 승리를 하기 위해서 최선을 다하겠습니다.
뭐 당연히 올라올 사람이 올라왔다라는 뜻인데 세컨 베이비 선수에게 한번 묻겠습니다. 상대가 딜리전트다라고 마지막에 알게 됐잖아요. 예, 이때 어떠셨습니까?
제일 강한 선수를 딜리전트로 뽑았는데 이제 지금 경기 해온 거 보니까 오히려 더 잘하는 것 같고 막상 만나니까 너무 긴장되고 꼭 이기겠습니다.
좋습니다. 그러면 우리 딜리전트 선수에게 할 말씀이 있다면 우리 세컨 베이비 선수 딜리전트에게 마지막 한마디 남기시죠.
쉽게 지진 않고 내가 꼭 올라가겠다.
호락호락하게 놔두진 않을 거야 라고 했는데요. 그럼 우리 딜리전트 선수에게도 한번 들어보겠습니다. 세컨 베이비 선수가 쉽게 지지 않는다, 꼭 꺾고 올라갈 거다 라고 했는데 각오하고 우리 세컨 베이비 선수에게 한 말씀 부탁드립니다.
Second baby player just said that he won't be an easy opponent to defeat and that he will win the finals. Could you please give us your answer on his comment?
I just make myself the best condition to against him, and let's see a great battle.
저는 지금 결승전에 임하기에 앞서서 지금 최상의 컨디션을 유지하려고 하고 있고 세컨 베이비 선수를 최선을 다해 상대하도록 하겠습니다.
네, 두 선수 모두 감사하고요. 지금부터 경기 준비를 해주시면 되겠습니다. 감사합니다. Thank you.
Thank you both to our Com2uS team for the live interview and the live translation. Let me tell you, as someone that has tried to translate one language to the next live, it is not easy to do that. So great job by the Com2uS team and the interviewers over at the Africa Arena. It's very, very hard. I thought that was pretty great. I love the fact also that they try to get those answers out of each other. This whole time, Tyler, I saw you laughing at the way that they're trying to get the answers and how both players are confidently dodging each other without giving shade. They're just kind of giving the quick shoulder there, Tyler. What'd you think?
Yeah, they're really humble as well. I think they genuinely do feel like the other person is like very strong competition. I don't think either of these players come in and go, "Oh, it'll be easy. Second baby, no problem. Diligent, no problem." These guys have a lot of respect for each other. They play each other on the ladder. They see each other years and years in tournaments and etc. And I think that they're both very happy to be here, and it's really nice to see that kind of genuine appreciation.
Yeah, diligence, English pretty well. Maybe we can get ourselves an interview sometime there. Let us know in the comments what you would want to hear from either one of those players over on YouTube, on Twitch, or any of the streaming platforms on which you are watching, and maybe we can slide one of those questions over to them. So now let's set the stage for this finals matchup between these two. What's the expectation here from both of these players, and how should they go about winning?
I mean, Diligent needs to keep doing exactly what he's doing, and that's staying aggressive. If we see that, I think it's going to be a very easy Diligent on top kind of situation. But once again, this is a tournament. We've got to see both these players play throughout it, and I think Second Baby had plenty of time to see Diligent play. So it's all about surprising and doing something that your opponent is not ready for. And I always bring this up when it comes to these tournaments, because if you're able to do that to catch your opponent off guard, that's how you win.
Well, here we have it. It is Second Baby. You can see the stats from both the quarterfinals match and the semifinals match. A little bit easier against his guilty Jack, who did qualify on through. Everyone, he was able to make it on in. You can see the bands coming on through. It felt like these two knew each other. This was like an in-house that everyone got to watch. And it felt, it had the air of it. Obviously, both trying to win. But you kind of were like, wow, these guys are going kind of deeper in terms of their bands. And here it is, fighting Second Baby. The fans from Korea pour in their love, their support behind the potential new Korean champion of the APAC region. Second Baby climbing to heights that only others could wish for. But his opponent is someone that has seen those heights. His opponent is one that has climbed even further than just the APAC Cup, all the way at the World Championship himself. And I believe is a player that is potential about to be realized. It's Diligent. The quarterfinals matchup against MR.CHUNG, the reigning world champion, 3-1. Put it in. The semifinals match against Hong KFC, hyped up, 3-1. Put it in. And you can see yet again, watching his interview, I can tell we have the same ideas in mind. I cannot wait to see how these players draft. Diligent has been the one that has been proactive. Diligent has been the one that is asking the questions of everyone else. You got Lulu? All right, I got something prepared for that. What you got? And no one has been able to step up to the plate in I guess, a dominant way, as he's been able to go 3-1 in both of his matches and looking back to form like he was in 2019 that led him to be one of the most feared players in the world. He's already made it to the World Championship. Can he put the APAC Cup champion in his belt as well? We'll find out very, very soon. As again, you can see all of the fan art. I love this. The fan art just coming on through, the pink around. The Esports fist pose, he's got it down pat because he's been to the World Championship, international competition multiple times. It's Second Baby, it's Diligent, who will be the new APAC Cup champion, who will be the #1 seed representing the APAC region. Let's find out together. The final match of the APAC Cup of SWC 2021 starts right now, presented by Google Play. Level up your monsters, find your arenas only on Google Play, and maybe you too can find a way to climb to be a cup champion. Stoic, Once in Love, the final match. Let's take it away.
Here we go. The moment we've all been waiting for. Second Baby, Diligent, the final right now. Pre-bans have gone out. We've got the Tian Lang and the Neftis pre-ban. Second Baby locking down the Ragdoll, taking it away. Diligent being all friendly over here, flashing the Gianna. They both share this unit.
Yeah, it's really nice to see how many contested units there are here. Both of these units very contested on both sides. Very strong opportunities for both players. Second Baby does have the Hey Gang opportunity here. Lulu Hey Gang wants to play the sustain option. Could be a little bit risky, but does have the Pontos to kind of follow up here.
Yep, that's right. I mean, Diligent, I believe, has a Pontos as well. I mean, I think they share a lot of the similar LD Nat 5, so I think Diligent can start digging in Second Baby's box. Second Baby can start digging into Diligent's box. Maybe not as much. We're seeing a Jaeger right now coming at a Diligent, which is quite interesting. Maybe signaling that if the Pontos does come through, he has that justice that goes through invincibility.
Interesting to see the Jaeger with the Shushu, though. I think Diligent wants to play very safe for this first match, get a gauge for how Second Baby responds to a Gianna kind of matchup here. I really, really wanted him to take the Mo Long there or take a Diana into Second Baby. Not giving him, well, I guess both, giving both away. Second Baby responds with the Mo Long Diana. Very, very effective composition here. Doesn't have much to deny it. Diligent, the last pick, most likely getting banned here. So Kinky goes in this side for Diligent, most likely banning out that Lulu, but could actually ban out the Mo Long for the defense break.
A lot of options here to ban out of the side of Diligent. I do like Diligent's draft, and Second Baby, I was definitely expecting to see that Diana being drafted after already drafting those other 3 water units there. And we've got the Kinky getting banned out and Lulu getting banned out on the side of Second Baby. HP lead for Second Baby. We've got an HP lead for Diligent as well. Here we go, guys, as we kick this thing off as our APAC final with Diligent and Second Baby.
A little bit of a war of attrition here. Second Baby trying to get in and kill that that Shushu a little early on. Doesn't want to go for the strip. Oh, big value there though.
Does land that glancing on top of the Jaeger. Jaeger can't really do much damage there with that glancing lay on top of him. Could we see an early Reckless Assault? He's hovering, and he does go and do the Reckless Assault on top of the Jaeger, the one unit that he's worrying about right now. With the additional turn, one stun coming
big
out
value.
Diana.
And there it is.
He's getting rid of this Jaeger right now.
The value here of Second Baby. That extra turn, 2 extra turns. There it is. The second unit gets to go.
That was incredible value there. Looking heavily in favor of Second Baby. He's able to shut down one of these units, putting Diligent on the back foot immediately.
Oh, took a risk there with the cleanse into the Gianna. Eats the stun. If he didn't actually cleanse, it wouldn't have pushed the Diana above this Carnal. Carnal would have had the opportunity to skill 3 right into that Diana in human form. Diligent had to really make that choice there. It was tough for him, but it's looking pretty okay. He does get some good value there.
Yeah, definitely looking very okay for Second Baby. We've got that first skill. Shushu healing up that Gianna. Trying to get her back to healthy.
Go for the skill 3 though. This immunity does heal the lowest unit twice. It's enough to put the 2-turn immunity up. Molong looking kind of squish here. Looking like he could be taken out pretty easily.
A little bit of poke damage on top of the Diana, not wanting to push up that attack bar anymore. No additional damage coming out there. Might see a big skill too, possibly going on to that Molong to reduce that attack bar.
I think he's going to rotate it away. Probably use the Gianna bombs to control this Molong here. Has 2 turns to deny it, so there's no defense break. Oh, but that extra turn from Diligent might actually not be the greatest for him. There's going to be no immunity here. The Molong defense break could come out into that Carnal.
Yeah, no provoke there, landing on top of the Molong. We see the initial turns happening once again. Ragdoll trying to pummel in as much damage as possible onto that Gianna bomb. Does land on top of the Diana to stop that from cycling. There's that first skill back onto the Molong.
Oh, but another rotation of no defense breaks from here from Molong. Molong struggling to land anything. The Shushu might actually get enough value from these heals.
It just might. I think Second Baby really needed to have that defense break there to help capitalize on big damage from his Ragdoll. He doesn't have that defense break anymore.
He just doesn't have enough damage to kill this Gianna. She's close, but not quite. Gianna does have the critical error, but it will cleanse. Maybe, hopefully Diligent doesn't use it. Can't forget about the cleanse.
Can't forget it at all. Let's see if Diligent's going to pay attention to that. He's got double bombs sitting on top of that Diana. Diana's not in a good place at all. Looking for a first skill to push back that Shushu.
The extra turn eats both the bombs. She's pretty tanky though. That's a big shield, but she will, or she does look like she's going down. Oh, a missed crit from Second Baby. We see that not 100% crit rate. Ragdoll missing another crit. Really needed that value.
Yeah, you just hate to see it, and Second Baby did not want to see it. He lost his Diana here. No additional stuns or anything from this Cardinal here. Bomb's going to be coming out on Ragdoll. Suddenly, things are heavily in favor of Diligent. Diligent taking round 1 away from Second Baby.
Oh, yeah, that extra turn. Being able to bring down that Molong, it's not enough healing there for Second Baby. Second Baby having a violent Molong instead of a vampire one here. Taking out Jaeger first turn was very effective, but just didn't have enough steam to bring down the Gianna.
That's right. That is one step closer for Diligent, claiming his role at APAC champion this year.
Diligent, very clean with these drafts. We do like to see a little bit more of a unique draft setup. I really like to see things like a Jaeger here and there. Actually giving up the both the Molong and the Diana was a bit of an interesting choice into Second Baby here.
We've got pre-bans from last time. That Tian Lang and then Neftis, and a double Ragdoll ban coming out of Second Baby and Diligent. Diligent getting a good little laugh out of that.
Yeah, like he said, you know, I watched Second Baby's interview, and I feel like we think the same. Clearly, they're thinking on the same page here. There's the Ragdoll ban. First pick goes to Diligent, most likely the Gianna, but could be a Carnal as well. Carnal is very popular for him in his first pick opportunity.
Yep, Carnal, such a strong pick. Immediately Second Baby locking in a Gianna, and of course that Lulu not leaving his side.
Pretty effective though. Diligent's actually not having to fight into a Ragdoll does have a lot of potential here to just pick his Han combine. There it is. There's the more Han. So we can see the Woundsaw come out. We can also see a Chung Pong or a Savannah come out here to go alongside how fast he is. Second Baby leaning in for a Nephthys. Nephthys actually pretty good into this, but I don't know. That Lulu on the field with the Nefties when a Han's out is pretty scary.
Yeah, definitely, it really is. Now, we've seen the Han come all day out here for Diligent, and I'm not sure he got this Han to actually work for him once. So he's really trying to get this Han to work for him in this match here, going into round 2 with Second Baby. Looks like he's trying to draft a Woundsa to go with this Han, of course.
A lot of these times we see the Han band, actually, they look at it and they go, oh, that thing's going to kill 2 things in one turn. Oh, there it is. That's the pick I wanted to see. A Charlotte, something a little different. Diligent, always picking new and innovative opportunities here. I do love to see the Charlotte's very effective into all these units. A glancing debuff on skill 3, plus the pushback is very strong. Hey Gang, last pick for Second Baby, though. Most likely leaning towards that Woundsa ban here.
Absolutely love that, Charlotte. I think that's fantastic. Little tiny pivots like that are great to see. And we got that Hagen getting banned out and the Woundsa getting banned out as well. So it looks like Han's making his way through. Can Han finally do something for Diligent? We're about to find out. We're getting into a round 2 with Diligent versus Second Baby. Let's see who takes first turn here. And it is going to be the WaterRyu looking to get a full team strip, not receiving in the top of the Nephthys.
That's rough. We were really, really looking to see an attack bar reduction here on the Gianna, or maybe Swift on that Charlotte. But interesting enough, he did get the pushback. So out of order here is not the worst. 1 resist or 1 violent proc is enough to win. Charlotte with the huge resistance.
Charlotte with that ginormous resistance, looking for an attack break on top of the Gianna, not receiving it. Second Baby a little worried right now. We see that big third skill coming out, getting the glancing across the field. Additional turns coming out of this Han. This Cardinal as well. Getting some stuns in there on top of the Gianna, and the Savannah's about to get dismounted.
Well, things are not looking super good here for Second Baby. The dismount here, even if he doesn't stun the Lulu's cleanse, the thing is, we still get the turn here out of Han. Even with the giant cleanse here, it might not be enough. Nephthys could go down immediately this turn.
Giant cleanse is coming out anyways here. We're going to see a big second skill coming from this Cardinal. It's going to be followed up by the Han. Han's looking at eliminating something from the field, and this Savannah's pretty much already dead as well, being dismounted.
There she is, taking most of her damage gone. Here it is, the simple solution, most likely into the Nephthys for the kill, but goes into the Gianna, wants the safety.
The Gianna instead. We're going to see some attack bar gain here. Is that going to be enough?
It is going to be enough to take out the Gianna.
Finishes off Gianna. Savannah's going to be going down here very shortly. And there goes Savannah. I'm not too sure a Second Baby can finish it off here. He has the sustain with the Lulu, but it's just not enough.
Yeah, a lot of this chip damage, even with glancing, is going to be pretty effective here. Could get it, though, with a little bit of luck from the violent procs, but no, he concedes that.
Round 2, going to Diligent.
Diligent feeling pretty confident here. You can see it. Second Baby a little frustrated. He's not quite sure what he needs to do to get this going. This might be a clean sweep. We have an opportunity here, but we saw it in the first match versus MATSU. Second Baby with the reverse sweep. The possibility exists. He is an absolutely incredible player. One of the youngest SWC contendants ever. Actually, the youngest SWC contendant ever. Maybe we can see something absolutely incredible here today.
Yeah, I do believe he was younger than Topa V when he first started in America's Cup, so I do believe he claims the role as youngest SWC competitor. Pre-bans are in. Gianna Nephthys getting pre-banned.
I wonder what Second Baby will take here. If he'll take away the Cardinal from Diligent, or if he'll lean into that Lulu again. Lulu is pretty good for him, but it's... No, he knows how to do it. He knows how to change it up. He doesn't want to lose a third game to the same thing. Second Baby locks in the Cardinal.
Yep, locking in that Cardinal, taking it away from Diligent. I don't believe Diligent's going to be taking a Lulu away from Second Baby. Well, let's see what Diligent has in store for him.
We're going to most likely... Oh, maybe you're wrong. Maybe he does take the Lulu away from him. I was thinking maybe a WaterRyu here, but... Oh, man, he wants it. He goes for the Okeanos and the Lulu.
It looks like Second Baby is going to be taking units away from Diligent. We're going to see that more coming out here with the Ganymede. Diligent's hovering over a Ragdoll right now, looking at a turn 2 team himself. But what does Diligent have that Second Baby has not been doing with this turn 2 team?
Oh, this is an interesting composition. I actually quite like this. Diligent picking up Pontos here would be very effective in the Second Baby, with a last pick Kinky opportunity as the force ban. Second Baby most likely going to lean into Oh, but he goes for the Han?
I didn't like the Han, to be honest with you. Savannah's coming out here, and I think Savannah's a little bit better of a decision here, getting some defense breaks to capitalize with that ragdoll. You almost want to have those defense breaks in there. And I do think Kinky is going to be wrapping up Diligent's draft here, unless he has something else in store for us.
I like the Savannah as well for the slow debuff. If you throw up the speed buff and the slow debuff, they cancel. So it's a neutral ground in this situation. But then you get the bonus of having your ragdoll for crits. Shogun, that's something we do not see very much anymore.
This is what I'm talking about. He's changing it up. Jogan's coming in here with the Chung Pung as well. Double Latmasters coming out for second baby. Diligent looking to wrap up his draft here. We may see the Kinky. I believe the Kinky was off Will, and that's a threat to the Jogan. Well, Jogan's a threat to the Kinky.
Kinky, Rika are both really good here. Rika's very good. Oh, there is a Volantis. That is something else.
Another pivot. Diligent bringing out the Volantis. These little changes of pace here are excellent. We could possibly see the 3-0 for Diligent with that Volantis draft, and that Volantis is going to be banned, and the Jogan's going to be banned on the side of second baby. We're going into a round 3 with Diligent and second baby. Can Diligent get the clean sweep on second baby, or can second baby finally take a win away from Diligent here in the final in this year's APAC Cup?
This all comes down to the water reuse strip. What do we see on the first turn? How many crits do we get? Full team strip, but not enough. He does get the turn on the Savannah. The speed buff here is pretty valuable. It gives him about 7 speed on the next turn.
Savannah with Chung Pung in his inner targets here. We're going to see a big skill too, possibly going onto that Cardinal here. No, goes right back onto that Chung Pung, staying on him. Diligent's going to get his immunity up here.
The Lulu was fast enough. Lulu does get the immunity up for the team. So here comes the rotation in for more. Wants the strip to come back, but Diligent needs to go for this Chung Pung. Savannah's defense break and speed buff will come up soon here.
The additional turns coming through. Chung Pung looking a little low. No sustain on the side of second baby, but the additional turns coming for second baby as well. Not what he really wanted to see there.
I didn't want to give up the attack bar opportunity here, but not looking good. Oki skill 3 is an opportunity. Savannah skill 3 is an opportunity. It's not looking good for second baby. This is looking like a pretty safe 3-0 for Diligent right now.
Looking like a very safe 3-0 for Diligent. And there you have it. Diligent is this year's APAC champion.
Diligent with a very clean, very convincing 3-0. The only one we saw in the entire APAC tournament. What an absolutely incredible way to end this night of tournament.
And there you have it. You can see it on a dejected face of second baby, who has nothing to be ashamed of, as he will still be going to SWC 2021 World Championship. But he ran into the buzzsaw that is your APAC Cup champion, Diligent, as he continues to climb the mountain back to the World Championship. He's in form. He's on fire. Nobody could stop him. Nobody could stand in his way, and a perfect 3-0 caps off the perfect tournament for the man from Australia. Diligent, your APAC Cup champion. That's a exclamation point on the tournament, on this whole journey it's been for him so far here once in love.
Yeah, absolutely. Diligent from the start to finish was my pick for the win, actually. Second baby also being my second place, so I'm really happy to see both of these players. The two players who think incredibly similarly and have such clean, strong play styles to go up against each other in a match like this. It is incredible to see how strong and how well Diligent prepared for second baby, but like you said, there is no shame for second baby. Making it to second place in the APAC, the entire region managing to get there, securing a safe spot all the way to the World Finals. Absolutely incredible, and well done to both of these gentlemen. And thank you very much for an amazing tournament.
Yeah, it was huge here. And even when it looked like he started off the draft a standard going with the Lulu Okeanos, and you're like, oh, Diligent's going to do that. No, he pulls out the depth of his pool and is able to pull out some great picks And that's a clean slate right there, gentlemen. We haven't seen that the whole tournament right there. All three going to Diligent's side as he proved without a shadow of the doubt that he was the best in the APAC region this year and takes care of business here at the APAC Cup as your APAC 2021 champion. We're going to be having the opportunity to chat with Diligent here in just a little bit, so make sure to stick around and hear words from the champ himself. But I kind of wanted to get your thoughts here. Now that we've seen the Americas region, now we've got to see the APAC region. What are some of the biggest differences that you saw in the gameplay here, Stoic?
I mean, Diligent's a very, very aggressive player. I think he'll do fairly well against our America's Cup champions as well, or our representatives. In the America Cup, we saw a lot of contests for turn one, and that's exactly what Diligent's doing. And Diligent does very, very well when he's contesting against maybe the rune quality on the American side. Diligent has an amazing rune quality behind him. So when it comes to that, they're going to be battling for that first turn against our Americans.
Congratulations on your winning.
Here we go, the interview with Diligent.
On how you feel about winning the tournament today?
I just doing my best and prepare all the situations and that's it.
네, 제가 정말 최선을 다해서 최대한 모든 경우의 수를 대비해서 준비를 했고 이렇게 우승을 하게 돼서 매우 기쁩니다.
보니까 완벽하게 준비했구나라고 생각이 들 정도로 잘하셨습니다. 세컨베이비 선수와의 대결 어떠셨습니까?
How was your match against player SECONDBABY?
I think I'm older than SECONDBABY. That's why I think he is more experienced.
제가 운 좋게 이긴 것 같고 제가 좀 더 경험이 많고 연륜이 많아서 운 좋게 승리를 한 것 같습니다.
I love that answer. 일단은 가장 중요한 게 상금이 일단은 주어지게 됐는데 1등 상금 어디에 쓰고 싶으신가요?
You'll be given the prize for winning the tournament today. Do you have any plans on how you would spend the money?
Of course, give back to someone.
더 좋은 제 계정을 만들기 위해서 투자를 좀 하겠습니다.
네. 최강자 중에 최강자를 가리는 월드 파이널 이제 진출하셨는데 각오 한 말씀 부탁드립니다.
Now you will be playing in the World Finals. Could you share with us your plan or ambitions for the finals?
Yeah, I just make myself more prepared and also see how can I improve myself and looking forward to the final and win the champion.
네, 이번에 열심히 준비한 것처럼 상대방 분석을 열심히 하고 제가 개선할 수 있는 부분을 찾은 후에 이번 월드 파이널에서 좋은 결과를 얻을 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다.
네, 월드 파이널 진출과 함께 SWC 2021 아시아 퍼시픽컵 우승컵을 거머쥔 우리 딜리전트 선수 진심으로 축하드립니다. Congratulations, thank you.
Thank you so much.
There you have it. The SWC 2021 APAC Cup champion, Diligent, confident in his decision making, confident in why he won. It was all just an age thing, baby. Sorry, second. You're older. You're younger. That's why he lost. That's basically what he said as we take a look at our representatives here for the World Finals so far for the Asia Pacific region. We saw Diligent, SECONDBABY, and Jack book their tickets here in the APAC Cup. Tars won the China Selection Tournament. Big V and Madream D, those are our boys from the Americas region. And we've got the Europe Cup coming up next, October 23rd. Shesizo, Rosith, Ismu, Obabo, Shene, Liver, Pinkroyd, and Velipity. Some very, very familiar faces, some representatives that we've seen at SWC 2020 last year, making their return to the Europe Cup to climb the mountain one more time. But again, today is the day about the APAC Cup. Today is the day about Diligent. One more time, y'all, just wanted to get your thoughts on Diligent and the way that he played here once in love as he was head and shoulders above the rest.
Yeah, Diligent was, I mean, there's no better way to put it. Diligent was aggressive. He was very aggressive with his drafts. He was very clean. He knew different ways to lock his opponents into force banning either his Han or force banning one of the stronger CC units on his side. And he really controlled the pace of every single match. You know, he won 3-1, he won 3-1, and then finished out going 3-0. That is an incredible feat when everybody else in the tournament went 3-2 or worse.
Yeah, it is a heck of a journey that he was able to do. And again, worthy of the spot. And I'm very excited to see what he's able to accomplish at the World Championship. All right, y'all. It's been a long night. Final coupon code of the day for the APAC Cup. Let's see it right here. It is, oh no, don't give me this. Susu EU Cup? Is that what we're going with? Susu EU Cup 1023. Susu EU Cup 1023. There's a translation out there somewhere, so I'm sure someone will give it to me. If you know what that means, shoot it on over. Susu EU Cup 1023, because of course the EU Cup will be on October 23rd. Set your calendars. 2 more tickets. The final 2 tickets will be booked to SWC 2021 World Championships with our 2 European representatives. Make sure to head on over inside your game client, set your predictions so that you have the opportunity to win some scrolls, or you know, if you lose, you can get some energy. That's not too bad either. I might have gotten a lot of energy for this APAC Cup.
I got all my predictions
But
right.
again, make sure you get your in-game loot for that one. All right, y'all. I'm excited. We're starting to see metas from different regions meld together and how it's going to work. Are you a turn 1 team? Are you a turn 2 team? How deep is your toolbox? It's been a lot of fun. Stoic, final words here.
Final words? I think I'm out of energy at this point. It was such an incredible tournament. It really was. I feel like if anybody looked at a name to see Diligent on top like that, nobody wouldn't be surprised to see Diligent winning APAC. So huge congrats to Diligent. He's honestly, truly a great guy. I met him out in 2019, and he really is a genuine. He is a very, very, very nice fella.
He's a nice fella, a great competitor, and your APAC Cup champion. Y'all, it has been an absolute honor to do the overnight broadcast yet again with both of you. I'm so happy that I got to do it with both of you guys. Thank you all at home for tuning in the whole broadcast long, because I'm sure you did, because you wanted to hear and see all the action live. On behalf of myself, the broadcast, Com2Us, my casters, thank you so much for watching. We'll catch you all October 23rd for the EU Cup. You don't want to miss it. See ya.